don't know if I can give anything away in terms of our scouting, but I'll definitely be watching for my personal interest, for RQ's interest, of course. 3 players, I think, stand out. There's so much talent. I'm going to wait a little bit on that question, Mika, just because I think we might be quite surprised by some of the players that come through. We might not see players that we always see. We might see some new faces that are really putting up their hand and saying, I should be looked at.
Yeah, well, of course we weren't
hello. My YouTube chat is again not working.
There's a lot of talent that's really interesting. Again, we have those players previously from Tier 1. Then we have some new talent, and because there was this overlap.
Let me try to figure this out before the games begin.
Of this year being sort of year of the rookies, I'm so excited to see some new faces and new talent that in their local challengers were really, really promising. How is that going to translate to this Ascension stage, right? And again, it's pretty unpredictable. Talent can be incredibly unpredictable, so I'm really excited to see and get started with our matches. And I would think, we have a lot of very strong teams from all of these regions. Some of them have gone undefeated too, so that's going to be really spicy and really exciting. There's a lot of powerhouse here. I think, like, right now also, for example, we do have South Asia and South Korea.
Why is this bugging out?
And I think, like, right now, Revenant Esports, they're undefeated so far in South Asia, but on the other side of Pacific, they will be up against Synprisa Gaming, who I would think are you riding on the Synprisa Gaming hype, Ewok, that they are going to be the favorites, or do you think Revenant Esports can surprise this day?
I kind of agree with both of those. I do think Revenant coming to this matchup as a little bit of an underdog.
Give me a second. These are going to keep showing pop-ups, so I'm going to change my scene real quick.
Want a BO5 to be here, right? So there will be some win streaks that are getting.
Hello. I'm just trying to sort. I don't know why this used to never have any problems. I might have to just find a new platform because this is like the 4th or 5th time already. The chats. I mean, I think it's partly just how YouTube is programmed as well. I mean, to be honest, I think it's kind of on YouTube, but it used to not have any problems. So
I think it's going to be really interesting what they're gonna show us today.
And we'd be remiss as well not to talk about big name
that's so annoying. Okay, guess we're gonna have to do 2 windows again, which is it's a bit of a hassle because the font size on YouTube is also a pain, but
you have a bit of maturity here on his side, right? And you have a lot of new talent that we need to look out for on Revenant Esports as well. Part of
I know there's a decent amount, especially for Pacific, decent amount of people that watch from YouTube, so want to make sure I have that open.
What are we expecting from these players? They're so new to the scene.
YouTube chat. Oh, I see. See, there's already people here, and we just couldn't see your chat.
They made a couple of changes. He's come in. They made an IGL change, of course.
Let's see. Let's lower that.
So I'm really curious to see his performance up against a really formidable opponent today. So I think there's going to be definitely a lot of eyes on him, and he's rightly so. He's highlighted for this section here.
They're talking about Sultan. They should have at least shown stats from like their regional leagues. Like it's just an empty screen. What's up? What's up, Space? What's up, Joel? Hello, Melon, Prospect, Matrix. How's it going? Everyone on both platforms. If you are on YouTube chat, I mean, if I don't see your chat, I might miss your chat just because I can't figure out how to grow the size of YouTube chat. There surely has to be a way.
And going into Synprisa Gaming, I think that you do you think that Synprisa Gaming,
like, even just zooming in on the window doesn't do anything on YouTube?
But potentially throughout Pacific.
I definitely think Synprisa.
I'm not really sure how to.
Synprisa is one of the teams that could win this Ascension.
I don't know.
For me, there's a question mark because I'm curious.
So, which is why I liked having it combined, because that platform Restream would just combine everything into they would just reformat everything so it's all uniform. But YouTube has 4K stream. Yes, I'm on the 1440 just because I don't know. I don't want to risk the stream itself lagging because YouTube itself sometimes does lag. But I mean, if it you know, if it's all fine and dandy, then maybe.
Other teams from different regions, see how they match up.
You have a lot of veteranship as well on Simprisa, right? Not, you know, from other
okay, so so I was kind of misled because I was told that it was online, but what I believe is happening is the broadcast is online. I think the matches are played. I don't know if it's on LAN, but like they're all there. All the teams are there, so they shouldn't have to play online. But it might not be like on a stage, right? They might just be playing in like the hotel or whatever. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. But the broadcast is online. I think that's the part that's 100% online.
Powerhouse, and you know, in the dual
yeah.
role, I'm a big fan of his neon, which can just be so chaotic.
What's up? What's up? What's up, everyone? The matches are offline. Okay, that's what I figured. I just never like got proper confirmation from anywhere. While they're going through the pre-show, let me just make sure our challenges, our commands and such are all ready to go. It is nice to see Ewok on the desk though. Like that's cool. Love to see it.
That's going behind Danby. He's going to be the spearhead for this roster on the attack side, and all that Yuto's coming, he's going to try and capitalize off it.
And you know, going back to like what you mentioned, at how he's so fearless, right? I remember seeing his neon play, and he is literally in the opponent's faces. And sometimes he will literally just
there is no crowd that for now. There's only a crowd for the last 3 days. That part is 100%.
He is definitely one of the players that I am most hyped to see on this stage, because I feel like, you know, he's one of those players that will transform into an animal.
Ascension Pacific.
Energy that happens on this stage. So
Cheerless video. Let's put that.
There's a lot of eyes on Simprisa in general, and I think, like, you know, on a stage like this, I feel this is undeniably Simprisa Gaming's match.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think there's definitely more pressure on them. I think, as we said earlier, Revenant are coming in as a little bit of underdogs. They've been playing really, really well in the region, so this is a new challenge for them. But I think there might be a little bit less pressure on them.
Spec on Ascension. There we go.
Pressure on them.
Let's check our commands.
Sometimes helps you a little bit in these big matches. It puts a little bit more pressure on the other team, and you feel a little bit more free because of that. So I'm curious how Simprisa is going to handle
Ascension
that added pressure that's maybe coming from the outside.
I do remember
intro
seeing
videos on
their
YouTube.
Interviews during their challenges,
parties.
They were pretty confident. They were
every
like,
day.
Oh, we're winning Ascension. We're already thinking about Pacific going in. It's like, oh, they
what? SPG said that? I mean, they do like to talk big.
I would say this roster,
which I like about that.
Confident, and one of the favorites coming in.
Waiting for draft.
But you know, there are a lot of other strong teams as well, and I have to bring up our predictions, Ewok, because I think that you know, we do have some favorites, and I would agree that Simprisa Game is one of the powerhouses, but I do have my team to win it all, which I think is really
okay, here we go.
People out there, but I'm gonna turn the floor over to you first, Ewok. Who do you think is going to be taking Ascension Pacific right now?
Today's Preds.
Well, of course, Indo Pride. I think there's definitely a home ground advantage.
What's the second game today? Oh, Full Sense.
A big part of their journey throughout.
And then the last one today is what? NAOS. Oh, NAOS Boom, dude. That.
Because the crowd's definitely going to be cheering for them. Hopefully, we get to that stage where
that one I think is going to be a banger.
And make sure that these guys, for the Indo fans, get over the line.
Turn this off. Turn this off. Okay. Now I can. Hold on. No, I can't focus yet. I don't have my alerts up. We're almost there, chat.
My vote is going to go for Boom, but an honorable mention for Simprisa.
Boom and then Simprisa. Okay, Ewok. Giving a little shout out to. You know, I didn't even realize, by the way, until someone pointed it out in the YouTube comments, that I was glazing Boom after glazing RRQ. Like, I'm just an Indo glazer. Like, what the heck? I didn't. That was not intentional, by the way. But it worked out that way. You know, what can you do?
They are the only two
What can you do? I gotta do a DNA check, man. Maybe I'm part Indo. Hello YouTube. I do for anyone watching on YouTube, I do have YouTube chat open, but I don't have my my restream isn't working, so the YouTube chat's kind of small. So if I miss out on anything you said, don't get mad, but just bear with me. Feel free to repeat it just once or twice. I will try to keep an eye on both.
I'm not shy to say
and then okay. There's no commands on YouTube because I've found it's too much of a hassle to set up the bot on both platforms, so I apologize, but we don't really have any cool commands anyway. So thoughts on who will win? Thoughts on who will win? I mean, listen, I'm gonna guess with SPG. Oh, let's look at who everyone else predicted. All right, 3 people predict Boom, 2 predict NAOS. I'm surprised only. Well, I mean, actually, yeah. 1 full sense, 1 riddle, 1 SPG. I think this is pretty accurate. I mean, I think some of the casters may be giving a bit of an edge to Boom with the home crowd if they can get to the final 3 days. Ewok, I'm covering Ewok, but he predicted Boom, as he said on the mic. I am surprised that 2 people are predicting that. Like, NAOS looks fine, but then again, they are also both, yeah, from the region, so that's not surprising. I'm actually surprised it's like 3 Boom and only 1 full sense, kind of, but no throats, no throats, Twitch chat. Let's calm down.
For riddle, that's going to be interesting too. Would I call that copium? Maybe, but
how's it going? How's it going, YouTube? This year, Pacific has let down with format, with production. Rest of the regions were very good.
There's a lot of new talent here.
For Ascension, as far as I was told, that I've been told that America's Ascension production has not been great. I mean, listen, I'm not looking forward to. I think we're gonna probably have some tech issues today. Just the nature of running an event in SEA, but. I mean, listen, I know Pacific was off to a bad start in production in the beginning of the year, but I feel like VCT Pacific was fine afterwards. I don't know. I don't think it was that bad. I mean, the format here, I mean, listen, if it's between this or last year's format of like a round robin and then single LM, I think I take this. I think I take this format. I don't think it's perfect. I don't think it's great, but
there's also that additional grit when it comes to tier 2 tournaments, right?
Chips and salsa, there you go. Yeah, I actually just brought my so as a kid I bought this. Maybe I'll show it to you guys on camera if we have a break, if we have a long break. I bought like a Mexican turtle chip or salsa bowl as a kid. I like bought it off a catalog, and my mom just gave it back to us because she found it. Uh-oh, the stream's dying. Well, the production's not dying. The webcams are dying. The casters are dying. Because the stream itself is going fine. Because the background and the music's going. Here we go. Hey, listen. If the game can move on, like, I'm cool with that. Listen, I think that's important. If the broadcast can move on, I'm cool with that. All right? Listen. Well, I don't know if we were supposed to go to a break or not. Well, to be honest, just so we're also very clear, I think we're probably going to have just a lot of breaks scheduled in already. So we'll have to wait and see. But this is YouTube. So this is why I was hoping that they would be streaming on Soup as well. But the English stream doesn't seem to be on Soup, on Africa, which is a shame. Which match am I most excited for today? Today, NAOS and Boom Esports for sure. Like just for all the reasons. For all the reasons. Papi Chulo is a way to refer to an attractive man in Spanish or a ladies man, and I think it's funny that's the name of a player. Oh, wait, but like that's like a full word? Papi Chulo? Like you say like someone's a Papi Chulo? Is that like a... Well, is it similar to like a Casablanca, or is it just like a he's hot? There's three matches today. Yes. What's Soup? Well, it's SOOP. It's Africa TV's rebranding. It's Soup TV now. What's your thoughts on Ascension buys dished out based on last year's performance? Listen, I have no thoughts, and it's not to defend it. It's just literally like, okay, it's a 10-man bracket. People wanted double elim. They wanted to make sure they could have double elim for everyone, but they couldn't do like a full round robin and double elim, I assume, because of scheduling and budget. So at that point, right, if you're going to have double elim with 10 teams, somebody has to get a bye, and it's like, your two choices, in my opinion, are either you do a random draw or you give it to the two regions who had it last year, at which point I'm like indifferent to it. Because if it was random, it's still going to feel bad. So there might as well just be some reasoning to it, because then it just, right? It's like, and then if you hate it, you can just pretend that this was the random draw, and it's like, okay, whatever. That's how I feel. Like it's a bad setup to begin with, but once it's set up, like, how else are you going to give seeds, right? So like, I'm not hung up on it. I mean, obviously I hope that this isn't the format every year. Let's put it that way. Like, I hope there can be more of, like, listen, if we're going to do online broadcast, which, by the way, obviously this event was supposed to happen in Tokyo this year. So I don't know all the details, but obviously something went wrong and they had to last minute, like, reorganize everything. But if we're gonna do part of it online, like broadcast anyway, like I say, just extend the event and like do a group stage and then a double elim, right? So, and then do like a 6-team double elim. Like then I think that's fine, especially just because like I am also the type of person who is sometimes okay with single elim. Like I know some people would rather just like not ever play and watch Valorant than have single elim, but like I'm fine with single elim. I don't want actually every event to be like full double elim. I think that's kind of boring and very draining. But also this event matters so much. I almost think to some extent I feel like this event matters more to some of the players than it does, you know, champions to other players, you know what I mean? So this event I'm cool with having like a fully fleshed out format. But yeah, but if we're gonna have an online broadcast anyway, like why not just do the group stage? Obviously it would still cost you a lot to like house all the teams and players like on site for the full duration. Like I get that, but I saw your video where you were really intrigued by NAOS versus Boom. Why is that? Oh, it's not intrigued. It's just that for anyone who doesn't know, I mean, I actually think just like a lot of the Southeast Asian fan bases are can get very hostile in chat, and I think these two specifically also can get very. I mean, it's actually really bad. It can get very toxic, but there's a bit of a rivalry there in that sense. And also, I just think, obviously, like, they're two brands that have been around for so long in Challengers. I think they're two of the, like, better teams in this tournament, so I'm excited for that. Yeah, also, buys aren't necessarily better. I agree. So it's like, I don't know. There's no good way to do it with buys. Wasn't it a visa problem? I don't know for certain. I don't know if there was. I don't think there was ever actually any official confirmation what the reasons were, right? I think it's just like a lot of speculation and rumors, but. Well, no, I don't think the matches should be played online. Like, these matches shouldn't be played online. They're all there already anyway, but the broadcast is online. Like, the casters are not there. Doing an online with like all of Pacific, doing an online match would be insane. I just don't know if they're going to be playing on a stage or if they're playing like in their team rooms.
Ascension Jakarta, you are on desk with myself, Megafabs, and Ewok joining us for the first time ever as a broadcast talent. Very exciting stuff. Just among the many exciting things that we're going to see here on Ascension, we are just about to get into Revenant Esports.
I wonder how they'll do it next year with 5 Challenger Leagues. Well, next year I believe it's going to be like Southeast Asia will send X number of representatives, and then like I think they're just changing the pooling. Ewok is still coaching for RRQ. Yes, he's just here as a guest talent for the week.
So they've had a lot of time to prepare are we prepared to see an entirely different Revenant esports coming into this matchup, Ewok?
Yeah, what I'm really curious about is
the real problem is Ascension Pacific and Game Changer Pacific schedule being too close. Well, okay, that also should be resolved more next year, right?
To a little bit of a different role than what he was playing in Split 1, of course.
No, next year they should have enough more time.
Coming in, and then we saw skills taking over.
I mean, this year, listen, schedules for this year were set a long time ago. I'm not saying this year should have been changed, but next year things should change more for sure.
In their back pocket for this match, they've had, as you mentioned, a lot of time. So let's see if there's maybe a little bit different. Is there a different...
Whoa, Bradley. You don't have to watch it. You don't have to watch Game Changers. You don't have to like it, but I would assume that Game Changers players and coaches care about Game Changers, so... And there are other people who watch as well, so, you know, you don't have to... we're not... No one's forcing you to watch it, but you don't have to talk bad about things that you don't like.
To flex around, probably take on the initiator role, probably take on something else, right? I think he brought out the chamber. Like,
and also, I care.
Back, but that's in his pocket too.
To be, I mean, obviously, I don't follow it as closely, but I do care.
And the fact that he's willing to flex around for his team, right? In contrast, though, Synprisa Gaming.
Who do you have winning, Boom or NAOS? Well, that's the third match, but I have Boom winning.
Be too surprised by them in terms of like agent comps.
Have you seen the T1 Academy roster? I feel like I did, and I feel like I can't remember.
Yeah, it does seem like
and I don't know where my phone is.
They tend to play what's kind of comfortable for them in terms of each player on each agent. We saw Margaret.
What did I do with my?
Be
right back. Let me find my phone.
Very curious to see. Do they change that a little bit, right? Or do they stick to their guns, say this is what's been working, we're really confident in that, and we're not going to try and ante maybe too much on the Revenant side? Of course, they've had a lot of time to watch their games, but there could be a lot that have
found it.
Changed from Revenant, right? So it's a little bit hard to anti-strat the opponent if there's been so much downtime.
I am told the matches are offline, but whether they are on a stage or not, we do not know. But all the players are there, so they're in Jakarta. T1's Academy roster is, wait, it was somewhere. Gangpin, DH, Moody, 1010, Exa from NA.
Things can change in a very, very short time, as we've seen.
I'm gonna be honest, like Moody's one of those players where I'm like ready to.
I'm eager to see just how
different. I don't really have hype around him anymore. I don't think he's a bad player. I just, you know, there's plenty of younger players to be hyped up about.
You know, I would think, Ewok, you might agree that, you know,
Gangpin did really well in Challengers Japan though, so that could be cool.
As a player, it is going to bring out little mannerisms.
Do you think we're gonna see Margaret play another Sentinel besides Cypher? I think we need to see him play another Sentinel besides Cypher. Or they have to, like, I mean, they have to change up how they do things a lot more differently. But the thing is that Vice is available, so they could play like double Sentinel with Vice. I could see that.
Some of the players as well, right? We mentioned there's some new talents coming through. There's some veteran talents.
Who is Exa?
So this is the time also when you're looking, if you have a team where you have some players that have a little bit more experience.
Vice is available, but the latest Astra patch should not be. So just the Vice release patch. Oh, he's like an up and coming NA ranked Korean American player. That's cool. I haven't really heard of him, so.
They help the younger players and they help them get comfortable. This is where you need to make sure that the Vice
listen, I'm just gonna tell you, chat. I expected that there would be delays today. I have been told things that have led me to believe even more that we're going to have delays today. And I think that it's just going to be the way it is. So just bear with us. I plan to watch Party all 3 matches, but if we have like really long tech delays, then unfortunately I may not be able to watch Party the last one, which is like the big one. So, but I have to cast tomorrow on the Korean broadcast, so I don't want to drag it out too long. Does Oblivion Force have a chance against Full Sense? To be very honest, not really, I think. Especially because they're coming in with a new player, I think, it sounds like, so.
A given, right? You know, we know what these players are capable of, but how does that translate? How does that energy translate onto this stage?
Exa is a ranked demon, reached #1 NA ranked a while back.
as we've been seeing.
I mean, listen, I love to see teams pick up ranked demons and put them on academy rosters, train them up a little bit, you know, call them up to the main roster every now and then. Like, that's cool. I think Oblivion Force are underrated by the community for sure. I don't think Oblivion Force is bad. It's just that I think if Full Sense loses that match, like, you should lose faith in Full Sense. That's how I see it. It's not that Oblivion Force, I don't think Oblivion Force, like, is bad, but it's also, it's, if you're coming in with a new player and already you didn't have that much, you know, time to, like, grind practice, right? These guys are playing matches while working jobs and stuff, so.
They are high-performance athletes, and they need to perform, and a lot of times...
The Slug Club sends its warm regards. Welcome, welcome. Love to see the Slug Club out here. Over or under 15 delays, like as in like the quantity of delays? Probably not. Probably under 15 delays, but the real question is how long is each one?
But this is where the best players find a way to adapt and go to...
No, not Utah. It's apparently one of the players like couldn't come or something.
Another level, because they know there's so much importance on these matches.
Yo, I'm not Jevy with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for using your Prime on this channel. Appreciate it.
As you mentioned, it's the
I don't know. Someone told me yesterday that they had registered with the change in the roster, but maybe I was mistaken. Actually, I have the, because I'm casting on the Cream Break, I have the rosters they submitted. I don't know what I'm doing not checking that.
Is it safe to say that maybe the players that have come from that tier 1 experience, you know, have already kind of settled into this and are like,
Let's see.
This is business as usual.
Oblivion Force.
Some of the more rookie players that we're expecting here on Ascension.
Yeah, I tend to agree that.
Yeah. Oh, apparently Q is just out of the roster. I don't know what happened there. Does anybody know?
Maybe some anxiety or some stress. I feel like that's very normal.
Yeah, my Prime instead of Sluggy this month. Yeah. Stick it to Sluggy.
That's just a little bit more blood for you to be able to react faster. So it's how
the info that we got is that Q, the original IGL of Oblivion Force, has left the team, and so Chak was added. But there's like no info.
That's the important thing to understand. Don't make it hinder you. Use it to help you.
I mean, even myself, I still
wait, but I don't. Chak wasn't part of the 6-man roster, though, was he? I don't think so. I don't recall his name. To be fair, I only focused on like the starting 5. You're gonna make me read this out, Mr. Shits His Pants 54. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. One-upping Jevy with the tier 1 instead of the Prime. You love to see it.
We actually have a running checklist for Ewok here so that he goes through the entire broadcast experience.
Let's see. Okay. Wait. So it looks like they are playing on a stage. Looks like they're getting set up. Yay! Look at that. Look who it is.
All of these different things, all of these new things that we
old big time from GE.
To experience it as well. But first, turning attention over to Revenant Esports. As we mentioned, there's a lot.
Yeah, no, Chak wasn't one of the players that was originally on the 6-man roster. So I don't know. Apparently, there's a roster change for Oblivion Force. It is not single elim. It is double elim, but it is just pure double elim bracket. So basically, any team you lose twice, you're out. Yeah, that's it. There's no win twice because it's not Swiss. When does it start? It'll start when it starts. Chat, trust me.
Yeah.
I'm not even on the official broadcast, so like I really want this game to start more than anybody else.
In their region,
trust me. Thank you, Trico. Appreciate that.
Doesn't matter which region we're playing against, right? That's what we want to see from them. It's going to be really important in this very first matchup. It could be absolutely huge for them.
Let's go SPG.
Ring the bell, boy, with the SPG shout. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Back for a 3rd month. Appreciate it. Thanks for continuing to use your Prime sub on this channel. Really, really appreciate all the support. Especially even if the games aren't going on. Dude, this guy on your screen right here, Ivy. So like I didn't cover him, but some people, I think it was in the YouTube comments or maybe it was on Reddit, were saying that they think Ivy's the player to watch. I do agree. Like I covered Persia, and then, you know, Margaret for does he change his agents or not, but I actually think Ivy is going to be like the standout player on SPG. He was the MVP for the grand finals, and Like he is so crucial to this team because of how he flexes and just the awareness he has on the agents he can play.
Revenant have made it here fair.
That's Persia.
On a win streak, they've won in their region, and they deserve to be here. So I do think they deserve to be.
Disguise is gonna double duelist to the grand finals and then choke to Okay, so the players, they are playing on a setup. I don't think that's the main stage they're going to be. I don't think that's part of the main stage they're using for the later days, right? Because that's in the arena. But so they do have a separate setup, so they're not just like playing in their own rooms, it seems. So that's good. So they are playing offline, but the broadcast is online. There you go. Hey, all right, near the end of September, Lego TM with a tier 1 sub. Thank you, welcome, appreciate it. Thank you very much. What was your match of the day? Oh, we probably should have done that every day. Today's match of the day would definitely be Boom versus NAOS, I think. But I think Revenant versus SPG is a good shout. I think the first and third game are a good shout. To be very honest, I think all of the matches this Ascension are very exciting for different reasons. Like some of them just because I think they'll be really close. Some of them just because it's like there's a cool story or it's very clashing styles, like Revenant and SPG. So there's definitely some choices, but I think for today, like NAOS versus Boom is like absolutely the match of the day. Riddle, SPG, and Full Sense are favorites. IML. I don't know. I can't get behind Riddle, but then again, like someone had made a comment somewhere about Boom not making it a clean win against Alter Ego when they like didn't have a proper reliable duelist, which is also fair. So like if that argument stays, then I guess maybe I should just rate Boom and Riddle both not as favorites. But I think there's I don't know, Riddle, I just don't see them strong enough to be favorites. Thank you so much for the bits. Ama Yarumi. I didn't want to mess that up. Appreciate it. Oh, off to a great start. You guys are all so lovely. But like, for instance, Full Sense, I've seen comments of people being like, I just don't have faith in Full Sense, which I actually think is founded. I think Full Sense is favorites, but... all right. What else do we want to talk about, chat? This does not have a playoffs, right? Well, this is the playoffs, basically. Yeah, there's no separate playoffs. Deadlock. Get a game of Deadlock in. Listen, I would actually say if you're in a different time zone, it might honestly be worth considering going to sleep and waking up for NAOS versus Boom. But I will also say, chat, I will take this over like repeated tech pauses in game. I will also say that. And as long as this one isn't like, as long as this pause isn't like 3 hours. So. No. Spin was helping Apex. Big Time is helping. Big Time is the one helping Revenant. They are different people. They are the two different coaches that used to coach Global Esports. If I miss a Gigabanger, it's your fault. It turns out like Revenant and Saprissa Gaming just go to quadruple overtime on every map. But yeah, I'll take pre-game tech pauses over mid-game any day of the week. For the players, for the casters, for everyone. Made in Thailand was better than Full Sense. I don't know. I think they were pretty similar. I think either one would have been very strong. Well, Fields is like the coach for Revenant. Fields is the basically the head coach for Revenant. Like Fields was the only coach for Revenant, but we just saw Big Time there on screen, so it seems like Big Time's out there humping him up a little bit. I think a lot of teams have brought in like secondary coaches. Like Saprissa Gaming brought in a strategic coach just for Ascension. They picked up the coach of SLT Songnam just for this tournament. So I think we're seeing that a lot, which I think is good. I think it's good that teams are like, yo, we gotta do, I'll go all in on this. The Thailand format, I agree, was a little weird. The Thailand format was a little weird. Because like that grand finals of split 2 like didn't matter. So I didn't like that either. I think they kind of gave free reign for everyone to just kind of try out their own formats. Like South Asia had an interesting format as well with like 2 cups in split 1, right? So do you think this game will be close? I actually think Revenant and Simprisa Gaming can be close. I think it can be close. So DSG and Riddle own the advantage was a day off before every team. Yes, technically speaking. And if they like continue to win, they play one less match. They have to, if they go on a win streak, they don't need as many games to get to the grand finals. Like that's the only difference. Like once you lose and go to the lower bracket, everyone's in the same pool. I earned a hype chest, chat. Thanks to all of you. What is a hype chest? On Twitch. Button mash emote and golden kappa for 24 hours. Oh yeah, baby. Let's freaking go. Hey, Il Hartson. How's it going? Yeah, it seems like Big Time's out there helping out with Revenant alongside Coach Fields. Good to see. You love to see it. Is it a tech delay? It seems like it, but the game hasn't started, so hopefully it'll get started soon. Well, they can go minimum top 8 too. Yeah, I guess that makes a big difference as well. Are there any clear favorites this tournament? I don't think there's like a singular clear favorite. I think most people agree in like Full Sense and Simprisa Gaming being mostly favorites. I think some people are split between like Boom and Riddle, or you could just say all 4 are favorites, but that's like 4 out of 10, so that doesn't feel great. But I think any 3 out of Simprisa, Full Sense, Boom, and Riddle, I think a lot of people consider favorites. Yeah, Eraser's like actually coaching Rare Atom though, right? Or was he also just for Ascension? Maybe. Do you think this batch of Ascension teams are better than last year's? Overall, yes. I would say so. I think the average of this year's Ascension is stronger than last year's Ascension. I actually think the peak of this year's Ascension might be stronger than last year's Ascension too. But we'll see. That one's. I mean, that's hard to compare, just because like meta's different, and. But I think we have more teams that are a bit more that are a bit fuller, like that are a bit more widespread in their strengths.
I think all just the best of luck to both of these teams. We mentioned some players on both sides. I think we did highlight.
Did map 1 end? Map 1 didn't even start, baby. Also, map 1, if map 1 had ended right now, this would be like the smoothest tournament ever, because it's only been 30 minutes since the broadcast started.
Cast, and then also the highest KD or something like that. He was absolutely amazing, and I'm just excited.
Imagine Juicy and Net both won Ascension for the second time and then get dropped again.
And right now with our predictions.
Don't say that. That's got to be traumatizing. I mean, to be fair, Juicy was dropped, but like, it was because he couldn't play. Quack voting for Revenant. Quack going back to the underdog vote, I guess. Dude can't make up his mind if he's an underdog, if he's an underdog rooter or not. Always goes back and forth. Why are the casters online and not on site? I think they are on site for the last 3 days. I think up to the finals weekend, it's just they're doing the broadcast online. If you're asking why, most likely the real reason is just for money, but because it costs a lot to fly, 8 people out and house them all for like 12 days.
This is by no means this game is just alright, Simprisa's gonna take it, it's going to be easy. That by no means.
Do you happen to know why these early seasons are no for public? I want to support some teams, but we can only pursue for the finals. That is also most likely. That was probably though, because this was changed last minute to Jakarta. I assume that was partly just like they couldn't find a venue within the time frame and within the budget. Because like you can't. Like, even if it's in the hotel, like, you need to make sure you have clearance for it and whatnot, and enough space and whatnot. So probably it is a shame, but wasn't Quack the Great Prophet? No, that was Asarai. Yeah, Asarai was Asarai Al-Gaib. Oh my gosh, it's beginning, chat. I'm not gonna believe it until the pistol round actually happens, but I thought we were gonna be stuck on that screen for a lot longer. I was like, uh-oh, they're trying to buy time. Oh, we got the Aussies to narrate this. I think that's Conky's voice, actually.
Not everyone has what it takes.
Oh, maybe it's Pilsky?
Demands everything. Your time, your energy, your dedication. There are no shortcuts. Sacrifice isn't glamorous. You can't slow down because your opponent won't. Not for the status. Not for the packed out stadiums. You do it for one reason. The love of the game.
Oh, damn.
You battled through every setback, every challenge, every ounce of doubt. You've proven to everyone watching what you've known all along. That you belong at the top. But you aren't the only one. There's always someone right behind you fighting.
They're already painting Boom like the big favorites. I love to see it. Yeah, the disguised jerseys. I was actually curious what the disguised jerseys would look like. Disguised jerseys are kind of nice. Them and Riddle both being like pure yellow is a little confusing, but
okay, if that doesn't get you hyped for Ascension, I have no idea what will. Shout out to Funky, by the way. I
faked you out. Thought we were going right into the game, didn't you? No, I think. Well, we have to do the map draft too. We haven't seen the map draft yet.
Because your opponent won't. That's gonna be me from now on, Ewok. But tell me I'm not crazy, and that's how these teams are feeling right now. Every single word of what was said there, that there's a lot of sacrifice and there are no fallbacks for these teams, especially here on Ascension.
Appreciate it, Sushi. You mentioned that Pacific regions for challengers is changing. Like, I think the Southeast Asian scene is being conglomerated into fewer challenger leagues. I don't remember all the details, but basically it's getting joined, but therefore like Southeast Asia will have more than one representative at Ascension. That's like the bottom line. Is Oceania a part of? Well, Oceania is not part of Southeast Asia. It's just part of Pacific.
I do hope, and I'm sure they're so ready for this.
Yeah, you can.
This guy should have a Turkish team next year if they fail at APAC.
I feel like, with that image,
just see Toast just traveling the world.
Kind of like makes it so real, right? Especially for each of these players, like for example SK Rossi, who already knows.
Calm down, chat. Listen, I get it. It stinks. I don't like it, but if there are issues, there are issues, right? If you want players to play with broken computers, then I mean, you want them to just start the game? I wouldn't. I mean, it sucks, but all right, let's see. Sunset ban. Yeah, SPG left the icebox open. I'm not surprised.
Pretty good for both of these teams, so I'm not too surprised that Lotus has made it in. Of course, Revenant decided the Revenant Sunset.
Icebox is Revenant's pick.
Against SPG, and the Ascent also got respect ban.
Even ban SPG. Abyss banned by Revenant.
Yeah, it is.
And then Lotus.
Very interesting. As we mentioned for these teams, right? For SPG.
Okay, but here's the real question: is do they play Cypher Lock again? Surely SPG does not.
Cypher, and that's going to be like about one of the spiciest.
Surely not.
But looking at this setup,
I think they're in the same room. I think.
Revenant Esports to have something up.
Maybe not. It looked like it. It looked like they were in a V shape, but
that can pull out something random at any one time in this tournament before.
they're not playing on a stage until the finals. Sinprisa, they're playing Cypher Lock, but they're playing the Neon. Okay, so Margaret now on his 605th round in a row in 2024 in official matches on Cypher. Okay, so Cypher Lock, but with Fade Neon. Really? That's a big change. These are big changes for Sinprisa Gaming. Revenant's also going for the Fade.
Very interesting that Rossi decides to start out with the initiator, but I think it's something that
Dude, I cannot believe he has played 605 official rounds of freaking, well, I guess more, right? He's going to play minimum 13 rounds. I can't believe he's playing that many official games in a row of Cypher. That is insane, man. That is insane to me.
Even up until Ascension. It's been
that's so crazy.
Yeah, there's really been a lot of Cypher for him. And to note is that it used to be the Sky.
Yeah, it's the Sky.
And they've gone over to the Fade, which is interesting that they're playing the Fade and the Gecko together now, which is a comp that kind of got really popularized behind it.
I think Sky, I think a lot of people are moving away from the Sky just because it feels so limiting if you're forced to use your util early.
Here on the desk, and I believe we are just about ready to get into Revenant Esports versus Sinprisa Gaming. I gotta ask, would you like to do the toss?
Thank you so much. I would be over the moon to do it.
Yeah. We're gonna do that in just a bit, but I feel like it's encouraging as well, and it's kind of like a.
He's the Cypher prodigy.
Thing too, right? It's
hey, on Twitch, you know what? Let's let you guys have some fun.
All yours.
Thank you very much.
Oh, he got denied.
Thank you very much.
What?
Great job. I mean, like, that's amazing. Like, he had such a big smile while he was doing it as well. So excited. I love the energy. But yeah, that energy just translates straight into this matchup, Pilsky. I mean, this is
find SPG's pick.
From SK Rossi, but at the same time, I mean, he's facing against an opponent that's not easy at all. Sinprisa Gaming, they're pretty strong.
All right, predictions are up on Twitch. Steven Liggy's belly button. Welcome back for the 3 months on the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Dude, Ewok got denied, man. Feels bad.
A lot of that kind of competition in practice, as well as over in the Challengers KR scene, and then over on the South Asian side of things.
Let's see, I'm gonna open up the data sheet that we got.
A good chance for them to prove that they can make it up the top of Asia again.
Yeah, but like the, analysts have mentioned, okay, Ewok and Mika have mentioned, there were a lot of trials and tribulations that a lot of these teams went through, and at the same time, we're wondering how that's really going to face off in this first matchup of the day, right? I mean, Sinprisa Gaming, we've done a little bit of homework, everyone is talking about it, and we love how they play, especially on this map like Bind. They've got that deadlock running.
Yo, what is going on?
But then you look at how
yes, so no, you haven't missed anything. You missed the map draft, I guess, but welcome back. 54 months in a row.
Interesting.
The mod's going strong. Appreciate it. Thank you for the tier 1 sub.
These teams kind of changed some of those things up they were doing in the regular season, and we're already seeing it. First game here, it's something that I was seeing in some of the interviews with Revenant as well.
Dude, why does the Japanese broadcast always get so ahead in any international tournament?
Keen to see what they've come up with, and we've already seen a comp change from both teams on the first map of the series.
They're like always ahead, and Riot like doesn't do anything to control it.
It's a very meta kind of pick, I guess, because you don't.
It's kind of crazy.
To be expended so quickly.
I mean, if there's a lot of tech issues, what I'll probably do is I'll probably switch to the Korean broadcast, but because I do have to listen to what they say as well, since I'll be on the broadcast. But for now, we're gonna watch this.
We have seen them play this against,
Oh, right. No, I think what happens is that the world feed goes out, and then I think everyone else like puts a delay on the actual broadcast to match with the main broadcast, and I think Japan just doesn't. But I guess maybe they just don't care because not enough people will be watching that away from the English broadcast. But anyway, we have Revenant on attack.
A lot of reps in Challenger's career against some quality opposition.
And I also like, if we can help it, I obviously don't want to ignore the English casters. So as an English caster, like I wouldn't want people to just tune out from if I'm casting just because it's on a watch party. Do let me know if the audio balance is kind of whack. But anyway.
Come into a lot of different pools. You've seen the popularization.
Talent is remote for the beginning portion. Yes.
You saw M80 and some of the American
top 4, yeah.
Their challenges scene, and even I was watching Apex runner in EMEA Ascension to some great success. So
and the timer's paused. That is correct.
The Asian flavor of that over here for SPG and
it's going. It's counting down. It's counting down, chat. We're about to hear the first shots of VCT Ascension Pacific 2024. It's gonna be insane. Okay.
Yeah, especially in this meta, and who better to play it other than Danby, of course. I mean, we've been talking about him. The desk was talking about him, and he's one of those players who has incredible movement on the agent. But we are already kicking things off.
So both teams preferring the fade over the sky. That's something to note.
Slowly approaching its sight.
Yeah, you can see working their way through bathrooms, setting up this A-split straight away.
I mean, this toxic screen makes it very clear that there's a high likelihood of a shower hit. So Simprisa Gaming's reading that because it's this is ideally meant for a hit onto triple, and then they're gonna go for a re-clear. You love to see that as well. Oh, they're committed though. Yeah. Simprisa overcommitted to that. So already we're seeing a bit of the issue with this composition from Simprisa is that if they go aggressive, they actually don't have that much util to like for an extended fight, right? If the first piece of util doesn't hit, you don't really have good follow-up except for the fade. So that's something that they'll have to watch out for. Simprisa has to be aware of that.
For that bathroom's control, and they just anticipated the reaction out of SPG and punished them as soon as they went aggressive.
That's right, Philsky. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we're seeing from Revenant now. Coming in from
interesting that Skills and Paradox switched roles. Also,
South Asian Valorant, SK Rossi, he used to be on that jet so many times. Often being quite aggressive, but
yeah, Dawson and Sultan both playing the double controller.
Especially for Split 2, is they have their new coach Fields, and he has kind of tempered that aggression, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's something that they've said they're working on. A
Jeez.
Straight out of hookah. Skills definitely not ready for that, and that's going to be a gun hitting the floor already. In the meanwhile, you can see the speed up here for Revenant.
Just a quick brim smoke to see if they slow down. It doesn't slow them down, but
trying to hold on to some control of Google.
There's a little spy cam as well, and he definitely gets the information. The incredible stun coming in from his teammates as well. So that's
this is
be one pickup. However,
actually doable for SPG, but the Outlaw has massive value. Nobody has armor. SK Rossi, he does not give a damn about the Prowler, which is how he had to play that. He had to play that without a single care for the Prowler because you needed to make sure that you got the kills. That was really good from Rossi. I mean, you lose a little bit, but it was very good from Rossi.
Definitely made a little bit of a mess in the early to mid round there. Already seeing Rossi straight on the Outlaw multiple times here, and that's something that we've kind of mentioned.
That was a good hold.
Initiator role in Split 1. He's moved it over towards a Jet and playing a lot of Gecko, but sort of something-esque in terms of bringing that scoped weaponry to the table in that role, and already in the bonus.
SK Rossi has been playing the Gecko. He's mostly been playing Jet and then switches to the Gecko when they're playing on Raze maps.
And that's just something that we have to keep our eyes on.
He's kind not really a true flex, but like a Jet. He's their opper, really. That's the best way to put it. That's what it feels like.
they will be able to tag Francis down at 10 HP.
Dude, Simprisa is getting...
Just kind of hold their ground.
So I think Revenant already has a good read on this composition from Simprisa that they need to play contact, otherwise they have no information on defense. And so Revenant's putting a lot of pressure early. They're getting early tags. They've tagged someone down early every single round so far, and then they draw out the early util as well. So now that that's gone, you can still do a late rotate around the 30-second mark because the wall will just naturally dissipate. I think the Prowler spotted Sultan. Oh, maybe not. Oh, I don't think it did.
It's a bit of a roadblock for Revenant to say the
Yep,
least,
now they heard the TP and Sultan has B main re-cleared. Oh, that's bad. Oh, and Francis was low anyway, so he's done. I don't think he knows that Sultan's already here. Yeah.
Out towards elbow though, Sultan marks him down, and that's gonna be a snake bite, just trying to block things off as well. Danby trying to set up for it, but here comes a suppressive fire. A shot through the smoke. Ivy goes down. Head's cracked. It's all down.
The ace from Sultan. Woohoo!
Ace in round 3.
Damn, dude.
On 1 day's notice.
Yeah, his cam is gone.
From, you know, his fellow countryman in DOS9 comes into
No, Sultan's very good. But I think Sultan's like very consistently good for this team.
One of the biggest impact rounds that you can win in a matchup like this, and he's going to ace against SPG, one of the strongest teams in the competition.
Yeah, it turns out Forsaken's ban has been lifted by Valve, and he's just transformed into Sultan. He's here.
Imagine the whole conversation going, you know, with the Revenant manager, and Dawson's like, all right, who do you think we should pick up?
Dude, that that second kill.
Oh, man. What I was thinking.
That's woof.
Awesome.
It's so insane though, and like it's great to see these talents coming out of Kazakhstan. It's a region that, you know, it has a bit of a history in tactical.
Yeah, early ace for Ascension. Dude, we'll see what this plays like on attack, but
region sometimes grouped into these Asian tournaments back in, you know, like
this comp struggles. This comp struggles on defense. The only saving grace is that you do have a Cypher and Deadlock, but I've always said that I don't think Cypher Lock shines on defense. I think you just get by. It makes defense simpler, but it doesn't actually make it a good defense. And I think they're relying on that. I think they're relying on going harder in the paint on attack. Because I think basically what they're banking on is like Neon pushing people out and then the Fade gaining extra space, so you're just getting into the site and then you set up your post plant with the Cypher and the Deadlock. I think that's the idea. Whereas the Raze and Sky, if you don't get tags on your util, it's not as certain, right? Whereas I think Neon and Fade are better at, like, even if you don't get frags, I think Neon and Fade are probably better at pushing people out. So I think that's the idea, but it's most likely, it was most likely a cam fix, I would assume.
If Revenant keeps up this pace of pressure,
they used to play with the Raze. Simprisa used to play with the Raze. They used to play with Raze Sky, but if they switched here, I think it's, for one, it's Dombi's Neon is very good, but I think it's about guaranteeing more space, like, and getting them reach into the post plant on the attack. I think that's the idea, but the defense is much tougher because Raze actually has decent stall util. I think the Fade, I mean, it's fine over the Sky, but obviously no flashes either. But yeah, Simprisa Gaming is the Korean rep. Oh, they used to have the regions listed here, no, in the past.
I think it was a tech. I don't think I saw the full-on timeout.
Here, they're
regardless of what it was,
they are
you can see that
Korea and South Asia.
In the early part of the round,
that's really tiny. You probably can't see that. Gonna erase it. Oh! Didn't get the first kill. It's so broken. The quality's so broken. Anyway.
Tries to spray it down. Ivy gonna be good for the refrag, but there's still so much more work to be done. DOS9 still undeterred, continuing to swing out a quad kill.
Dude, 4-0 lead.
Is not slowing down.
That was just cookie cutter from Revenant, spreading the map, holding for aggression.
Yeah, seems like maybe it's a bit rate thing.
Have too much unfair info or try to cut any corners, take any.
Revenant has a lot of like Sultan and Dust9 are very, very powerful, and then I think Paradox and SK. I think Paradox is like a good system player. I think Rossi can obviously pop off when he pops off, and then Sultan and Dust9 are very good. But the reason I've highlighted Dust9 in my video is because I think Sultan's always consistent, whereas Dust9 not as much, just like given the firepower. But obviously today that's different. This is the YouTube stream. I can't watch stuff on Twitch anymore because the max I can get is 720 because I live in Korea. But I don't think they set up their YouTube, because YouTube you have to be much more specific about your bitrate and everything, and I don't think they quite did that. I was hoping that the Africa TV one would be open, but listen, if it gets really bad, I'll probably just switch to the Korean broadcast for Africa TV.
Painful loss. That was the operator and the Thrash just immediately eliminated from the equation.
Am I nervous because SPG looks mid? I mean, listen, I'm like barely biased for them, but I don't quite care whoever wins. I do think it's a better story if SPG doesn't win Ascension. It's just that I followed them throughout Challengers Korea, so that's why I root for them a little bit. But I mean, we're 4 rounds into a tournament. If you think someone looks mid because they're 4 rounds into a tournament, that's insane. I do have questions about this comp, but they also they've played very all-in like comps before and then proven that it works. So I'm willing to hold the benefit of the doubt. Great entry from Paradox though.
Danby has to do it all on his own. 1-on-2, not impossible. He has so much utility. And all he's got to do is just take down the first opponent. A couple of shots fire through. And now
oh, dude, Danby purposely tries to slide past that so he doesn't get bounced out. Nice shot from Paradox. Yeah, I mean, Revenant's playing in like top form, I would say right now, and SPG definitely isn't playing in top form, even just in terms of firefights. But we'll see.
Investing that Thrash early on, you could see what they wanted to go for. Disruptive smoke into Hookah in combination with the Prowler to clear that space and put pressure on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, that one was a real Revenant like won that round. Like that one looked like a round where SPG should have been able to pull it out.
That is the ultimate strength of bind. You keep your options open. You get those aggressive.
I mean, I don't know if it's. I don't know. I wouldn't quite say it's land jitters because SPG actually played on land the whole year. Well, for all of Split 2. But obviously, like the travels and I don't know, like going through whatever tech issues they had. Who knows what that was? I think it was probably on both sides, but because it looked like it, they had people setting up on both sides. So I'm not saying that they're at a disadvantage in terms of like setup, but it could be something that they're also just not quite used to. But I also just think it's just this comp is very weak on defense, and Revenant's reading it very well. Like I would give credit to Revenant. I would give credit, and I think some Priest is kind of paying for going for a bit more of an all-in switch on their composition on the very first map of the tournament.
SPG needs to be aware of this, and you can see they're looking for info with the Prowlers yet again. They've cleared out the middle of the map.
The sound's getting distorted.
Need to make sure they don't get caught in transition. Revenant are grouping up for this B site here. SPG, despite
I would say that if SPG can get 3, they're still okay, but I don't even know if they'll get 3 in this half the way that Revenant's playing. Francis, you just have to stay in Hookah. You just have to hold Hookah. That's the only option you have. And then the rest of the team needs to make sure that they clear elbow, which Revenant's dude, he gets the collat on window. Oh my god. Damn. And Revenant was smart about pushing elbow. Revenant's actually playing very, very smart. Revenant's playing very well. Like, not just the shots. I mean, the shots are really good too. Like, that helps. But I think they're setting themselves up really well. I think Revenant's playing really well, actually.
And they cannot get around on defense to save their lives. It's not going well for them. Ops come out. All the ults are online. No excuses here in towards this gun round. On the side of Revenant, though, an orbital and a pit could definitely be great.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did their homework on SPG itself. I think they correctly are assessing the weakness of this change in this composition. It's like even weaker on defense, I think. Danby does have an op now, but he's on his own. Right? Like, because of this, because they have no info, they can't set up Danby for success. Like, if you have a raise, you can set him up for success, and he can stall enough on his own. And something that SPG is trying to do is they're trying to make sure that Margaret's not on his own all the time, because that used to be their weakness. But that means that Dombi's not able to get, like, you can't utilize the fade to set up Dombi or like a triple stack. Because with the Sky, what you could do is you could do like a long range setup, and then the Sky could rotate over, and then the Raze could also just be on their own a bit safer. I think Raze is a bit safer on their own compared to Neon. In close range at least. But the setups are very weak right now for Simprisa.
And that could be the tell as well. Prowler alongside that spy cam.
It's a very weak defensive comp. I think it's a pretty good attacking composition, but we'll have to wait and see. We don't even know if we'll get enough chances for Simprisa to show what they've cooked up on attack.
Staying around the A side in case there's any sneaky business from Revenant. But here comes a bit of a peek. It's gonna be SK Rock.
Dude, you double contact play, you don't get blasted immediately, and you still don't get the kills? Simprisa is... Oh, the Simprisa's not playing well for sure.
And here comes the pit. The ultimates have been spent.
Now you have to save.
Heavy investment on that operator. SPG are gonna save.
I mean, I hate to say it, but SPG are getting dominated.
Well, they've been playing Deadlock. They've been playing No Viper. They've played Cypher Deadlock the entire year with just the Brimstone. And it has its weaknesses, but they were very good at piloting it. But they had a very, very clear system, and Margaret basically being solo on Showers the entire time, and the Sky getting info on B-Long initially, and then the Deadlock setting up here or here. And then the Deadlock and the Sky would basically help Dombi on the race set up somewhere either on A short or B main. Good hunt from Revenant. It's just that by the end it got red, and so eventually they lost their bind actually, and so they came in with a comp change, but they're still sticking with the Cypher lock. So it's like, and now you're going all in on the attacking side with Neon Fade, which in theory I get, but can you even get there? You're freaking down 0-7, no timeout either.
This is not a result that we were expecting so far, but you can feel and see the pressure that Revenant are creating.
Oh, for sure. And definitely have to give credit to Fields. Someone who's played a little bit in the European scene, coached some of these challenger teams.
Well, I think probably what they have is, again, the Raze net combos were pretty good, but I think the idea here is that you can still have the mollies, but with the Neon you have even better ways to push people out. Like Neon and Fade 100% pushes people out into your grav nets. So again, on attack, like, it's good. I think it has legs. I think it's all in, but I think it has legs, but... Oh, dude, if SK Rossi had turned around and got that kill with the Sheriff, that would have been sick.
It was a bit of a crunch, and with that,
good crunch, though.
It's all down to Sultan. He did get the ace in round 3. Is he going to be able to bring us...
Sultan should have heard the TP. His cam's still not fixed.
Slicing the pie, just making sure that everything has been marked. There is that barrier mesh from Ivy as well, though, so it's not going to be easy for him to break through without making a sound.
Oof, nice swing. Did he hear the TP? Surely. Margaret's trying to bait him in. He's trying to bait him in to get into the spike, and then Dombi comes out with the judge, but...
For more damage here.
Good stun.
Excellent stuff from Dombi. Great movement. That's what you want to see from Neon.
And they're ditching the ops, okay. So Dombi doesn't want to op, which I think is good, because if you're on a Neon, if you're going to op, you need someone to set you up. Because you only have that one relay bolt.
TP crunch works out beautifully for them. You've seen them play that B-long position in combination with the deadlock util that they invest over on that side of the map for exactly that reason. Any team that wants to go for this bathrooms control is just going to get crunched super hard with multiple players just pincering you from both sides.
And at the very least, also kind of expending ultimates.
Revenant's crushing it right now.
Plays from Simprisa Gaming strat book, so Revenant now very aware of it, thinking twice about the bathrooms approach. They are playing with a lot more respect around the space.
Look at that. Paint shells dodged by Margaret.
Okay, so now this is just a classic, like, all Sentinel setup from SPG. Paradox somehow gets over all of it. And gets a nice kill with the showstopper. Spike down, though. 2v3. You do have the Annihilation. Ivy had to not get tagged there. Because you can use the Annihilation to at least funnel people out. They have no idea where Sultan is. They're scared of that. Dude, nice check from Dombi. They still don't, now they know where Sultan is, but he's just gonna chase. Oh, no way! Oh! Dude, that jump into the TP was sick.
SPG just slowly but surely working their way into this.
Dude, I cannot believe he chased that.
To great success a couple of times already.
Oh my god. The movement, dude, Dombi's Neon is good. I mean, Revenant's playing very well. Overall, they're still looking like the absolute better team right now, but Dombi's Neon is good. Dude, this micro jump slide, along with the stutters on the replay machine.
That's what Danby does. Although we have seen SK Ronzi's impact with an operator, Danby still has the versatility to come in with that movement, and hopefully he can start.
Okay, so now they should get 3. They're getting warmed up. They should get 3 minimum, which I think is fine. I think Revenant should still be able to get at least 8 on the half. Because Revenants, I would say they've actually had an easier time than they probably predicted in the first part of this half, where they didn't have to check as much for the util setup. So now, as long as they calm down and get patient and just kind of fish out info on where the Sentinel util is, they should be okay. Persia, yeah, he just needs to bail. And then you can still hold this. It's a triple here, so you could do a wraparound if you wanted. Right, you could do something here, but they're just gonna stop the entry.
Spike is way too far in no man's
All
land.
down to Sultan.
That's a really tough position.
Oh, they can't give him. Okay, now that they know where he is, they can't give him these 1v1s. Dude, he's so aware. Sultan's so aware, but he's not aware that Margaret is a judge, so he's not going to peek. So now they know. Now they know he hasn't come in here. He's not here, so he has to be main. So Dombi's ready for it, and Dombi's just going to TP out. Yep, I think that's fine. Play for your life.
4 guns up here for SPG. Orbital gets online after that kill as well, and they're making a great resurgence into this game of blind here.
No, 4 is very doable. I think 3 is the minimum they needed just because of the pistol and how the pistol goes. But I think SPG is definitely much more attack-sided. That doesn't mean that I think they'll cruise through the attack. I just think it's much stronger. They have more versatility on the attack.
They're rotating a lot better. They're trusting the info they're getting. I feel like before they had these.
There's a timeout from Revenant. I think they can play it slower. I think they can play it slower. I think they can fish out for info. I think they can. They have a raise, so they could actually try to figure out where the setups are, break the util so that SPG can't stack. Because that's something that SPG, any team with a double sentinel should be doing, is if you stack the util on one side, you stack the other side with members. So you destroy that, force the rotate, and then Revenant can then go in. Double sentinel, yes, but deadlock is not a like if it was Killjoy Cypher, then yes, it's more defense sided than attack. But I would say that's just a bad composition, because here's the thing: is that sentinels are great at getting passive info and doing set play or trap plays on defense, but they don't really have anything else to do really big trap plays with. Deadlock can do a little bit, but it takes a lot of investment. But the same applies when you're in a post plant, right? So if you can get the spike down, you're now defending the site. But now if you get the spike down on the post plant, you actually know exactly where they're coming from, whereas on defense, you have no idea where they're coming from. So that's the big difference. And Deadlock's not bad at pushing people out with the GravNet, and then that's why they go all in on the Neon Fade. I think that's why they made the big switch from the Rays in the Sky, because Neon and Fade are both very good at pushing people back. You don't necessarily have to get the frags, but you push people back, and then you set up everything in the post plant. So, and then Cypher is still very self-sufficient for watching lurks on his own.
An event like Ascension, a tournament like Ascension.
Is Vice playable in this tourney? As far as I am aware, yes. But it's not the latest patch, not the Astra 5 stars.
You've got to ascend to greatness, and you have to find ways to adjust
or the chamber buff. I haven't actually played enough chamber to really feel. Oh, no audio.
punch. It's a set play off the bat, completely.
We still have music, but it's okay. The game's going on. That's what's important. All right, there we go. Now we're back. So I think basically Simprisa reads the same thing, right? In this timeout, they say, okay, Revenant's probably going to try to play it slow, try to see if the setups are here, because they haven't set up. This is the first time that Simprisa Gaming has stacked their defense util on B, so they go aggressive on A. And you trade 1 for 2. That's not bad, especially since you have all this util now. So even losing out the fade is not a big deal because you can just stack 3 on one site.
3 players in a hard crossfire here.
Ivy just needs to make sure he doesn't get one tapped. I don't know if he can guarantee that. Oh, well, okay. So yep, there you go. Now they're all grav netted. I don't know about that peek out. I would have rather liked Persia and Dambi just double pinching from the other side, but this is Paradox has to know where Margaret's coming from.
And he is gambling a little bit with this.
Oh, the timing from Margaret.
Takes him down with a clean headshot. Simprisa on to perhaps close out this first half with a 5-7.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Are you following roster mania a little bit? I mean, since Ascension's still going on, I haven't been really paying too much attention. I read the headlines, but the rumors I'm not digging too deep into.
The other team's coach input. You're giving the other team's coach a chance to kind of try to stay one step ahead, and there are certain
okay, if it gets 5-7, I would get concerned for Revenant. But they don't have great buys, so but they do have the Thrash, which is big against the Double Sentinel. Yep. Get the initial. Oh, they were ready for it. Oh, this is massive. Oh, how does he live? Damn, dude, the cover from Ivy is massive on that. I actually thought Dambi was about to overheat, man. I thought it was going to turn into an excellent bait from Revenant. Holy. The cover from Ivy to draw extra fire. Damn, dude. That feels bad. And here's the thing is that there's no flashes here. So I know the Gravnet came out and I know the wall came out, but like I don't know what else Revenant was like. It felt like they were all trying to create distance from the Neon rather than just SK Rossi backing out and everyone else was looking to fight. Seemed like there was maybe a bit of a comms issue there. It's all down to skills. Nightfall deployed, and I mean, Dambi's feeling it though, which is a little concerning for Revenant. I mean, we gotta really do a language check, right? Like, I get why people would say that this is a choke, but it's also not a choke. But at this point, like, if you're ever winning and then losing, everyone just says it's a choke, which is like, now that just ruins the word because it has no impact. So I would not consider this a choke.
As for skills, though, he's having a rougher game. And
I don't think, is there an English Africa stream? It wasn't online when I checked in on it, but. Uh-oh. I think my nails are breaking. Chat. Maybe I'm malnutrition. I think it actually is, though. Nope, it's fine.
It's always a little bit.
Yeah, it's like people are like, well, he's trolling, and it's like, well,
when you're playing against,
I mean, he's not really, but.
I mean, back in South Asian challenger scene, they might have been able to do this against.
Yeah, I think the only thing that bothers me is like, regardless of like who's casting, again, like I don't want to undermine the English casters since I also cast in English, but also because it's an online broadcast, like the audio quality is very varied between all the different talent. So that's the one part where I'm like, I might switch to the Korean broadcast because we're doing it from a studio. It's obviously we're still taking the feed, but shall we consider this a barf instead of a choke? They barfed the game. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a barf. That was a barf. They barfed the game. YouTube always coming in clutch.
things like that and do some kind of more stacky plays really started to work out for them, and they really started to adapt to Revenant's pacing. I was kind of talking about it in the half buys, but even some of those...
The replays are getting stutters, but that's probably the same on the Korean broadcast, because that's probably just what's being fed from the production. Hey, but chat, honestly, listen, I'm not saying it's excusable. Oh, they're taking this time to fix Sultan's cam. I'm not saying it's excusable, and hopefully it gets fixed, but, like, I'll take this over being paused, you know what I mean? I'll take this over being paused, and hopefully it gets fixed tomorrow. As long as it gets fixed tomorrow, or like the next game or whatever, like, I'll take it. I'll take it.
When they start to trust in the information that they're gathering, I think that's one of the main things that we talked about. It's the fact that we've got this new, these new agents coming in. Previously, they might have played with the Sky. This time,
what would you consider a choke?
The Prowler versus the Guiding Light. The range on that
I mean, I think you also have to look at how the rounds played out. But I would say if you were like, if it's like 11-4 or 12-4, right? Where like you could literally just be going to one site every round, and by probability you should be winning the game, and you still don't. Then I would say that's it's kind of a choke, but it's more about the rounds, right? If the other team just has hard reads on you, I don't know if you're really choking it. But if you are like, if you were in a 3 versus 1, like 4 of those rounds, and you still lost to a clutch because you like kept going out individually, then I would say that's a choke, right? Because like something happened where mentally you are breaking down, and Domby's mad, bro. Oh, the caster audio got decreased. I think overall the mainstream audio has gotten decreased. Never mind, it's the casters, because the game sound got louder when I bumped up the volume.
Over the site just because he's got that high grip, just because he's sprinting. And then another sky smoke now, just to block off further angles. You're gonna have to think
Yep. So now the angles are much smaller that they would be coming in from. Dude, and the molly. Domby's just going in for check right before the timer. They do have time though. Okay, yep. There's the C's. Welcome, welcome.
Just continuing that momentum from the 5-round streak in the first half, continuing to dish out the pain to Revenant.
I mean, SPG definitely recovered, but again, this is why I wasn't too concerned. I think Revenant was playing well. Listen, I don't want to take anything away from Revenant on the 7-round win streak. I think that's all credit to Revenant, but I think Simprisa was also like this comp is not good on the defense. Revenant had a good read on it from the beginning, and I think Simprisa was trying, like, they didn't really figure out the solution until much later, and then they were also getting better warmed up. This doesn't mean that I think Simprisa is just automatically going to win. I think now, right? So now it's Revenant's turn to figure it out, like the next couple of steps.
That's kind of what the Korean teams are known to do as well. They're just so
Double Guardian,
and able to
Bulldog.
coordinated plays, right, Pilsky? Revenant, on the other hand, I mean,
Dude, and good ults. Good ults to be stacking towards, right? Great ults to be stacking towards, quite frankly, with this comp.
by a lot of these set executes.
Yeah, well,
So just a little bit of fake to pull, but Revenant they don't budge at all. Like the idea here is that the Viper's just going to stall on their own, and if they're wrong on the gamble, then they're wrong. But also SPG, they're not going to go into lamps blindly. So now they know. Okay, so now they know that it's a stack here. You should just create some distance. I don't know if you really need to go into lamps. I don't know why you would go into lamps, SPG. Why are you going to lamps?
Able to make it happen, but
Stop it!
The Bulldog, it's gonna be Francis who takes a chunk out of him instead.
Dude, Francis, what are we doing here? Why are we
going? It's gonna be the Bulldog now picked up, and of course, Simprisa being.
Why are we getting obsessed with lamps with the Guardian, man? What is going on, my friend?
With the defuse onto the spike.
Oh, the molly saves it, but
here comes Persia, able to shut him
holy
down.
Man!
Dropped away from Simprisa, but they get the win tied up nonetheless.
Like just Persia wrapping around the showers. You have the long range guns. That's all you needed, man. You had the molly.
in Challenger's career, But actually something that I want to highlight, he wins a quarter of his clutches from a massive sample size of like over 100 rounds, which is insane consistency. Like we're talking across the whole season.
Well, that was a hoot. That was a hoot.
A pretty massive landmine for
I mean,
SPG
yeah,
there,
this
getting
is
eco
now
participants.
you've basically given up the chance to take the lead with Simprisa, because it could have been a good bonus if you kept your guns, but
Another amazing thing
they'll buy up a Vandal, so you still have a shot. But okay, so Margaret doing his thing solo. Revenant's not taking any risk right now because it's their first buy round, but eventually I would love to see Revenant like hard pressuring Margaret in showers, because like that almost never changes for Simprisa on the attack. Okay, Margaret's not that crispy right now, so he's not going to be able to battle all the way through.
Yeah, I mean,
but he's also being much more proactive than he usually is. Usually he'll just wait for a timing to push in. He's actually just going to keep his distance and not let them know. So I think he's using the fact that his general tendency is to slow lurk back into the site to try to keep Revenant tied up, but they don't care at all. They're just going for the fast rotate. But Francis is just, yeah, he's just going to spray in with the Phantom. And now the deadlock's set up. The Cypher's already here. You've got both of these to watch your back. So the only thing you don't have covered is elbow. See if anyone's going to watch for that. Nobody yet. Great distractions from skills so far. But now they know. Well, they know, but they don't have great coverage of it. Okay, well, he had the cam. I think you have to save at this point, just with the time, because this is your first buy round. It feels bad, but
difficult for Revenant to find anything whatsoever. Bit of information, and of course a subsequent peek. Paradox able to take out another, but here comes Francis.
Unfortunate.
All the way through elbow in all that time.
This is nightmare stations for Revenant. Oh my god. They were 7.
I don't know how Francis got a 3K there in the site.
And look at that timeline now for Simprisa.
But it was kind of 1 by 1.
Bonus, just like Revenant did.
Yeah, so now dropping those guns didn't matter, because that was a
this matchup and picking up a handful of guns after what was a shaky anti.
Oh, dude, he just picked. Oh,
here.
It's just really difficult.
The sheriff kill.
I mean, especially with the bonus loss. Now you're
yeah, I mean, Francis should have been shut down there on that snake bite. I mean, even up to the double is okay, but Sultan dying is what really put the nail in the coffin there. the never-ending philosophical question of what is a choke. Valorant philosophy 101.
They love to get in your face, and Sultan, he's already found a sheriff shot, continuing to push the issue against Persia, but going to be forced off the line and have to TP while SPG takes the B side.
Does SPG just go into B? I don't know if they do. I mean, I guess you are watching your back with the tripwire, so I guess they do, but... Oh, that's a good relay bolt. I think Dombey didn't expect them to just keep pushing out, but either way, it's the double for Persia. So the trip was broken, so Margaret now has to be careful of his back. So the position's not actually that great, right? Because no one's covering elbow either. You have the weaponry, but... And Persia can't get out, and he has orbital strike, so... Yeah, because now you don't know if they've wrapped around. Like, this is actually really bad positioning for SPG. Oh, and he can't shoot the wingman from here. Good retake from Revenant. Dude, killing the trip and then going all the way back around. That was a good call from Paradox.
Drag Revenant by their bootstraps through this matchup with nothing but a sheriff and armor in that round. Finds the initial pick. Forced off the line, forced to
21 and 10 for Sultan, man. Dude is just cruising through this game.
With a thrifty win there.
Are SPG all rookies? No, three of them used to play on Shadow Corp. And then Persia has played a little bit here and there. Nobody's played on the tier 1 team though.
This is where some reset potential starts to come in for Revenant here.
Absolutely right. And if Revenant does pick up the win, I'm going to say it's thanks to Sultan. I mean, again, source...
Oh, 100%. I mean, Sultan has gotten them rounds secured a lot. Just a very... Oh. Wait, what? Wasn't he clear in the beginning? Maybe not. I think maybe he thought he was clear. Maybe he thought the same thing as me. Maybe he thought he was right at the edge and then he wasn't. Great kill from Dust9 though. So Simprisa now needs to get a kill, but now both of their positions have been revealed, so this is not great. Margaret needs to win these duels. Oh, Persia, you are spotted. He could not kill that Prowler.
And of course, Revenant comes back into the game.
Thanks, Mateo. Appreciate it.
By SPG, the Prowler into the
No, I knew the net went down, but I thought the orbital strike didn't quite cover this corner. I thought it was more in here, but I might have mistaken that. It was meant to be a combo with the grav net. Oh, I guess it did go all the way to the corner. I guess he put it perfectly down. Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised Simprisa's just like not. But I've said this before. Simprisa actually calls really late timeouts.
Revenant takes full advantage.
They call really late timeouts. Like to the point where it's almost concerning, but then when they do call timeouts, it's really good. I mean, what do you say to a round like that?
And of course, in with the mural theft as well. Dambi is just waiting for them to peek out against him. Of course,
I mean, this is just...
Revenant's not quite going to give up all too easy. Even though they might have a little bit of...
You know what the worst part about this round is that I'm fairly certain Revenant was somewhat aware of the possibility, given the economy and the Neon ult. And they still just got blasted. I didn't quite catch all the util though. We switched into the POVs a little late, but
he's in U-Haul 3 seconds into the round before you can even think.
You just gotta love this, Pilsky. I mean,
Op comes out for Rossi. Really? Is this the round? If they lose it, it's a 10-9. Yeah, I guess so. I guess this is a round to all in on. I think the part of it is that it is kind of like the mini boo effect, where you're like, even as a Neon, you expect him to stop at some point, and he just never does.
When Dambi gets going, he really gets going.
So Poison Cloud already loses its impact because they're able to already push through, and Sultan's not able to keep that locked down. Now he's stuck here. Gets a little greedy. Revenant's committed to this. They have to fight it out now, and Dambi knows that, so he just pushes through. I think this is fine for SPG because their goal was to just take out the op. But we'll see if they can still battle through it. Because you still have decent util. Well, the nades were just used, but you still have the molly. You still have another smoke for DOS9. It's not bad for Revenant. DOS9 couldn't come through, though. But, ooh, just in time. Good cover from DOS9, just in time.
It's the 10th win, reaching double digits for Revenant Esports.
Yeah, I think they've all kind of had their moments here so far, Quack, but I think it's Paradox in these last couple of rounds that's had some massive plays for Revenant. Massive response to the short A hit that you saw before with the paint shell showstopper in this round.
Yeah, Paradox is actually getting some big frags today. Usually I feel like Paradox he does his job, but today I think Paradox is getting some big frags.
Often quite strong to have your Rays in that rotation role just to be able to flood into the site with the satchels and
I mean, it's the first match after it's been so long since any of these teams have played. So I'm not surprised, because a lot of the data you have is somewhat irrelevant. Yeah, you can read patterns and such, but the meta has changed. They probably changed a ton. Ooh, see, so SPG does this a lot, right? The Annihilation plus the Molly plus other util, they'll all in util, because again, the idea is with this composition is we just need to get into the site, then we can hold. As long as we're equal in number or higher, we can hold as long as we have other util, the Sentinel util. So they will dump everything to get into the site to get one kill. Sometimes it feels like it's overkill, but I think it's just a very good understanding of their composition. Because they'll do things like the Gravnet Orbital Strike on top of in the olden days, on top of a Guiding Light plus the Trailblazer, and it's wow, all of that for one part of the map, and it's well, as long as they get into the site, they think they can win the round.
A few times, but the fade ult with the brim molly to stop people from flooding in or out of the site, and hit by the fade ult. I don't think Sultan can hear that at all. He dies for free. It's the ultimate, you know, Project A is about shooting.
It is a wild. Dude, you know what's really wild is that. Wait, SPG used the timeout?
You can't even get out of the site to try and play safe for the retake.
Did they use the timeout in the first half?
While getting hit by a fade ult, so
can't remember.
for Sultan.
But what is crazy is that Revenant's burning both of their timeouts already.
The press so much. You could see it when we're on.
Oh, it was after the Sultan ace. Okay, yeah.
He's flying through the air, circle jumping with a judge at him. Not something that you can hit. You got a fade prowler coming at you as well. These executes are just,
it was just really early. You're right.
The way that they take map control and run at you in these multiple waves of like coordinated util and good spacing. So Revenant, it just doesn't seem to have that much of an answer for that right now, outside of maybe Paradox with some good multi-frags and positioning.
Got the staircase KDA.
They need to be able to find a different answer.
It's tough. I mean, it's
and 15 assists is also wild.
Led by skills, of course, but at the same time, you've got these two mercenaries from Kazakhstan, SK Rossi, the Prince of Indian Valorant. He's bringing
SK Rossi is solo peeking a lot. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, on the op, I think it's so, you know, that's kind of the role he's been given. I think it's also, but I think it's partly like this time, listen, that's something I used to harp on for SK Rossi. That's something he needed to fix. And he still makes that mistake every now and then, but I think it's gotten cleaned up a lot watching his games in South Asia. But what I would say right now is I think Simprisa Gaming's forcing that bad habit out of him, right? So I think that's a forced error just because of the tempo.
Yeah, it's a rough game so far for skills, which is actually the same.
But we'll see. Like, if it continues to pop up in all of their maps, then it's like, okay, well, now you've reverted to your bad habit. But
can definitely find ways to win. You can see the impact that he's having in terms of assists, you know, on the fade as the IGL.
Francis has impact rounds, yes. He's also the IGL. But like Francis and Ivy, I think, have big impact rounds. I think Francis and Ivy have big impact rounds. But Ivy is mostly more quiet. Like, it's how he assists or how he covers. Whereas Francis just like has rounds that he just like clutches up on.
It's a rough one to be throwing down because going into a half bite.
My favorite. All right, chat. Do you prefer tactical pauses into tech pauses or tech pauses into tactical pauses? Do you prefer your tech pause before or after your timeout?
Keep enough money to buy into round 22.
Tech into tac. There is a correct answer here, by the way. There is a correct answer here. And it is exactly what Komodo said. It's tech into tac, because then you know once the tactical pause happens that you're getting into game.
Meanwhile, I mean, it's just set execute after set execute, and that's.
Yep, there you go. There you go. Some people know. Some people get it. That was a test. No pause is better. Listen, chat. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Okay. Honestly, I'm actually okay with that trade for Revenant. I mean, it was a showstopper, so it kind of feels bad, but I'm actually okay with it. Because it takes away the deadlock, which really weakens the post plant. Dude, Francis
pushing out front. Now SK Rossi trying to play off of his teammates, trying to refrag, sneaking into showers now.
They're trying to bait out. They want to see where Sultan is. That's the big thing. They know where Rossi is, and he's going for the wraparound, which is a good idea. There's going to be a timing here. SPG, are they aware of it? Oh, he hears it. Oh, that's huge. So Sultan can pick up a gun, but they should just group up. So because Sultan needed to pick up a weapon, it doesn't really result to much here for Revenant. They want to just go for the post plant. Persia, he has a molly, but he doesn't have orbital strike. So they're going to pretend that they are out onto main. But the thing is there's a toxic screen here, so Revenant should be aware of somebody being somewhere. The cam gets spotted. Oh, orbital strike came up. Oh, the UI was delayed. Okay. Oh, he gets the kill, but he gets half. Oh, he has no idea. I love that they don't show Persia to the end, by the way, because that just gives the fear of a molly flying in.
Oh, it was winnable for Revenant. It was a very, very good attempt, just not quite being able to put the pieces.
Yeah, I didn't realize the UI was getting delayed there. That's my bad.
2-on-2, just keeping their, you know.
That's an unfortunate one. That's an unfortunate one.
Playing things patiently, not trying to rush into U-Haul, not trying to push the issue on the A site with the rotations that come through or hitting the TP.
I think it might have been, yeah, getting the half and then switching, but
By coming back through for Revenant now. Once again, it's this fast start towards the A side of the map from SPG, trying to kick things into high gear through bathrooms and short 8.
They already have showers control with Francis as well. This is an easy round for Simprisa Gaming so far, but they have no sight, and the barrier mesh gets broken immediately. But Margaret has already cleared B, so they're actually just gonna bait out on the util. If Margaret clears the entirety of B, they can just TP over. This is so patient from Simprisa Gaming. Great cam as well, but he needs to not die. Yep. Just cage to buy time. I don't like him being in the cubby. I guess the paint shells are out, but you still have Mosh. As soon as he catches someone, he's gonna swing out, and I think Ivy's gonna swing out with him. Yeah, they see him going in, and Ivy needs. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. Persia just kills everybody. Ivy was the backup plan.
Revenant has been shut down, and here it is, match point for Simprisa Gaming.
Very, very nice comeback.
I mean, this by the time that they had rotated over to B, it was already a tough round for Revenant to win, I think.
Initial jitters, some big plays from Revenant, which there have been a few more, but since that initial 7-0 streak, this has been a dominant game from SPG. They're on the verge of closing it out. If they can just win this round, it's a bit of a weaker buy here for Revenant. Down to a Bulldog, a Judge, and a couple of rifles, some light armor as well. And we'll see.
Prince of Persia.
From Persia to win the
someone was asking earlier if Persia was on Cloud9 Korea. I don't recall him ever being on Cloud9 Korea. He was on 2-Pole Gaming with Mako, back when Mako was called Babo. But so he's been around for a while, and he used to play Apex Legends before that, and then Overwatch before that, so. Oh, nice try by DOS9. Ivy still gets one, which is all he could really hope for on a wide swing like that. Dude, look at how late SPG plants. They don't plant until they have an advantage. Like, that round was one where they could have tried to go for another plant, but maybe they're not in the same room. Maybe they're just in like rooms like next to each other. No, I think they are in the same room.
Which you're already starting to see that star power from some of the South Asian boys as well as the Kazakhs, both DOS9 and Sultan having some big.
You got food to watch just guys and just realize they're playing tomorrow. Well, hey, you can enjoy the games today. Oh, they are in separate rooms? Okay. I couldn't tell. Yeah, the top 4 is at the arena, but
and they kept on going off of that. It took the thrifty.
GG. I mean, Revenant had a good showing, but I think once Simprisa was firing. So here's the thing. What I'll say is
the cohesion is there.
For sure.
Hold on. First of all, let me give you your points back.
Things were working for them very nicely early on.
What I will say is, so one of the biggest things that analysts mauled about when people lose to the Cypher Lock combo is that, like, you can literally just force contact early and then slowly taper your defense, and they would have to burn all their util because there's no info, right? But the problem here is that Simprisa Gaming played a very good mental game of changing the pace with the neon and just like hard shoving through fast every couple of rounds, where I think Revenant just didn't feel comfy playing slow, and just like going for peaks, and rather they would try to go out and push and get kills. So I think props to Simprisa. I don't know if I would take away too much from Revenant. I think they still played a pretty good game. I think they still should have played more slower. I think they should have, but that's hindsight is 2020. So
cleaning up with those kills as well. Simprisa Gaming are forced to be reckoned with.
Oh, the Kazakh players are like goated. Like, they're really strong as individuals. They basically give the vibe of Scars last year with Jemkin and Crystal just being like rock solid no matter what. How strong is Simprisa Gaming's Icebox? Well, you're in for a big surprise because nobody knows what their Icebox looks like. They have never played Icebox. It's been their permaban. I expected them to leave it open coming in to Ascension, because if they didn't, because if they didn't, that would be bad. But but I have no idea what it looks like. But literally, like, we've never seen it. Because they only played in Split 2, so.
We did see how that early adaptation eventually couldn't match up to how SPG was just able to rally together. I would say though that this match Ewok was a lot closer than I think a lot of people were expecting.
Yeah, I think we saw a great.
All right, for Twitch, point predictions are up.
Like how they still kept playing a little bit.
Oh my gosh, yeah, is Margaret gonna play Cypher again, chat? That should have been the poll. Will Margaret play Cypher again on Icebox?
The SPG side, the rotations were a little bit off.
Do you like the Simpresa Gaming Bind comp? I do too. I think Bind is one of the maps where Cypher Lock can work well. It's just, but you just have to be very aware that it is a bit skewed. It's a skewed comp, right? It skews very hard towards a certain playstyle, and therefore, at a higher level, it is easier to counter. But I like it. I like the change too. I like the Neon Fade. I like that because, and it's as we predicted. I think it's better on attack than the Ray Sky. So I like that change. How long before the next map? Ice, I wish I could tell you, but I have no idea. This is all double limb. So this entire tournament is double limb. So every team gets a second chance until the grand finals. Are all the teams at the same level? No, I would say largely speaking, there's like 2 or 3 tiers of teams, but like it's very minuscule, and they're all coming from their own region, so it's a little hard to read. I would say it's a lot closer than Ascension last year, though. That's how I would see it. Margaret Vice incoming. I'm down for that. Yeah, 15 first kills is actually an insane stat. I wonder how many of those were Dombies. Just like running in.
Yeah, I think that round was such
dude, Persia.
Really like the macro.
Heck yeah, man.
Kind of split
the old man of SPG.
They pivoted over towards the B side and kind of had the defense in shambles a little bit. We were missing a CT smoke.
Oh, Vice isn't allowed? Oh, I don't think anybody knew that. They didn't even say that in the beginning. I wish it was just stated officially. So Vice is not allowed. Okay.
But SPG, we're looking here at right now as the MVP. There was a lot riding on him, especially being the IGL, right? And
Dombi had 4 first kills, but only 1 first death. Oh.
Revenant basically took, I believe, 7 or 8 rounds in a row, right? How do you think like SPG were able to steal themselves and say?
Yeah, China used Vice, which is also crazy. Freaking, of course, Achilleos shows up as Persia's on the screen. Achilleos, at some point, you gotta let him go, man. At some point, it's just been too long.
He was sharp. He was hitting those shots, and for Simpresa to be able to make that comeback, I think that was so important for them to have this.
I actually thought Jerry was like no longer part of the team, but I guess he's officially still on the roster for SPG. But
I think that it's probably
we'll see. He hasn't played a game in a very, very long time.
As we head into Icebox, we're gonna find out. We're gonna head into a quick break, but when we return, it's gonna be map number 2 of Revenant versus Simpresa Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, he was very brief, and now he was not that long in Apex Legends, and now he's here trying to get into VCT Pacific. Yeah, that Jerry is on the Simpresa Gaming roster as a 6th man. I don't know if he's actually at Jakarta, but that Jerry is that Jerry. Yeah, dude just plays any FPS. We're gonna see him play Deadlock next. Even if he makes it to VCT Pacific, Persia's gonna play 1 year of VCT Pacific, and then he's gonna be like, all right, peace out. I'm moving over to Deadlock. And he's gonna join Intro and create a Korean team. NAOS versus Boom is today. Yes. If SPG doesn't qualify, who for sure gets picked up? Oh, like if there was only one player to get picked up from SPG, I want to say I think Persia should be the top of the list. But if a team is looking at like growing their talent, like unfortunately age will be a factor at that point. And I think Ivy would be there. Margaret's great, but like, I mean, that would be something you'd have to look at in tryouts, because literally my guy has only he's played 620 or 30 rounds of Cypher this year, and that's it. So no, Dombey is really good too, but I think the game sense that comes with a player like Ivy to clutch up to support your teammates is a lot harder to come by. Whereas Dombey is amazing, but like you'll always find another cracked duelist, in my opinion. Obviously, there's different tiers of duelists. Like there's Ospas and then there's not Ospas, but I feel like that type of awareness is harder to find and teach. Any predictions for Worlds? I am no place to make predictions for Worlds for League. Oh, that's true. Persia played for Orangutan briefly. You're right. You're right. You're right, Namor. You're right. I forgot about that. He played briefly on Orangutan. Yeah, I mean, Francis... IGLing ability is also good, but I think Ivy's silent impact it's something hard to come by. Can't you just predict T1 to win Worlds and be right 50% of the time? I guess so, actually. Statistics wise, you would be right 50% of the times they've gone to Worlds. Gen G finally winning. Now there's a nice prediction from Seth.
Map number 2 now between Revenant Esports and Sin Prisa Gaming, and we are heading into Icebox. This is a bit of a question mark. Ewok, we were talking about it earlier about how our eyes just immediately went there when we saw it on the map, with good reason.
Dude, if Random wins Ascension, listen, I'm just saying I think Freeing absolutely should be the one that's kept. No offense to Yudotan, but like, dude, Freeing is fragging wherever he goes right now. But like, but why are they always in this position where they have to let someone go? You know what I mean? Like, why are you putting yourself in that position?
No anti for them to be done. Then it's a question mark: do we change our own comp for Revenant? And
are there any better players in the Care League you would pick up before SPG players? I would say X-Ross is an argument for that. Depending on the team and depending on what you're looking for. Yo, Cho 6 with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Thank you for using your Prime on this channel. Hope you enjoy your stay. Appreciate it. But I would say X-Ross from Nongshim, like, he is a player to watch out for sure. He's very flexible. He's got good awareness. He's got X Factor. Like, I would say he's got a lot of potential. Oh, did you say free agent? Then I don't know. I mean, PKM if you think you can make him consistent, but that's like... I love PKM. I want to see him become consistent. Like, I'm a big PKM fan, but... That's something that you have to figure out on your own, like really putting him through tryouts. Bane or Ivy? Oh, don't make me choose. I'm not choosing that. I'm not choosing Bane or Ivy.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of that. Maybe some just have to get the feel for the map.
Bind is Prisa Gaming's best map. No, it was. It eventually got red, so I would say maybe not necessarily. But it was just because they were on an undefeated streak for so long. I would say that their Lotus is also very good.
I do think there's a little bit of both there. I'm really hoping to see that we don't see the Revenant boys being a little bit hard done by being 7-0.
Dude, I'm down to watch Zombie play Neon on Icebox, though. I'm actually down for that.
That's again, how I mentioned earlier, that's on the manager, the coaches, your players, more experienced players, to get everyone reset.
Cali, no, you know what? You're right. Cali did, but it's also just like it's if you have standout players on standout teams, it's hard to always remember the standout players on non-standout teams. You know what I mean? I agree that Cali played very well.
But no, that's a good point to bring up, especially since Revenant. I love that you brought up their pace because.
And that's someone that, you know, used to be part of Simprisa Gaming before.
Really go all in and there's no stopping at all in the round. Then when they play it slow, it's suddenly very jarring. Which for a new opponent.
Yo man, I don't know. I'm a big Yo man believer, but not enough that I would like vouch for him over someone like Xross or Ivy.
Especially in Icebox, again, a map that we are not exactly sure what to expect.
DOS means friend in Kazakh. Really?
I agree with you completely. I hope that Revenant
That's cool.
does not slow down at all because I love what we saw from them. All of those little openings that they were just
What can he do more as an IGL?
that first map. It feels
I don't know.
like
Lift a trophy and go to Ascension.
is what's gonna make them, suddenly we're not sure. Is this really a one-sided series?
That was mean.
Yeah, I think maybe especially for some of the players from Revenant, they were hitting some really nice shots in that, especially in those first 7. Yeah, there was some players.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know, I don't know. He could have made VCT China. Could have gone to Ascension Pacific. Like, I don't know. There are a number of things that Yo Man could have done more as an IGL. Dost means friend in Hindi. Oh, huh. Interesting. Is there like actually overlap between Kazakh and Hindi? I have like no knowledge base for either of these languages. Dude, Crystal making it into tier 1 would be kind of hype. I was really hyped for him after Scars' performance last year. I was big on him. I was catching up on Disguise, and they really seem to be PaperX light in terms of comps and how much they throw around. I would actually say that they're like a better version of old PaperX. Like, they play double duelist, but they don't all in every time. So I think they're slightly better in that regards. But obviously, like, the current PaperX is, I think, better. But hello.
Yeah, I definitely think we might see more of the operator. I think also, as the casters mentioned, Escarossi was getting a lot of value.
There's a lot of overlap between Hindi and a lot of Middle Eastern languages. Ah, I see. Do you see GE picking anyone up from the Revenant, any of the Revenant guys up if they don't make it? I mean, yeah, I could see that.
There's a lot of youth coming in, so I'm curious to see if he sticks to his guns.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Playing that operator, I would like him to have that confidence in himself and say, I am really good with this weapon. I'm going to stick to it. This is what my team needs. Icebox is a really good map for the operator, so they're going to be very reliant on him to hit.
Crystal's playing right now in Ascension, in China Ascension. Wait, he's still in, right? What happened to the latest games?
The Harbor Viper, I said Harbor Viper that they've been known to bring out, right?
We do call it the Hyper Comp in Korea. The Harbor Viper, Hyper.
Seems to be working so well. Paradox may switch onto that Harbor also, which we did see from them last time. But
I agree. Freeing playing in China Ascension, it does leave a bit of a weird taste in my mouth. I agree. I do agree. Like, picking up mercs like last minute like that, I'm not a big fan. But okay. So, oh my God, Margaret's playing his first Killjoy game ever of 2024. Chat, this is insane.
Extremely interesting. Yeah, they tried to copy their comp. See if they
Oh my God.
But Revenant played the Uno reverse card.
Do you think he knows that the abilities are different? That's crazy. After 630 something rounds in a row of Cypher, he is finally playing Killjoy. No, I know. He's played it before, but it's just like in officials in VCT this year in Challengers. It's the first time he's ever played something other than Cypher. That's so crazy. The Yoru single duelist. I would have been excited for this in 2022 on Revenant. I'm not big on it today. I'm not big on it today.
Shown us anything else other than his cipher on these matches.
Yeah, I think it's exciting to see him on the Killjoy a little bit. So I'm sure he'll be right at home. It plays pretty similar than the cipher in certain aspects, and the role on Icebox for the Killjoy.
Do you think he went to the bathroom and his teammates locked it in?
Very important timings that you need to know about. That you can mess up if you're not experienced with the Killjoy. There's some gaps that you can leave in the mid. So I hopefully he has done his homework, and the coaches, I'm sure, have helped him to make sure that he can get his Killjoy ready.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely, and we actually don't know how long he's been.
Revenant was playing the same comp. They were playing the Harbor comp before, but
we're gonna see if Revenant Esports can stand up to it. So we're gonna toss it over to our casters.
I think they're favoring the Gecko, which I think is fine. But
Thank you, Ewok. And then also
the thing is I wonder, I am very curious what the thought process was here for Revenant, just because there's no data on Simpresa Gaming's Icebox. So this had to have been a change just overall in the meta that they felt was stronger. So instead of playing for more stall, etc., that relies on contact, they're playing with more initiator, right, to kind of break through and better setup.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's been about 2 months since they played it in the upper final versus True Rippers, so it's going to be interesting.
But the Yoru is... I'm curious how they're going to use the Yoru.
Now he's over to the Yoru, and like you mentioned, he's able to flex onto that secondary.
Because the thing is
in the case of playing like a Raze,
you have no dive now.
Playing the Jet, so they're going to use that here. Interesting. SPG, they banned this map in the regular.
But you're not playing double controller to play slow contact.
There's a lot of lead-in time into this event for all of these teams coming from challenges into Ascension, and you can really play up with your comps.
Puts the lockdown on somebody's corpse. It's like, bam.
It's interesting to see actually how the Yoru interacts with the Harbor. There's a lot of potential for flashing through those walls, so agents like KO...
But it's also not like KO Gecko where you're just like... But I guess you do have the extra flash from Yoru, so okay, I could see that. Like, the combo with the Yoru flash can be very good.
Defensive side as well. I mean, that's something that they really get to utilize to mess with their opponents.
We'll see what kind of plays they have set up. Overall, on the map play itself, though, is that the idea, one of the things that Yoru can do is play aggressive and then rotate out, right? So on defense, you can do things like you can play on vents, get contact, pressure them back, throw a flash or something, keep them tied up, and then you can gate crash out here, and then you can re-clear green. So you have a very good idea of what the setup is and kind of funnel Simpresa in. So I'm okay with that, because you're going to want to play aggressive on vents if you're not playing double controller anyway. But we'll see.
Over in Garage. Revenant trying to make a play on middle in the meanwhile, but not finding anything, and SPG just contacting all the way into an open A site.
Yeah, so just slow contact.
Nothing found just yet, so that's a huge high tide going out front for now. Paradox already.
What did Skills get hit by?
Waiting for that peek out. He does have the one blind side.
Okay, they're drawing out all the util. Great attempt at the flashes. It was a little delayed, but it was also a good spread out from Simpresa Gaming. Oh. Oh, UI's a little delayed, so we'll have to keep note of that. Sultan, all on his own.
How is he gonna do this?
1v4. Oh, that's one. 45 HP.
No one's peeking out just yet, but here comes Persia all the way from mid, an angle that he wasn't quite expecting, so the flick, not quite there.
Beautiful stuff from SPG, though. Revenant tried to catch them in middle. Not sure if that was a set play through the orb with the the Dizzy or the Yoru flash, but you could see SPG after contacting all the way into that A site. They were not rushing.
4 rifles for SPG.
From Revenant. I mean,
they are going in big on this round.
Similarly to what you see from the KO Gecko comps, and the scary thing about those comps is the retake.
Oh, dude, see, this is what I mean, man. Ivy, he just hides from the flashes, peeks out for the cover. Like, he's so good at covering. He saves so many fights. No, the UI is getting more delayed, I think. But, I mean, what can we do? Just don't rely on the UI too much.
And Revenant are just trying to hang back. I mean, a little bit of a push out.
Dude, this high-low double stack. So now they know someone's pushed out.
the flank.
Yeah.
But this also means that someone can push out from mid, so they should keep an eye on it. Margaret, he's aware of it. Oh, Margaret gets both. Well, that's the round. So 4 rifles play out long range the entire time, right? They have 2 people waiting here. They have people waiting here the whole time. They get kills, and now that's an easy round.
What a change, crazy change of agent. Does go down to skills, but looking like a pretty clean anti-eco for SPG. Probably only going to lose the sheriff yet.
My turret shoots people. Dude, and you saw Ivy's cam, he's like, whoop. Got a little wry smile on his face.
That's what they do best. I mean, they have the confidence to really go in for those frags. And Revenant, even though
I heard about America's Ascension.
You've got these setups, and SPG are just so aware.
It feels bad, man. Because here's the thing is, like, obviously I've worked on the production side for quite some time too, and like sometimes like you've done everything right and tech pauses still happen, like tech issues still happen, so like it sucks for everyone basically is what I'm trying to say. Obviously, you know, that many, then something is very crucially wrong. But so this is the idea from Revenant, is to push out. I don't know, on your first buy round going this deep on your own it's a little risky, but the idea would be that double initiator can help set up the Yoru. The Yoru sets up, gets first contact here or here, and then you TP out. And then, you know, you have someone else holding here, or you've drawn out enough util that, you know, the entry into A is not going to be great. Like, that's the idea from Revenant, it seems.
Just drawn all the rotations. SPG still a step ahead. Danby's been left behind on the lurk. You can see Revenant, though, aware of that, trying to isolate.
Good pinch in from Revenant. This was an even round, by the way, in the weaponry. Obviously, a bigger win for SPG if they win it. Oh, dude, if he had gotten that second one, that would have been real bad for Revenant. All the armor's taken out, but decent stabilization from Revenant. Good wraparound all the way through mid.
Yeah, and I mean, it was their approach as well to the retake, and being active in middle is something they already showed they're willing to do in the pistol round, so... Similarly, in that round, they lose the pick on the A side of the map.
Okay, you can still buy up. You're just not going to have 2 rounds of half buys for some Prisa.
In terms of agent pools, he plays a lot of different agents, but
Francis does have ult, so they can force their way into the A site.
Did not time that TP super well, so you know, you could be willing.
Turret's built to just watch. There is a little bit of an audio bug going on from a very big audio bug going on from the program feed. I think one of the observers' PCs is dying. They just use their ult right away, actually. So Rossi's just caught. Revenant's gonna try to fight this. Oh, Sultan needed to get the double there, I think, and then they might have actually been able to hold.
Again, they punished that A aggression 3 times in a row for SPG. Pissed around, they're able to take full control.
All I can think about every time I see that hammer is Fortnite.
The previous round was that Paradox, and in that round, as DOS9 goes down, another clean round for SPG. The Harbor ult there, the Reckoning, to deal with the 2-player aggression into Nest that Revenant was going for. Just completely picking apart whatever Revenant tries to achieve over on this A side of the...
Why are they attacking on defense? Well, okay, so the problem with Icebox is that if you let them get into A, then you better have some real good lineups, or the retake gets a little tough, and you still have to watch your flank because they can come through mid, and you and I want to go through your own flank to wrap around on them. So generally, playing up to Vent's line is the tradition. But on top of that, they're playing double controller. So if you give them respect and you're just playing long range and scouting for info, they'll just keep denying info one by one and just creeping into the site for free, not using util. So the idea is you want to go out, get contact, and force them to use their util early, so it messes up their timings on their double controller setups. And then you can, you know, as long as you're not using too much, you can still have things like the recon plus the drone for retakes, things like that. And then you can delay, you know, the plant with the mosh and the shock dart, etc. So that's the idea. It's just, I think they're not entirely sure if they want to fight when they go out or just like draw out util. I think that's one of the bigger problems.
in this round. One of
Hey,
the
Sirius, thank you.
Rossi, these big impact ultimates can make a pretty big difference. Winning a half buy, winning an eco, these kind of rounds.
Yeah, no, Simprisa, we saw that on Bind, and it's a good thing you've noted, is that they will always make sure that they have a man, as much as they can, that they have a man advantage before they actually stick the plant. And especially in Icebox, something we saw even from the pistol is they're very well aware that with the double the double initiator here, that there's a lot of stall that they can do, right? Against the plant, so they're constantly trying to bait out that util, because then that means the retake is ruined. So now you're holding the retake and just constantly baiting the plant, so all the util is used, and then you have a better post plant.
Definitely have had time to mix it into their pool.
If I'm not wrong, this is the first time Revenue's using this comp. I believe so. Most of it, I don't know, maybe the entire time? Yeah, it was only the Harbor comp that they've used, so in Split 2 at least.
Coming into Ascension, like what Miko was talking about previously on the desk.
Oh, I saw the headline for that Xander 1v3. I didn't actually watch the clip. Saw people saying like actual insane 1v3.
So if that truly is the case, then this is the map to make it happen. And if they can take this win 2-0.
So now Simpriest is just going to go aggressive on the util early, because as long as you don't get caught on the push out, your attack is generally better, and the stream is dying, but it's okay. So no kill, but it is an eco on the other side, and I think Simpriest is okay with that. So since it's an eco, okay, the util still comes through, so they still actually wait that out. Francis actually, yeah. So this was a case where Simpriest thought because it's an eco, they can stick the plant. He takes too much damage, and eventually he just has to stick it, and he dies.
Up in the air, though, looking for some of these targets.
Oh, nice shot from DOS9.
DOS9 with a shot of his own as well. Persia.
Oh,
Almost a 180-degree flick. He's able to take down two. Here comes
oh no, they know where he's at.
Right around the corner. And he has
no way. Just so we're clear, the jump out from DOS9 was the right play, because he got the call that his health was low. It was the right play, he just couldn't get the kill. Just so we're clear. I don't know how he survives that, though.
He did it on Blind. He's done it again here with a massive clutch.
Dude, 6 HP this entire time. Dude, how does that jump right click not tag him, man?
That's something that you might want to invest if the round's going well for you, and that's been taken away from them as well with Perja clutching it out.
Don't make it about race, YouTube chat. Don't make me start to have to ban people. We've been good so far. Let's not cross the line here. It has nothing to do with race. Because you want to see some bad plays, the lower teams of Korean challengers have really bad plays.
It across and definitely gathers the information that SPG is still right around the corner, but you're always wondering about what SPG might do, having seen that they do send in a bit of that B squad.
All right, you have Thrash and you have Dimensional Drift. So the retake, you have a lot of ways to push people out of the site on the retake. So I like this. So you're playing with staggered info in mid and B, and then you're holding mid. Overall, this is a good setup this time from Revenant with what they have. They've used a lot of util early just to make sure. And they still haven't actually gotten clearance here, though. They were just peeking. So that part, they're playing kind of scared. I will say that. But overall, it's not a bad setup. But look at the timing on Persia going for the lurks. And as you guys suspected, it's Persia mostly on the lurking now with the Viper. Once again, Simprisa drawing out all the util that they can. The plant's down. Ivy has a forward position. And Ivy just needs to buy time. He's trying to get past front. He was trying to get the Thrash. He was trying to get the Gecko. He fails, but opens a window for Persia to catch the back. But Francis is dead, and now they know where he's coming from. What in the world, man? Good retake from Revenant. Nice try from Ivy, but the Your Ultimate being used first also catches sight of him.
I mean, that's a retake you should be winning every day of the week. You've cleared the mid lurk early on, 5-on-4. You just give that A site, you got both the Yoru and the Gecko ult to be able to complete that retake seamlessly, and that's exactly what it was. Easy connection on the Thrash, gives them a free kill onto Danby, and then just scouting out all of the positions with Paradox's Yoru ult.
Komodo, how are you feeling about JFT's chances? I'm curious. I'm curious how the Aussies feel about JFT's chances.
Defensive side round, and now with the ult economy, they've already invested 3 of the big ults early on, as I mentioned.
0? Wait, as in like 0 faith? Oof, dude, the push outs into the cubby are not it. I would rather see Paradox holding vents with a gate crash back, or just like peeking out here on a timing. Because right now, SPG, all they're doing at the start of every round is making sure they kill whoever comes out into this little nook. Ivy's not tagged. Oh, they're gonna stick it. Wow, a rare stick from Francis. In the lockdown. I think you all have to empty it out. Is Ivy really gonna stay for the fight? No, you have to empty it out. You have shock darts. Oh, 2 people here is not the play, IMO. Okay. He's sticking it. Oh. Oh no! Oh. Oh. Oh! But the wingman! I don't think he knows the wingman's. Oh! Oh. Oh man. Damn, dude. I can't believe Ivy lived.
But as you mentioned, Revenant,
10-3.
Retake from them. Really nicely worked. Getting some impact off of these last couple of ults for sure to win some critical gun rounds. That was a great lockdown.
I mean, I did say mostly, as much as they can, that they wait for the plant. It was a rare plant, but they were down in numbers. They didn't have any info behind them, so...
Once again, the same main control going to be the point of contention as it has been every round this game, and there's the reckoning from SPG.
Once again, it's just a full send, but this time it's an early pinch through mid. It's a double team in mid. See if Skills is ready for it. He was ready for 1, so Persia. Okay, so he knows there's at least 2 chasing him in mid, so now he's just playing to buy time, and Domby covers him, man. That was very fast from Domby, and very aware from Persia to just play for his life, play Ring Around the Rosie.
Line will take a hit, and it's going to be SPG showing that they are able to take the lead still against Revenant.
Yeah, and that was a nice little change up as well from SPG.
SPG going to start mauling themselves down to 1 HP.
And pushing the other team back, limiting their info with the Harbor Util, the Cascade, as well as the Reckoning, but also pinching through mid through the Viper Orb at the same time.
Dude, one of these PCs has a crazy audio issue going on, man. Every time we switch to it and replays, it is just dying.
Out of the site towards screen side, and then you're pinching them by scaling out screens as well as mid at the same time. So beautiful stuff from SPG, who have forced Revenant on a half buy, and this is where they're starting to change things up. Anti-Eco droning out B long, but you can see Revenant here ready to fight with some reactive flashes.
Uh-oh.
Good reads.
Paradox, what's your choice here? The Euro is just not finding the value that they were hoping it would. I mean, it was a Bulldog, so it's tough, but, you know, regardless of the circumstances.
Around the corner. Revenant in with this half buy, trying to find their angles.
Francis playing a little surf map. Francis might just go for the full wraparound. He's going to go for the full wraparound. Especially because there's a Thrash on the other side, so they don't want to all be stacked up by green. He's not having as much time as he wish he had, though.
That's going to be a couple players more taken down.
Dude, Sultan.
With the numbers, with the way that they dismantle that Viper's pit.
Why are the replays like? I mean, I think the replay machine or the replay feed itself is just broken right now, but it's like, do we want a tech pause to fix it, or do we want to just deal with laggy replays? I'll deal with laggy replays.
And just runs in and just snaps a couple heads off. You saw it already on Bind. They won a thrifty round in that exact same fashion.
Another
3K on the Sheriff just walking around the edge of the pit here.
Has Quack ever quacked at me? Actually, no.
You've had the lockdown into a pit. That's one of the most oppressive afterplants to be trying to, find your way back into. And he makes it look easy with very minimal investment.
Wait, really? He didn't quack at me. Wow, Komodo the chosen one.
Very mindful, very demure, and he's able to really just watch his way around the corner of Hill. I think that's the main
Dude, Reckoning again? What is going on? How does Francis have Reckoning again?
Movement sometimes, and it just kind of leaves them a little bit exposed. Paradox, though.
Dude, Paradox is, I think Paradox is starting to overheat on his own just to try to justify this Euro pick, and it is rough. It's rough for Revenant.
Provide additional cover as well. Surprise, surprise, Bambi.
You gotta start to play more objectively here if you're Revenant. You don't want to give up more ult orbs to the other side right now. Also, skills can't fully buy, so. But SK Rossi's probably gonna die.
Economy starting to build up for SPG here as well.
he didn't see him. Someone saw him on the minimap, but he didn't see him.
At least on the radar, Francis has found it. So there you go. SPG is starting to see, despite a map they didn't play at all. Have to mention as well, Paradox 3 and 9, and the majority of these opening duels have not been going his way on the Yoru, and you know that's an agent that they've opted to pick into this matchup. And honestly,
that Thrash still online, 3 rounds in a row now.
Yeah, we're not quite feeling the impact just yet.
Again, see, it's a different opening each time. Sometimes it's on belt, sometimes it's down here, but it's all just to clear this. And Revenant, they're finally just giving that space. Paradox is back down to a Bulldog, which feels bad, but... Oh, no! Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Skills. Oh, my gosh.
Against Revenant. Look at how they're forcing Skills back. Margaret able to chip him away.
But it's just too many members. Revenant keeps showing their back, and SPG just chases down. Sultan's very aware, though. Sultan's very aware of Persia. Sultan and Dust 9 have him marked.
Middle, and that's gonna be Revenant.
Last round before the switch.
Is this good showing from Simpresa Gaming's hit an Icebox, or is this just poor form from Revenant? I actually think Revenant could have been in the lead if they just calmed down a little bit after the first time the Euro push out didn't work. But I would say, I mean, Simpresa Gaming's they're playing fine. You know, but I would put it this way. I'm not looking at this and being like, wow, they were really hiding their best map. Like, I'm not thinking that, but it's fine. I think SPG's Icebox is fine so far. But I don't think it's... I mean, even the score is close, but I think Revenant still has plenty of room to bring it back. They're starting to play a bit calmer as well, which is good.
At times. Then again, as we say that, a Hunter's Fury in from Skills. Nothing gathered.
Rossi's on the op. That's a bit of a change up.
Yeah, but they've had to give up the entire A site. So here's the thing, right? If you're going to give this up this much, you need some information here. Like, okay, you're droning out mid. That's great. But droning out mid isn't that big on Icebox because they're not going to hold here where they can go for a fast rotate. You need to find information here, and they are completely blind. SPG's... There's a chance SPG doesn't fully commit to this. Oh, they pushed out the op, so they are going to commit to it, and they're just going to go for a double lurk all the way around. So Sultan's going to find one. Oh, he's going to find both. That's actually good news for Revenant, the fact that he saw both. So now they know they can go quickly into the site. They need to go quickly into the site because it's a 3v3 for the time being. There you go. There you go. Can they actually stick the defuse? Nope. Unfortunate.
And he's able to do it all. In with a burst from the Vandal, SPG comes back up on top 7.
Did Revenant call a timeout this half? Yes. Yes, they have.
Confidence that SPG has. They've got an active double lurk on B. Everything makes it look like a fake.
Margaret's good. Margaret's good. Margaret's pretty good. He got targeted a lot towards the end of Challengers Korea, so his stats started to drop, but overall I would say, like in the beginning, his Cypher, his just like solo plays carried SPG. Like he would find such good times. He would win 1v2s like non-stop in Challengers Korea. He's pretty strong. He's pretty strong. I mean, overall, this team of SPG is actually quite talented.
That's just how they're able to operate. I mean, having the confidence to make these plays, having the confidence to trust.
Yes, I think I also think so, which is why, like, I used to, for those who were here for the Challengers Korea watch parties, I used to always say, like, I would want to see some Priest of Gaming, like, I would want them to lose their bind. I would want to see them lose a map, lose a match, even, if they were to go to Ascension, because otherwise it would be hard for them to grow.
Honestly, I'd like to see a
And
from Revenant on their attacking side.
I think it has helped him a lot. Dude, I will just say, don't you think it'd be really bothersome if you're in SK Rossi's seat? Because, like, see all your teammates moving non-stop in front of you? That's got to be so hard to get used to. Because they're in an L shape instead of, like, a V, like a diagonal shape.
We'll see what we're going to get out of Revenant on this attacking side. No jet, so they're going to have to get it done.
Yes.
Basically, the Gecko Yoru util on the entry.
That's what I was about to say too, Phil.
Yeah. Maybe I'll look up that clip.
Right? You've got Danby on the jet, but Paradox.
Feel free to remind me during the commercial break, Paradox. That's a senior manager scene.
How are the rest of Revenant going to approach that A site? Now, you don't have the jet. You can't quite maneuver around.
No, they're all sitting that way. I think Domby and who's missing here? Domby and Ivy are over here. I guess Ivy's here and Domby's on the very edge. But I just mean, like, whoever's sitting in these seats, like, because one side of your peripheral vision's, like, constantly going to be moving, right? I don't know. I feel like it'd be a... I don't know. I would probably be, like, the worst, the most annoying pro if I were ever a pro. Not that I'm good enough, but... I'd probably be like, well, this is, like, yeah, it's a little unnerving. Like, I don't know, this desk is a little off. Like, oh, these earphones are not really...
Yep. That's pretty
Like, the white noise is, like, just, like, 2 decibels lower than it used to be. I actually want it louder. Like, I'd probably be that guy.
He's probably going to have to head over to the optometrist and see if he can grab himself a pair of glasses or something like that. There's all control from Francis, and they're going to keep pushing the issue here into the lurk.
All the way in. Sultan, though, just waiting for something to happen. Revenant not making any huge moves just yet as well. The screen comes back up, and he's spotted.
He was aware, but...
However, not quite able to connect onto the second. A good pickup at the very least. However, it does buy his teammates into that second peak.
They did know about Domby as well, right? I don't think they know that it's Domby, but I think they knew that there was a third person here. I guess not. Because nobody was watching. Now he doesn't need to greet it. Because you've already closed in. But you are all separated, so SPG needs to... Okay. I was going to say not greed for kills, but... Ivy doesn't give a damn. You're going to make Vic and Quack play Grayscale when you play test at the
It's all just people... sneaking around the place, trying to
I actually, the thing is
playing off timings, and unfortunately, it's gone a little better for SPG.
I don't know if Rossi on Jet is necessarily a stronger suit, watching how they used to play.
That is now Revenant under the pump here, Quack. They're already down 0-1. This is their map pick. They've got no footage, no tape of what SPG is going to do on defense. And Danby, that's what I'm saying, man. You get up there on pipes and you go take the fight to the other team. That's what you want to see. Quack. They're already down 0-1. This is their map pick. They've got no footage.
What?
No tape of what SPG is going to do on defense.
What just happened?
That's what I'm saying, man. You get up there on pipes and you go take the fight to the other team.
Are we in a time warp? Wait, what is going on? So they are taking... Okay, so now we know how the... So now we know how the production's set up. They're taking the feeds and recording it all into one and then playing it out from different PCs. That's why the audio level is different. This is a different system that is combining all the feeds. I don't know. Hey, it's working. We'll just take it. Listen, we're probably behind the Japanese stream even more now, but that's okay. Dude, I hate that that lock-in was such a mess for Pacific, because now everyone just memes on Pacific production, and it's like literally... you know, we had one big issue once this year and once last year, and otherwise overall, like, people have loved Pacific's production. And like, listen, I'm not one to make excuses for production. As someone who worked in production, it's like, I don't think you should give them excuses, but oh, I love the close range coverage with the Outlaw. Was it ever officially explained, the Tokyo Ascension stuff? I don't think so.
Yeah, nice little retake. That's what the hub is great for on this map as well.
I mean kickoff, yes, sorry. Lock in, kickoff, whatever. Same thing.
You know, with the wall, you get the cove, you know, a nice high tide as well across yellow there, and you can create yourself a nice little area to play from.
Dude, Dombi plays nutty.
SPG first gun round for Revenant.
Is it just me, or is the volume getting softer and softer every round? It's like those content pieces teams do. It's like every round that Revenant loses, the audio gets softer and softer, and it's like
losing the bonus and letting the rest of the game spiral out of control.
Yeah, lose a little bit of those flashes, and you have to think twice. Now even going off from the other side, Persia with a quick flick on that Sheriff. 3 on 5, Revenant scrambling to pick up the pieces.
I think we're on a different feed now, because now the audio is on the other. Listen, let's just not worry about the tech stuff. I'll balance the audio as much as I can on my end.
You often see from a lot of teams in man disadvantage.
No, I think the reason we're dealing with this stuff is because as long as it's not affecting the players, I think they're just trying to get the games moving, which that I'm fine with. Like that I'm fine with. I mean, I don't know. The players might have had other issues because obviously we had a bit of a long setup in the beginning today, but like stuff like this generally shouldn't affect players because this is a fully like on the production end stuff. And it's not like they're on a stage with the lighting and like the loudspeakers, so that part I don't think, like, this issue definitely shouldn't be affecting the players, so I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah, usually, generally the reason we deal with tech issues on production but the games still go on is because if it's not affecting the players, obviously you don't want to draw things out because that will affect the players. So maybe they'll continue to, I'm sure, try to fix stuff during breaks, but we may just go through the whole day with audio bouncing back and forth, and that's fine, as long as they fix it tomorrow. Oh, Dombi, calm down. Coverage, though. Dude, 4-man stack coverage on A. You do have DOS9 who got through. Margaret's kind of aware of it, because that Poison Cloud's been going up and down. So they're aware of this possibility. So he should have made the call that someone needs to watch screens, and that's why they're pushing out. Okay, so now they've pushed out. They know it can't be the A side unless it's through mid. It's a good adjustment.
All the way through A. Process of elimination approach from them. And I think that's something that we've got to keep an eye on through the rest of this tournament. You saw it on Bind, they'll play.
Yeah, as long as things improve, I'm fine with it. And if the players aren't affected, and then once we're on the like offline stage with the crowd, then if it's clean, I'll take it. Obviously, we should always strive for better productions every event and every year, but I'm just saying in the moment we want to get through it, right?
All those teams are going to have to look out for now playing against a team like Centricia. But
Revenant's second timeout.
This is such a cursed timeout. These are the timeouts I hate to take in the coaching slot, where it's like this is a terrible position. They've won the bonus. The real
reason I think this timeout sucks is because, like, what do you even tell your players, all right? Because you had a pistol, you had an eco, and then you lost the bonus to a flawless, which kind of sucks. And yeah, maybe, I mean, if you had called the timeout then, maybe just to slow things down. Maybe, but yeah, but this is mostly just like it's a mental timeout more than anything, which is fine. Like, I think there's value in that, but it's not like there's a grand awakening of strategy.
It really is. You're gonna have to adapt on the fly.
I'm pretty sure someone said that there should be more seating for the arena for the finals weekend than last year's convention center. Yeah. In fact, he swapped sides over onto yellow. Korea Challengers has a lot of Yoru, right? It did have a decent amount of Yoru for a while. Not towards the end, but it did have a decent amount. But part of that was also because Duenmo and IAM for the longest time was a Yoru one trick.
The thing is, like, there's a degree of luck to these kind of calls in these situations. Like, for Rebel side, they have no tape. They've got to
Congrats on the upgrade on your PC, Seth.
And you're seeing SPG just continue
I want to upgrade my PC.
setups. This time they're moving the op over to B long, and they've got the KJ on A. So, you know, what you want to see from Revenant is obviously, like I said before, that get DOS9 and Sultan.
Do you think Disguise have a high chance to win? I don't know if they have a high chance to win. I think they have an okay chance to win in terms of the tournament. Obviously, we don't know their first matchup yet.
Say the least, Pilski. We've seen them try to do it a little bit. DOS9 was able to slip through.
You want to replace this? All right, let's see if Revenant can bring this back.
Players like Persia. It's just so
You are only 2 away from the Thrash, so if you can get the Orb and the Plant, you'll have the Thrash to secure this round, or obviously carry into the next round and start the momentum. Which honestly, that wouldn't be bad. And then you would get 2 rounds in a row. That's a 7-11. That's actually not a terrible score line. You push the op out, but there's Persia. They're aware that there's usually coverage now. SPG doesn't play solo too much other than Margaret. There's an extra layer again. Francis is here. He's got Blade Storm. Dude, he just eats part of the snake bite. He baits them into Francis. That's so good, dude. Oh, it's so good. So he sends the Blade Storm as a pre-fire, but then he peeks back in. They peek out, but Francis is holding further out in the corner. And he's checking for the wraparound before Ivy gets here. Then Ivy comes here. As Francis gets a kill, Domby pushes back out, and then he pushes in because Ivy's here, so they have all their angles covered.
They shot the dart. They scanned 3 players on A. They said, we're not going to go A. Unfortunately, Danby's bought an op, and he's over towards B, and he's just disrupting.
So even if Domby died, like SPG was fine. It's just Domby getting the kills is icing on the cake.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, still.
Ooh. A nice try from Revenant. Very far forward out. Dude, look at where Margaret is. I don't know if you read this. He knows it's a fake because they saw the Euro on A. He's going to try to catch them behind. He just leaves B-side open because your alarm bot hasn't caught anybody. Oh my gosh, dude. I can't watch this side of the map. I can't watch the screen right now. I am so invested in this Killjoy versus Killjoy. Oh, and the turret's been deactivated because he's too far. Oh, man. Feels bad, man, for DOS9.
Just anticipates it, knowing that DOS9 has tried to make it happen before. All down to Paradox.
Oh, man.
We'll see if he's capable. Making use of this Euro does have the dimensional drift. Uses it to make it.
Oh, boy, Paradox. 1v3.
Could play around the spike if he's able to maybe get it down.
Going over towards spawn side.
That ult really really showcases the bit rate here. He's just trying to buy as much time. Yeah, Francis knows though.
On site. I don't think he anticipates this. Doesn't have the time as well.
GG.
Simple shot for Francis. Just tracks over that spray onto his head. Closes out the match. 13-5.
GG.
The first match of Pacific Ascension 2024.
And look, since that 7-0 streak from Revenant, SPG working their way into this series, and it has to be said, after that 0-7 start, they dominated.
What, Komodo? This is what it took for you to get excited for Simprisa Gaming versus Riddle? My God, all these SPG haters. Everyone's saying SPG was overrated. Come on, give me a break. Oh man. I mean, listen, I think Revenant played really well. I actually think this is what I hoped this game would be. I thought there was a chance it would be much more one-sided, to be very honest.
I mean, Simprisa, what an opening match.
Yeah, I mean, it was everything we wanted to see from them. You saw that great.
Oh, that's true. You're the one guy who picked them to win the whole thing. That's true.
You saw the players playing to their strengths, like Danby doing what he does, getting on the aggression with the Neon, but as well taking over the game, winning a lot of heads-up duels in the
I think what you'll notice with Simprisa, listen, the thing is I don't think they're like hard favorites to win the entire tournament. I think they're just within the favorites to win the tournament. But the reason I rate SPG highly is because of the layers they have, right? Like they have a good understanding of comps, they have very good set plays, they have really good like firefights, right? Covering each other. And then they have good individual mechanics. So like they just have multiple layers. So even if one thing breaks down or if one player's having a bad day, like there's enough of a backup plan, in my opinion.
Indian Valorant, you know, leading the squad back in as well, but it wasn't quite happening,
So,
especially with this agent composition that they had. So they're not.
But yeah, I think SPG versus Riddle should be an exciting one. That's not today, but we'll see though. Is that tomorrow? Am I casting that tomorrow in Korean? I don't even know. That is Quack.
Thank you so much for not forgetting about me, Quack. But yes, we have some Prisa Gaming winning the first match.
Yeah, we'll check that out in a second, Paradox. I just want to see what the production, what the run of show looks like here.
Expectations for me. Yes, Icebox looked a little bit rocky, but I feel that was more Prisa just really, finding their groove, being.
Well, nobody ever said Quack actually reads all those books. I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Impressive performance from SPG that we have here.
Yeah, there is a lower bracket, so nobody's out. Nobody's out after their first match. What was I gonna say? I was gonna answer. I had just seen something. Oh, what are your thoughts on Yoru and Icebox? So I used to want to see more Yoru on Icebox, and I think Yoru has a place on Icebox. But as a solo duelist, which is funny to say because Icebox is one of those maps where you don't need a dive duelist, but then you really need to go hard on like the defense, right? You need to really go hard on a different part of the map. So I think Yoru as like a second initiator is good on Icebox. I think it can be good. And back in the day, Zersh when before, so 2022, Fox was playing Yoru on Icebox on Xersha, and I thought that was pretty good. I thought it had legs. I think it has its limits, but I think it's fine. I don't think it's ever a pick that, like, it's not like a pick where I'm like, I think it could get enough to become meta for a little while. Like, I don't think that. But I think Yoru itself is fine on Icebox, but as a solo duelist on top of a double initiator, I think that's... I think you basically needed to get frags to find value, and then at that point, it's like, at that point, you really might as well be playing the Reyna. So... So I think that's the tough part. How old are Ivy and Francis? I think they're both very young, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look it up. Somebody else might know off the top of their head. No, Paradox definitely was overheating to try to like justify the pick. And I mean that's not entirely just on him, but 100%. The Dom face-off, Dom V versus Soul Dom. Yo, Anshi Panshi with the raid. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Everybody give a warm welcome to Anshi Panshi and everybody joining in. Who takes the next series? Full Sense. If Full Sense doesn't take the next series, I would be disappointed. I would love to see Oblivion Force come out swinging, but like, but like Full Sense should be winning that game.
But unfortunately for Paradox, he didn't hit his first shot, he didn't TP, and he dies, and there's no team that's around him anymore.
Ivy's 18. I think Francis is 19. I think Francis is a year older than Ivy, if I'm not mistaken.
That scenario because they're not getting that early pick. They're playing a lot of 4v5s, unfortunately, versus where Dandy was doing the exact opposite on the defense side for Simprisa.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They were on opposite sides of the...
Actually, I think it might be on our Korean sheets.
He wasn't hitting those first shots. Could be a question of performance. I'm wondering also if this was, clearly this wasn't the plan for the Yoru.
Yeah, okay, so Ivy is 18 and Francis is 18. Both of them are 18. Actually, all of them are 18 except for Persia. Oh, I thought Francis was a year older than the rest of them. But Domby, Ivy, and Margaret, I knew they were all the same age. So they're all 8, but all 4 of them are Francis. All 4 of them are Francis. All 4 of them are 18.
Yeah, you might be onto something. I think
or just turned 18 this year. In fact, Margaret isn't 18 yet. He will turn 18 in November. And then Persia is 26.
Him to be involved in a team play, especially on the defense side. Something aggressive on the defense side with a combo of a TP and a flash, or
Leviathan's going to pop off for full sense. Oh, I'm excited to watch Leviathan. I think he's great. Hey, Seti, are you casting an Ascension? No, I am casting on the Korean broadcast 2 of the days, but otherwise we'll be watch partying from home.
Smarter, in my opinion, and you need to combo it a little bit more with some teammates. And unfortunately, I don't think we saw enough trap plays involving the Yoru, but we did see it trying to do some solo trap plays, like we saw the flash on B.
Does this mean Revenant are out? No, they have another game in the lowers, and we have to wait to find out who their opponent will be. So they have a bit of a break. And they'll have another chance. They'll have a second chance. This is a double LM bracket. Nobody is out today. Nobody gets eliminated on their first match.
A little bit more work, maybe perhaps with a team that has a bit more coordination. Maybe that vision would have come through, but unfortunately, we just didn't this time around. I think that,
No more, please, no more Yoroi. I don't think it worked out very well. I imagine if they play Icebox again, they'll revert back out of it. Why doesn't that show on VLR though? What VLR should show that it's a double LM bracket?
That we put a lot of attention on them. I feel like they did absolutely deliver. Perhaps it was just this first game and everything, but we're gonna see it. As you mentioned, it's not the end of the road.
There is no group stage. It's just one big double LM bracket. What are your thoughts on the Chamber Bow? So I actually haven't played him at all since the patch. I've just been mostly grinding Vice whenever I can. So I don't know. I think it's actually going to be bigger impact than some might think. Like, dude, increasing the range on the Rendezvous is always so tricky because it can really make a difference on certain maps. I think it makes a big difference. I just haven't played it much.
Really do well on the Killjoy. I think his team overall played well, so I don't think there's too much to nitpick from his Killjoy performance. I think
I'm really interested in Valorant esports, like data and stuff, and I want to make it my career. So do you have any advice? Listen, the thing about esports is, unless you're like going into like straight up just like you're an accountant and you're joining an org as an accountant or something like that, like it's really about just building a portfolio. If you want, but here's the thing I will say is that generally I think like data and big data is a lacking field in esports. I think a lot of teams in production can use it even more. I would say there's not too many games that use it very efficiently, even on the production side. So if that's something you want, it feels bad because making work without getting paid and then putting it out there, it feels bad. But, watermark it, and just like build your own stuff, right? Because the thing about esports is what you have to remember is as big as esports has gotten, at the end of the day, it's still a very raw field. So there's no set entry level job. So wanting to get in at an entry level to then grow is like, then you're not going to get your chance because there's just not enough opportunities like that. So you need to make it like a hobby. Obviously I wouldn't go all in unless you really have the circumstances. So make it a hobby, continue to put stuff up, whether it's on YouTube, like you put up digital stuff, digital books, and if there's enough traction, like you could set up something like a Patreon or whatever to just get a little bit of funding for it. And then whenever chances arise, and then reach out to people, right? Be like, hey, like this is the stuff I've created. Because you have to show people what you've created. For instance, like recently I had someone reach out through a family friend in Korea and be like, hey, this person is interested in getting into casting and gaming. And like they do some YouTube stuff. And I watched their YouTube and it's like boss battles and like Souls-like and strategies on how to beat bosses and stuff. And it's mostly just playthroughs. And it's like, okay, that's great. But like, I don't know. I have no idea what you would be like as a caster, so I can't help you, right? So you need to have something to show.
And of course, further down the line, we have NAOS versus Boom. That's a little bit later. I can't get ahead of myself. We're gonna go into a break first.
Is it not weird to have plugged your videos to Neil and he's checking out Oblivion Force because they're gonna play and he hasn't screwed. Yep, Yissel, it's done. Do you reckon players can get away with being a one trick in tier 1? No. Yeah, Komodo's into data analysis. So this was a question from YouTube, but Komodo, the one of the Aussie casters who's going to be casting in Ascension and casted Ascension last year, is actually works in data analysis. And this is something I've talked with Komodo about as well, where I'm like, no, I think esports could use a lot more of it. But whether enough orgs and whether the people who have the money are willing to pay for it yet is a different question, right? Whether they see the value. But how do you convince them there is value? Is you show them that there's value. So anyway, where is that? Okay, let's look up this. Who was it? Was it Xander? Is that the clutch I'm looking for? Let's see here. I'll just search for it. I assume it'll just come up if I put in Xander 1v3. Wait. What? No, that's not it. This was Ascent, right? There's another. Apparently he had a 1v3 last week. I also don't have YouTube Prime, so I gotta let the ad play out before I can bring it on screen here. Or YouTube Premium, whatever we're calling it. Is this it? Round 25? All right, this is it. All right. Oh, this quality is terrible.
Valor's back on defense, and this overtime can last quite a while with the sides being swapped and both defenses being as good as it is. But a push from Mady to press this back line.
Xander's the Omen. He's on A. This is just the entire round, I guess.
Even strikes down M80 on the pinch when the tempo was shifted off. M80 face down now at 2 versus 4. Losing M80.
Oh man. Well, Nismo's boned.
Now with the paranoia, great punish.
Wait, it's a 1v4.
Xander is left on the other side of the map. No
okay, so now they know.
Well, at least with a kill.
Now they know where he's at. He doesn't have his ult, so they know he has to approach. So they know they're already coming through. Dude, how do they lose this? How is this losable? And it is a good smoke, actually.
Shot coming in. Xander stays cool. Now he has to worry about a crossfire now that his position is revealed.
Make it look like he's crossing. He doesn't even have time. How do they know? How do they lose this? He doesn't even have time.
Find the kills in time, and Xander gets one missed op shot.
No.
Gets the play. For the lead at map point once again. Xander at 14 HP. He clutches. Are you
Oh, you love the pop-off. He just gets up and goes and gives him a hug. Dude, oh, that replay does not do it justice, but they had to scrunch it in, I guess. Dude, that turnaround flick is insane. I mean, first of all, like, Sato missing that shot is also unfortunate, but dude. No, you know what surprises me? I think what impresses me the most about this clutch is how calm he is. There's 10 seconds before he gets any of the remaining 3. Most people, what they would do in this scenario is they would jump this and try to go in. Or maybe you would peek the deadlock. Yeah, maybe you would still peek it, but then you would jump in to try to get the plant, because otherwise the round's over.
10 seconds.
But then he's still calm about checking. He's seeing if anyone's peeking him from the site, And then he hears the op, and he still just calmly turns around, gets the kill. Like, he has a friggin' lock on the timer. I mean, is it a throw? Sure, it is a throw, but it's also like, even with the throws, like, Xander had no business winning that, so all credit to him. All credit to him for sure. Oh my god, is the break really short? Are we... Wow, we just watched the clutch 2 times and we're back in? To the desk at the very least? Oh wait, why? Was there something at the end? Did the caster say something funny?
Welcome back to VCT Ascension.
I just saw we were getting back into the game.
We are on to our second match of the day. It's gonna be
I'm gonna change the title on on Twitch.
very clear underdog. Ewok, would you agree that this is probably how we're reading this?
Yeah, I think you're pretty accurate with that statement. Is Full Sense are a team that we all talk about with a lot of experience on the roster. They are used to
all right,
a little bit more
the return of Sushi Boys.
Definitely a little bit more of a question mark over Oblivion Force. So I'm really curious to see what they can bring to the table, where Full Sense is a little bit more of a known quantity for us. We're a little bit more aware of how they like to
I want M80 to lose so we can get Sentinel Xander. Wow.
Oh yeah, we definitely love being surprised.
I actually have no idea where Ewok's at right now. That's a good question.
We are this entire
It looks like he's in a hotel.
for all of these big unknowns, so we are ready for more. But look, if you have pretty much 80% of your team who have been to Valorant Champions already, and a team that has itself qualified, to Champions previously, I mean, these are among the most experienced Valorant players in Ascension to date. So, I mean, that's why we're reading this match as pretty much this is gonna go all the way up.
Yeah, but then there's a Valorant poster in the background. Is he doing the finals? I assume he'll be there for the finals weekend as well. There's only 8 people in the talent pool, so with 3 days. Yeah, he might just be in Jakarta. Yeah, waiting for it to go through.
Yeah, I definitely think they've, as you mentioned, they could have got some really good practice in over this last period that they had since their challengers finished, right? So I'm curious to see what are the changes that they made, right? And then, is there some thought going into, are we going to try and counter Full Sense? Are we going to anti them a little bit? Do we feel like an underdog? Do we feel like we need to do a little bit more?
Oblivion Force doesn't have their IGL queue anymore. Coming in with a new player called Chak. Not sure. What days are you doing the Korean broadcast? I am on the Korean broadcast tomorrow and Monday. So tomorrow there will be, unfortunately, no watch party because tomorrow is like a goated day. So I'm sorry, chat. I won't be here. But I hope you will all forgive me and return on Sunday.
For me, I feel personally that Full Sense is my dark horse for this tournament because you have such, crack players on this team, right?
Why do you think the 4 regions have such varying systems of Ascension? Is it just solely because of how each region does the sub-region quals? I think my assumption is that Riot gives a decent amount of autonomy. Oh, actually, no, because these are still run by like Pacific and Americas. I assume it's just but I think I guess what I'm trying to say is like HQ, like VCT gives a decent amount of autonomy to do what you think makes sense, because there's also like a varying number of sub-regions for each region, and so I think, and then like the scheduling and the traveling and all that, so
right? Is this experience that they do, that the Full Sense players have, is that going to,
so I think that's part of it.
count in their advantage or really help them?
John Olsen, dude, I gotta see this guy like pop off this tournament. Like he's good. He's good, but like there's so much hype behind him every time he plays, and his play does not justify the hype. I'm not saying he's bad. He's just not. He's just not the next coming of Valorant, I'm personally excited to see how Leviathan does, but
he is definitely one of those duelists that we have our eyes on. much like in the previous matchup where we had Dambi as that big duelist to look out for, it's John Olsen here for this matchup, especially since he is so comfortable.
I think they will in the future. I think there will be more time in between as well, and hopefully they have a bit more of a dedicated team to like work on challenges through Ascension. I agree that Ascension, I think, deserves a bit more hurrah, but I think it being both 2 years in a row, it being so close to champs, and like it's hard, but you don't want to like, because you went all out on champs, so it's, and then it is regionally run as well, right? So imagine Achilleos casting John Olsen clutching a 1v5 against Gen G and VCT Pacific. But it actually turns out Gen G was on a 10-match losing streak in 2025, so it didn't really mean anything.
It might be, they might look at them, all right, these guys, they're quite experienced, but this is a great challenge for them, right?
Would have like, I mean, I agree, but I think that part, I think not every game having an audience, like last year, obviously, even the group stage games had a small audience. I think that part was probably the whole like switching cities and the logistics of all of that.
I'm not sure yet, but is Full Sense ready to win Ascension this year? Because I think
the schedule for next year's champs is colliding with Ascension playoffs. What? No, it's not.
And I need to see them find that consistency throughout the whole tournament, and then to prove it against the best. And I think today would be the best place to start.
So this is the new player. Completely new. We haven't seen them play. But some of these players played a little bit in China. Like they're a very talented team individually, but it's very clear that they haven't spent as much time like in team play. Some of them are still working full jobs outside of this, so yeah, off-season tournaments are already like underway, so you'll still be able to watch like tier 1 players just experimenting with the meta and such. There is no play-ins, so yeah, this is the part that's confusing. I agree, it's confusing because every region has a different format, so having to explain that every time. But for Pacific, we just have a full double LM bracket, just one bracket, double LM. Every team plays through a tournament bracket. If you lose twice, you're out. If not, you go all the way to the grand finals. Yeah, I don't know who's IGLing now that Q is gone. I doubt Chuck's coming in as an IGL. From the info we were given, it doesn't say.
As you mentioned, right, these guys, they do have some firepower, and Yuta is one of those. I think he's no exception.
Yeah, and I think that, for Oblivion Force, this is their biggest break to date because, in the...
I guess it sounds like,
you do have a lot of teams like...
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
They did so last year. You have those names kind of, eking out.
Masters Toronto. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Read about Toronto.
For so long, they get to show what they're made of, what they've been able to bring out through their local challengers, right?
Should Paper X pick Benkai as he's willing to be in a team as an assistant coach too? I mean, that depends. I don't know how much coaching value is something that you have to determine through on audition and interview.
So who knows, right? It's unknowns at the moment, but I feel it's in a good way because it's like, you don't exactly know what you're gonna get. So how does that push full?
But Toronto in general, I've always felt had good events. I remember being there for a StarCraft 2 WCS tournament. It was great.
We have here in Ascension working their way back to tier 1, right? Is that going to happen for them? But as you
I'm pretty sure a couple of these guys on Oblivion Force have full-time jobs, no? Or at the very least, like they're working other jobs. So they like finish work and then come home and play their matches for challengers.
The discussion around them doesn't really become as much like, oh, I think they can do well, or these guys are pretty good. Everyone knows these guys are good. They have proved it.
I actually didn't get to watch the latest episode of Spike Talk. Usually I kind of skim through the full episodes every time. I didn't get to watch the ones with Alex and Josh RT.
They want another team in there in the VCT Pacific, and this Full Sense team could be that team that does it. these, as we said, the experienced players and them playing together like that could be a recipe for something.
Yeah, I saw clips from it, but I haven't just watched the full thing.
Whether they do that right after this.
I am also getting hungry, and they're going to take another break. So guess what, chat? We're going to run some ads as well. And I'm going to go see if I can find a little snack to munch on. We haven't had the draft yet, so sit tight. We're going to run some ads on both platforms. Don't go anywhere. Please give me money by watching the ads. Thank you, and we'll be right back. I am back with a tofu-rito. I love my tofu-ritos. It's a burrito, but wrapped in tofu. It's great. It's like really hot. Do you think something can be good on Chamber on some maps like Split, where people can use Jing as a single duelist because most of the time something dies due to too much aggressive play? I mean, I think something would be fine on Chamber. I just don't know if that's the best way to use him. No, it's like they've made this wrap like thing. It's like tofu noodles, right? Like they don't just break apart. Yo, Addison Huff with the timely tier 1 gifted sub to Burrito. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. What is this? Oh. I thought it was like a Valorant ad. I was like, what is going on? But these are, yeah, but no, it doesn't break apart. September! Subs are something % off. Come get your subs now. Thank you. Appreciate it. Love you all. There's my September shout out. 25%. But it doesn't like, it's not like it like tastes like tofu. It's just like, it's like a slightly chewier tortilla.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension. We are just about to get into our second match of the day.
Yeah, tofu itself doesn't necessarily taste like much. It's what you do with it. I mean, it's not completely tasteless, but
one of the most experienced rosters that have stepped foot on
tofu's pretty good, honestly.
Even comparing it back to 2023 Ascension, you have a team that has basically already been to champions, and they are.
Wait, what in the world is almond tofu? What?
But there's a big question once again as to whether they can actually, go all the way, especially since you have so many strong teams here. Can that experience actually come through and for the better here, Ewok? Especially since they're so experienced, and I think Leviathan
covered in almonds, huh?
With a team that's in another region, but Leviathan is probably the newest member there, and he's already putting up numbers.
Yeah, I think he's.
We'll see what happens with Paper X. I am curious. I think it's up to Paper X to convince us what the issue was.
Taking him in, and he's becoming one of their own. Of course, it helps if you're the new kid on the block to put up some good performances, right? You need to kind of show the guys that have been around that I am good enough to stick around and be part of this squad. And I think that's exactly what he's been doing. He's been really impressive. He's been on the tongue of many around. So I think he definitely is.
Wait, what? Almond tofu's an actual dish?
I do think him coming into this team makes this roster stronger. And I'm
interesting.
Very curious to see how his performance is going to be here at Ascension.
Not to mention Sushi Boy.
There is a player named Leviathan, yes, on Full Sense. Not to be confused with Leviathan, the team. Oh, Astra's definitely gonna shine if she doesn't get nerfed back before the season begins. 100%.
Because of course, obviously, we know where Leviathan is from, but it's gonna be such a challenge for him. But he's surrounded by such an amazing environment to learn from, and what better to to compete on this stage? And we know what those environments can do. I mean, we did see Charon from Gen G, right?
This is not the buffed Astra patch. They are not playing on the buffed Astra patch. And also, Vice is not allowed, apparently.
Well here. On the side of Oblivion Force, though, I mentioned earlier that I'm looking at Chime as one of those players to look out for. But I know that a lot of us here on the talent side also pointed out Coconut as one of those playmakers for this team, right? Do you think, Ewok, that it's going to boil down to like individual plays right now, especially since Oblivion Force is a bit of a question mark at the moment?
I think China already had Vice, yeah. They already had a Vice played, which is interesting. Honestly, even if they allowed it in Pacific, I don't think many teams would have played it, but
and not give away too many freebies. So I think it might be difficult for Oblivion Force to rely on their individuals too much, and they're going to have to make sure that as a team, as a unit, these guys are solid enough to go up against one of the best, right? You mentioned it's your dark horse for this tournament, and I don't think too many will be surprised if Full Sense come out on top here, but I would love to see a really big attempt from Oblivion Force.
when are the games supposed to start? No idea.
Exactly. We love surprises here at Ascension. And
Map draft. Someone spoiled it in YouTube. I guess it's already up on the Japanese channel.
Raw and new talent. And you have such talent as well that have been around their local scenes that now have that big break.
See, Ascent ban by Oblivion, Abyss ban, no surprise there.
I'm not surprised by Haven. Sunset, though, what do you think about this as our opening map, Ewok?
I think it's an interesting pick. If we take a look at Oblivion,
Haven, no big surprise there either.
they do like this.
Oblivion's gonna pick attack, okay.
Won their last match.
Bind ban by Oblivion, Icebox ban by Full Sense,
Not too surprised.
and Lotus, the trusty old decider map.
There's a certain way how they play the map. It's
So, Sunset,
a team that I think they're under
Oblivion Force's choice.
map, and how their strategies work into the map.
Let's get our Twitch channel points going.
Mid-round. And I do think that's where they flourish in asserting dominance with potentially a higher or a better understanding of how the map plays and the certain micro plays that need to be made in the middle of the round.
Oblivion Force, not Sunset. The team name is Oblivion Force.
That's a change because I think previously they did have him on the Rays. I am a big
John Olsen on the Neon. Everyone's bringing out the Neon.
We know him for his jet. The Rays, I would say, like I'm
Okay.
not as big of a fan as his Rays as I am of his jet. But
Who's favored on Sunset? I mean, I think Full Sense should be favored on every map.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of great Neon plays, I think, on the first day of Ascension.
Yeah, I think we're not too surprised, right? Neon's really good in the current meta, and we mentioned that these teams have had some time off, so not anything too crazy to see the Neon coming out. The Neon is absolutely amazing on this map, and he combos well with the Sova and.
But they're just gonna. So Oblivion Force isn't really changing anything.
If they change a little bit their playstyle, are they going to be a little bit faster? I'm very curious.
Yeah, I think
Sunset isn't a strong map for Full Sense, but I just think Full Sense is just the better team.
Agents like that. I think they haven't exactly changed like their whole idea of how to approach this map, but I think it's more of like they're just ready to take the pace up a notch, which is pretty frightening with for a team like Full Sense, especially since you have Foxes on that back on that Sova, and he can just like he amazingly gets like shock dart kills out of nowhere, which is sometimes it's inexplicable, but like he somehow gets it. I'm definitely a fan of the Sova too. So right now we're gonna step into Sunset. We're gonna toss it on over to our casters. Hilski.
It might not be a tech pause. It might just be the pause to allow them to toss to the casters.
All right, thank you, Mika, as well as Ewok. I mean, that's
Okay, that's what I figured Silver do. I figured the problem was that Kyu couldn't get time off from work, which is a darn shame, but we'll see. We'll see how they do.
And they're looking and they're hungry to get back up through to Ascension. At the same time,
The neon Bugatti peak instead of the Ferrari peak, that is goated. The Bugatti peak is actually so goated.
into this, having been the team to change the narrative, take down one team who were also the team to come in through Ascension in 2020.
So Full Sense hasn't really played much Sunset. They only played it once and lost, I believe. So we'll see what they look like here. But they did make the change from the race to the Neon. So Neon Breach.
That might be a little bit tricky.
Chalk is the sub, the Omen.
Meanwhile, for the time being, I think I don't have Phil's key with me.
Quack solo cast. Let's go.
Oblivion Force on the attack for now, trying to find some kind
Dude,
of
this...
approach
Okay, we might...
middle ground and
we might actually have to switch to the Korean cast.
Getting that information for the time being. Smoke will be deployed by Czech, just
The spit rate is dying. Let me pull it up on a different window real quick, see if it's any better.
Taking down that controller player, already a big taking down Chime, so already a big hiccup for Full Sense for the time being. Like D-Walk mentioned, a bit of that structured approach, not giving away free use, very careful up around the corners, even deploying the cyber cage just to create a little bit of that space. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad going through from the main angles, going through Vova, and also wrapping around from the back. Shot also, a shot.
It's not loading.
Not quite connecting, but just enough to hold down that space.
Oh, chat. I'm sorry, Quack. I love my English caster homies, but
And there's the defuse, Full Sense already.
chat. Oh, we're watching here. Oh, baby.
주방을 체크했고, 그러니까 모든 것들이 다 말이 되는 구도였어요.
이번에는 비메인 쪽에 있습니다.
Africa TV superiority. Let's freaking go.
사운드 정도만 내줬습니다.
네, 그래도 공 포인트 먹는 것들은 중요합니다. 이런 거 놓치면 안 되고요.
가디언이라서
Okay, so Full Sense won the pistol.
좀 두고 수비를 합니다.
오, 루비아턴.
자, 하나를 먼저 잃긴 했어요.
They don't want to give up that rifle, but they're going to have to.
그냥 같이 하자. 그리고 브리치와
Oh.
근데 이게 너무 센스인 게
Su yeah, Sushi Boys just waited for that pickup. That was so good. I think the bit rate from the Jakarta itself is still a little bit low, but overall Africa TV, generally Africa TV has always been pretty actually good in quality. It's just the platform is so bad. Is Africa TV the mainstream platform in Korea now? It's looking like it. I think Naver had that streaming platform and it still exists, but it's losing a lot of steam, especially for esports. I think Africa TV, or now Soup TV, it will become the go-to. This is a Korean stream. This is a Korean stream. I guess it technically always was, but for gaming, Twitch had a pretty good hold in Korea. Twitch wasn't banned. It's a very long story, but basically Twitch decided to not do business in Korea anymore. No raise, 4 rifles. You don't have your paranoia anymore. I don't think you have your dizzy anymore. I don't think he was in a position where you picked it back up. Never mind. He just got it back, so he did pick it back up. So at least you have that. But with this one way, John Olsen can always run away. He still has another slide. And they've already pushed out of B. So Full Sense took control of this part, and then they rotate and re-clear all of this. So this confirms it's A, which is why John Olsen backs off, right? As soon as that smoke dies out, he just backs out. He's trying to just hold an off angle just to find kills. Just to even numbers. I mean, yeah, I think that's fine. You know, if you even out numbers, even if they eventually clutch 1v1, I guess you still have the advantage in terms of the economy, but
지금 젖혀진 연막도 마치 연결 라인을 빼고 물 것을 친 연막이라서
이런 거 하나하나가 너무 커요 지금.
이러면 둘 이상은 있다라는 걸 알고 있습니다.
I mean, dude, Fox is about to get his ult too. He's gonna get his ult. Dude. Give it to Leviathan. Yep. Wow.
이게 경기를 치러보는 선수들이 더 잘 알 수 있을 것 같은데 오블리비언 포스 입장에서는 좀 많이 당황하고 있을 것 같아요.
There's basically the long story short is a lot of regulations were put in place in the past couple years in Korea for a bunch of different reasons, like some of it for data security, etc. There was a lot of talk about like this was targeted towards Twitch. That's possible, just given how Korea handles foreign businesses, but a lot of it was also, I think Korean platforms were in a position to switch their infrastructure because of how they were set up already to accommodate that, whereas Twitch wasn't. And then it was just too costly to adhere to all that, so they just said nope. And then in terms of audio, the reason the caster's audio on the Korean side is fine is because they're in a studio like together, so it's not online. Obviously the feed is being taken online, but so I think it'll be more consistent for the time being. We'll check back in on the English cast tomorrow, see if the quality's gotten better. Oh, okay. I mean, Chalk's always trying to be good for one. It does seem very bright, though. Is it just me? Also, okay, so I've been confused. Does he want his name produced as Leviathan? Like, is that how you pronounce it in Thai as well? Because the spelling is the English spelling, which is Leviathan. Yeah, it's very saturated. Might just be a freak of TV having a filter on their streams. Really? Has it always been a bit more saturated on the Korean broadcast? Huh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we have any Thai fans in the chat, but like I don't know if the word itself in Thai is usually always pronounced. Because I've heard the Thai casters say Leviathan as well, but then I feel like I've heard it both ways on the Thai broadcast. But the team Leviathan is like, it's meant to be pronounced Leviathan because it's spelled in their language, meant to be pronounced in their language. That's why it's Leviathan. But it is interesting that the Korean broadcast would be more saturated in general just because this is coming from their feed anyway. So I guess maybe the Korean stream PC just puts a filter on it, maybe. The NVIDIA stuff. Oh. Paranoia. Oh, good late trap. It's a good idea. He just had to reload. Ooh. Nice double swing.
딱 카메라 깨지는 그 순간에 균열 준비되어 있었고 피해 망상 준비되어 있었고 그러니까 한 명만 잡고 갔어도 좀 뭔가 다른 그림이 나왔을 텐데 눈에 보이는 게 많다 보니까
They don't get another.
피해 망상에 맞고서는 좀 당황을 했습니다.
Leviathan. Okay. Leviathan. Okay. I guess that's how he wants it pronounced. Leviathan.
이제 총기 상황이 괜찮아진.
Have you checked out other FPS games in Korea like Siege? Like the esports scene or just you mean games in general? Games in general, I mean I've tried a lot of FPSs. Like I've tried Siege back when I was in the States and stuff. The esports scene, I haven't followed the Siege scene in Korea much. I know it's gone through a lot of turmoil, but where is Oblivion Force from? They are representing Taiwan, Hong Kong region. Utah is YR Select, yes.
약간 벽을 느낄 수 있습니다.
아니 저자를 자꾸 찍고서 나오는 거에.
Overall, full sense a good setup. So basically, they're willing to give up mid. Fox would just back out if there is a push out. He's trying to scout through the drone. They're trying to find a timing off of it. He reads it. Survives long enough. Okay. So this is actually not bad for Oblivion Force. They basically, this opens up this side, right? Because everyone has to get pushed back because of mid. And then B, you know, the Cypher's usually been setting up there, so they're going to choose correctly onto A. We'll see if John Olsen doesn't overdo it, and he doesn't. He survives. That's all you needed. You just needed him to survive. Oh, what the? Dude, off the stun. Clean.
이거 하려고. 이거 보여주려고 했구나.
이것 때문에 어그로를 한번 제대로 끌었죠, 그냥.
존올센이 그 딱 킬을 올리기 직전에 균열도 잘 들어갔어요, 끝단에. 근데 이선 백업이 좀 늦었고.
존올센과
Nice.
레비안탄이 잡히긴 했지만 그래도 라운드를 가져가네요. 풀센스입니다.
use it to write the regions again. Can you even see it if I write it? Maybe I have to use a Big pen.
오버드라이브 이제
북한 나왔습니다.
아 근데 오늘 존올센도 존올센인데 폭주가 만들어낸 라운드가 진짜 많네요.
피스톨에서
네, 왜냐면 지금도 폭주가 아니었다면 저렇게
Does that work?
제로 포인트의 존올센을 봤을 때 뭐 빗물에서 말대로 당연히 브리치도 있을 거를 감을 잡았을 건데도 그쪽으로 갈 수밖에 없었던 거는 미드 주도권을 먹혔기 때문이거든요.
자, 이번엔 네온이 찍히지 않았습니다.
Wait, what?
그리고 네온까지 배치.
근데 뭐를 해야
Addison, how are you doing this? How are you finding these names? Thank you for the gifted sub over to Epic Pet. Shout out to Epic Pet.
찍혔어요.
Shout out for the gifted sub as well.
치크가
근데 PTC.
PTC always good for the cover. PTC really, he really impressed me during that LCQ 2 years ago. And then he's been shaky ever since. But these are the types of rounds where this allows John Olsen to get a little silly sometimes.
단정이 되니까 이거를 네온 브리치 이렇게 쓰네요.
야, 고민은 너네가 해.
예, 우리가 맨날 말했던 그 영역에 대한 압박감, 강제성 이걸 보여줍니다.
참 주도권을 잃지 않으려는 노력이 좋네요, 풀센스.
그러니까 뭔가 공격은 오블리언스가 해야 되는데 수비하듯이 약간 영역을 제대로 못 쓴다는 게 이미 주눅든 게.
Would you consider co-streaming with Seth or other casters in general? Yeah. I'd be down.
나는 괜찮다 아직.
I think I might reach out to some of the guys from other regions that are planning to co-stream the later parts of Pacific Ascension. Maybe do a little co-stream.
유타가 또 잡혔습니다.
네, 화력 차이가 많이 나서.
그리고 역시나 경험치가 많은 선수들.
Full sense, not overdoing it, right? Against the eco, so I'd love to see it.
줄거 주고 하자 그냥.
You already gave one rifle, don't need to give more. There is the KO ult, so we'll see if Oblivion Force wants to try to force their way through this round against the retake. Oh.
근데 드론으로 지금 병력을 못 봤거든요. 리아의 위치도 못 봤고 지금 팀의 위치도 못 봤어요.
Good paranoia to push out. I like it from Oblivion Force. Gain an advantage. It is crazy that it's the Vandal that's pushing out, but I think they just assume that that's our win condition. Dude, Fox is playing really well right off the bat. One of them needs to pick up the rifle again, which is why Chime's going out. The defuse is coming through. He's just going to stick it. With your other body parts. Steven Liggy.
리아만 지금 주눅들지 않고 경기를 하고 있습니다.
아니 근데 플래시 드라이브를 맞은 폭주를 저 리아가 잘 붙었는데 그걸 졌어요.
Leviathan with 951.
그게 아니었다면 이번 라운드는 오블리언스가 가져올 수 있었던 라운드였거든요.
아 오퍼레이터가 나왔습니다. 존올센.
야 이제 오퍼까지 등장해서 더 영역적으로 먹기가 어려워지는. 아 여기서 리아가 잡나 싶었거든요, 진짜 폭주를.
이게 에임 한번 들렸는데도 이겼어요.
버팅을 좀 일단은 견뎌냈던 움직임 너무 좋아하는데요, 스시보이.
스시보이도 진짜 경험치 많거든요.
이거 또 잡아먹으려고.
Okay, as long as the op stays alive, you are missing your smokes, so that's a bit of a trouble. The thing is it almost kind of works out because they still have the Cypher set up on A, so this one way was really just a stalling tactic, and dude, Fox with the timing picks them off, slows down and he rotates, and then you still have the Cypher set up, you still have the op reset up here, and you have the breach to stall any sort of chase. And now at the 1 minute mark, you drone, you see that they are in mid, so it's most likely a rotate, so he pushes out off of that, and then the op rotates over to mid, so Fox can go. It's very, very step by step. They have no idea that PTC would have pushed out already. Zero idea. Yep, there you go. But he waits. See if there's more, but if there's not, they are just going to A, so it's a full read. And, oh, dude, and the fault line. Dude.
나머지 두 명 이제 에이메이 말고 없네. 바로 균열.
둘 다 맞았어요.
확실히 브리칭 잘해요, PTC가.
7대입니다.
아 브리치가 진짜 잘하기 어려운 건데 이게 뭐 약속된 균열 이후에 난전을 만들 수 있지만 저렇게 내려가면서 하기 쉽진 않거든요.
No.
기계팔 증후군은 없습니다.
워낙 오랜 시간 동안 브리치를 다뤄왔기 때문에
This was a very good round
에임도 무난하고요 지금.
from Full Sense.
10번째 라운드입니다.
Just textbook rotations.
그리고 전원이 수준급의
Timer.
보여주고 있는
I
포센스입니다.
assume there's a possibility of a timeout from Oblivion. We are on the Korean stream, yeah. The English stream was having a lot of issues. So like the bitrate on the YouTube stream isn't good, and then the Twitch is limited in Korea for quality. And then the audio was all over the place, so the caster audio. You have 4 ults on Oblivion Force. You can get by with half armor for the most part, except for Utah. And then 2 away from Thrash. So honestly, you can try to get through and then make the Thrash. Obviously, you don't want to all in on just one round, but you just got to do whatever you can to get back into the game.
신 자체가 자신감을 많이 얻은 것 같아요.
그렇죠.
그러니까 우리가 되는구나. 그리고 이렇게 공격적인 움직임들이 우리가 잘못된 게 아니구나.
원래 이게 또 구비전 그리고 DRX로 넘어와서까지는 이제 뭐 약간 뭐 스킬에 의존한다, 천천히 한다 이런 느낌이 있었는데 또 페이퍼룩스가 공격적인 움직임을 보여줬고 그 이후에는 또 그게 잘 버무려져서
1 away from the Hunter's Fury for Fox.
이게 보면은 각 지역마다
You have the Neon ult, so the op, you can still back that up. Rolling Thunder probably won't come back for the half, so that's it for Full Sense. Same with Oblivion Force, quite frankly. Except for maybe the Thrash, you can maybe cycle that if you really went for it.
아니 같이 나오는 근데 지금도 이게 아니 근데 웃긴 건 오면은 되게 뭐 아예 계단 아래 내려와 있었고.
Just the peek out. John Olsen's playing so aggressive, but he has the backup to do it, and I like it. Like I like PTC and Leviathan just supporting him non-stop. Did they see him? I think they saw him. I think he saw Chime. Chime's kind of stuck. So now John Olsen's waiting for someone to back him up. He's just fishing for another hit. Oh, saw him. That's a misstep from Chime. And then he rotates back. Yeah, I mean this is probably one of the more one-sided matchups we have in the first 2 days, to be very honest. There was a and there still is a world where Oblivion Force can do some damage because they have some talented players individually, but team-wise, like, oof. Because Full Sense sometimes throws a little bit, but like even then, just like the basics of macro and rotations, Full Sense should be good.
아니 근데 제가 보기엔 PTC가 진짜 잘하는 것 같아요.
7개째. 와, 존올센이 5퍼 4킬을 보여주면서 팀 내 킬 리더로 올라갑니다.
야, 이거 오늘
Yeah, and yeah, the first 2 days will have a couple one-sided matchups, but overall, I think it will still be a very, very, very close tournament.
우리가 이제 방금 시작했지만 경기력이 아예 달라요. 작년에 어센션이 아니에요. 제가 봤을 때.
내줍니다. 내줘요. 사냥꾼의 분도 믿고 폭주에 오기 전까지.
He's just gonna play retake on A. You have deep op lines on B.
자, 사냥
Alright, you just draw out the null command. It's an eco anyway, so let them plant, and then we just go in for the retake. There is a timing that Oblivion Force can try to get with the showstopper to push out, and they have to push out. They can't just wait for them to crowd them. Oh, too deep! Oh no, he's still alive. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god.
아니 분명히 다리 앞쪽으로 던져야 될 걸 앞으로 뛰어가서 피한 거가 불러봤거든요.
안 무빙한 다음에 뒤로 빠져 슬라이딩 옆으로 빠졌어요.
아니 허벅지 스쳤겠는데요.
근데 이거는 합도합인데 개인 기량까지 버무려져서.
I think the thing is I'm pretty sure Rhea sent it back because he expected him to back out. And John Olsen was like, nah, dude, I straight up just gotta go fast.
이거는 리플레이 봐야죠.
존 올슨의 몸에 그 데미 장식이 스쳐 지나간 상처가 있을 것 같아요. 와.
저 정도면
No
제가
replay?
보기에 바지는 스쳤습니다.
Unfortunate.
예.
그리고 나서 오버드라이브뿐만 아니라 사냥꾼의 분노 백업이 좋았습니다.
3오퍼.
예, 전반 마지막이니까
All the ops.
야,
Rifles on the side. And then he just, oh my god, he's gonna oh, okay. No, come on. Don't let him get away with this. Oh my god, he's getting away with this. Dude, he's drawn out so much and they just ran into the aftershock, man. It's a, I think this might be over.
시속 30km 밑으로 무조건. 야, 몇 번을 막습니까 저거를?
야, 근데 진짜 어린이 보호
John,
늦출 수는 있지만
John's having fun.
야, 근데 여기 잠깐만. 근데 한 명 더 있는 거 몰라요?
네.
사운드 들었어요. 뛰는 거 이거. 잠깐만요.
망상.
Leviathan.
위치 바꿔주고.
Dude, where was that? Wait, what was that flash? Oh, I think it was Chime's own. Yeah. Okay, 2v1.
예, 진짜 잘하는데요?
Yuta can clutch this. He's capable of clutching this.
아직 어센션 저희가 두 경기째지만 어센션 내에서 1등일 수 있습니다.
He was trying to bait out the 1v1s, but
대회에서
John's not having any of it.
그때 진짜 페이퍼넥스가 알고도 못 막는 막 러시비 이런 거 연속적으로 해가지고 다 때려잡았을 때 그런 느낌의 경기예요. 그러니까, 예, 주도권.
No, I mean this is a difference. It's not that this is like, oh man, like Full Sense is gonna win the whole tournament. Like this was gonna be a bit of a one-sided affair, which is why I kept saying like I think you should be disappointed in Full Sense if they don't win this. I mean, and again, it's like it's not that Oblivion Force players are bad. It's just that they just don't have the same amount of time and experience compared to almost any of the other teams at this tournament. Like this is a straight like amateur team. I mean, some of them have played on pro teams before, but I honestly think Rapid Lo-Fi probably has better teamwork than Oblivion Force. That's where I stand. I think Oblivion Force could beat them out of like pure just individual skill, but I would say I think Rapid Lo-Fi might actually have better teamwork than Oblivion Force, which again isn't like shocking. But then again, yeah, it's you never know with the game of Valorant. Apparently they are not in the same room. They each team has their own setup room, like Team A, Team B. It does still seem quite cramped, but
특히 미드에서 잠깐 살짝만 보려 하다가 찍혀갔던 라운드들이 두 번이나 있었거든요.
Well, okay, but you say that, but Simprisa Gaming is a premier team. Simprisa Gaming and Riddle both came through Premier, so I think it just depends on the region and the background of each team.
그리고 균열이나 뭐 여전 맞힐 수 있어요. 근데 그게 이제 우리 팀이 될 가능성이 좀 높다 보니까.
Why is the staff here? Is there an issue?
10대2 전반전 피스톨 지면 그냥 뭐 이미 선셋은 좀 많이 어려워졌습니다.
야, 근데 진짜 그 지역의 스타일처럼 그 스타일에 맞게 너무 풀센스가 좋은 경기를 보여줬네요. 전반전은요.
근데 저희도 사실 풀센스가 더 잘할 거라고 예상했는데 이 정도로 차이가 날 거다는
일단은 피스톨에 이어 중간에 그 폭죽이 찍혔던 미드 그때부터 뭔가 쎄했어요. 본인들이 경기가
Pacific and Pacific will have the same amount of trophies. Sag.
라운드가 아예 없거든요, 진짜로.
맞아요. 근데 진짜는 공격입니다, 풀센스.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming up from Premier, I think it's a good reminder to everyone that like Premier doesn't necessarily mean a worse team, right? Like it could be a bunch of amateurs who are just cracked and are coming up as the new generation. It could be a team of players, and like a semi-pro or amateur team that has a little bit of backing that just never had the chance to get into challengers, like which is great. I love that. I do wish that Oblivion Force also had their full roster. This isn't their starting 5, so that's also unfortunate. They don't have their IGL.
근데 4명이어도 질 수도 있어요.
브리치 대원을 그냥 막겠다. 근데 만약에 말씀해준 대로 질 수도 있다. 포스텍이 지면은 멘탈 진짜.
야 피망만 빼고
Oh man, dude, because John Olsen's been playing so aggressive, the paranoia just comes out right away. They expect it to be a full send, and then they just rotate.
타이밍 스킬 타이밍 보세요.
Really, really good.
버티는 거 말고는 없거든요.
자 카메라 파괴되고 함정.
버틸 수 있나요?
네 지금 5초
I mean, it's just like these are things I would have actually expected full sense to just send it on A and be like, we win no matter what. Like we're just stronger.
야 함정.
And they're at least they're not doing that, so they're not throwing away the advantages they could have had. So that's good.
그 사이에 비메인에 아무도 없다라는 정찰용 화살 찍어놓고 들어간 거라 비메인을 안 보고 그냥 빗사이드를 밀어버린 거예요.
그러니까 생각했던 것보다 훨씬 더 빠른 타이밍에 유탄은 잡힐 수밖에 없었고요.
이거 시간 끌리면 균열 들어옵니다.
충격 화살로 일단은 첫 번째 시간을 벌 거기 때문에.
펜트탑.
Oh,
야,
they're sticking. Oh, it's been done though, yeah.
해체가 됐는데요.
Yeah.
해체가 되긴
네,
했습니다.
마지막에 반해체 깡해체가 됐나 보네요. 와 근데
처음에
위험하긴 하네요, 진짜.
윙맨을 붙이고 반을 했나 본데요. 예.
야, 존올센이 메인에서 그
So it was good. The nade, the paint shells from Rhea kind of keeps them tied up so they can't spam immediately, so the half gets done.
이게 이겨도 찝찝하네요.
근데 저는 이게 다 할 수 있는 거잖아요. 그러니까 네온 브리치니까 A로 가는 척 해가지고 고속기 올리고 사운드 좀 흘리면서 피망 빼고 돌리는 건 다 할 수 있는 건데.
포바?
포바를.
Dude, I just realized that one of the UI says Lammy Snacks,
없다라는 사실 알고 있는 오블리.
who is on the roster as a sixth man, but he's not playing.
저처럼 확 휘둘리진 않습니다. 다행인 건.
근데 이 와중에 존올슨 가디언이에요?
야, 그리고 A 쪽에 더 밀진 않고 기다리고 있는 오블리비언.
This force is insane.
바로 매치거든요. 진짜 자금 때문에.
Dude, Guardian Force. They know that if they can win this round, it's over, right? Because Oblivion Force has to buy up.
그나마 믿을 건 정말 저 리아입니다. 리아의 저 한 발. 리아라 이거 봐야 돼. 리아는 리아 잠깐만 균열.
Okay, he doesn't get hit by it. That's a good delay, but he wanted to take advantage of the dizzy timing, so he goes out. Still good fight. They have the advantage. They have someone covering a short still.
이러면 그나마
Spikes down.
이건 이겼죠?
코코넛 체력 10. 자크가 폭스를 잡아냈습니다. 야, 이러면 포스바이는 좀 굴러가긴 하겠지만 라운드 차이가 좀 많이 나긴 합니다, 여전히. 자, 이러면 두 명까지
I'm gonna assume he's not clutching this.
피해망상.
I gotta go heat up some soup for my wife real quick because she's on her way home and she hasn't eaten anything. And as I say that, he's about. Oh my god. No. No. Okay. Be right back.
경기가 이겨도 찝찝해요. 일라랑 비슷하게 이게.
저 두 자루를 떨고 간 게 대박이네요, 진짜.
포스바이 실패입니다. 하지만 라운드 스코어 10대4. 근데 이게 두 개 라운드를 졌어도 풀센스의 분위기에는 전혀 타격이 없을 것 같습니다.
네. 근데 이게 어쨌든 포바를 진 거라 오블리비언이 기회가 아예 없는 건 아니게 됐어요. 근데 이제 문제는 뭐냐면 리아와 그나마 오맨은 좀 킬을 좀 올렸는데 나머지가 교전이 좀 안 좋은 거. 그나마 코코넛이 이번에는 양질의 킬을 하나 했습니다.
좋은 샷을 보여주긴 했습니다. 뒤늦게 좀 감을 찾고 있는 오블리비언 포스 선수들입니다. 자, 이제 후반전 세 번째 라운드입니다.
Dude, I didn't even miss the round. That was so fast.
그나마 지금 포바여서 어렵다고 드렸는데 이게 지금 이렇게 킬이 나면 코코넛이
How did John just get that kill? What the heck? Dude, that timing on the aftershock and then the flash. So he flashes that wall right on the timing that someone would have to peek out from the aftershock. Big kill from Rhea, but because it's Cypher, I don't think they expect to Leviathan. Yeah. Oh, nice movement from Rhea, though. So now you know. It was a double lurk. You saw the triple. You knew they were A. You have the trips. So really, you just have to worry about this. Yep. And that's all they're going to cover. And since he has the cross, they're just going to stack onto A.
하나 더 정리해줬고요. 가디언.
아니 저는
The names on the cams are all off.
깜깜합니다 오늘.
Don't pay attention to it. They have Lammy Snacks playing for one of these guys.
왼손이 좋아. 왼손이 지기 전에 왼손이 좋아요.
야.
한명 더 잡고 갔어.
Okay, 10-5.
한발 더 쏘겠다.
And not over yet. I mean, Full Sense is not even at 11, let alone map point.
이러면은 진짜 풀센스도
I think if they don't win this round, a timeout is necessary in order just to calm things down at the very least.
간 보고 이러다가 이런 식으로 잘릴 바에는
You've seen enough of Williams winning Ascension.
워낙
Oh, I love it. I love the overreactions.
브릿지 조합이기 때문에 언급해주신.
All right, you do have Overdrive. Not going to use it, though. Keeping that as a backup more than an econ play.
미드 작업하는 척 저렇게
I guess use it on an eco, I guess.
갈무리에서 뛰는
No, this is double elim. Every team has another shot. So Revenant still has another chance. They lost earlier, but they're in the lower bracket. It's just a little bit of a weird. It's a weird double elim because it's 10 teams. So like, there's like an extra round, but the first round is not single elim. Everyone still has a second chance.
초바가 찍혔습니다.
여지는 그냥 좀 부셔놓기 위한 함정들이나 카메라를 깨기 위함이고.
아 역시 이러면 쉽지 않죠.
자, 근데 아직 안에 남아 있습니다.
네.
뮤타.
Oh my gosh. Okay, staying alive is big.
바꿔줄 수밖에 없습니다.
But they've given up the entire site and they still don't have any information in mid. So they're going to close the door, which is good. But Fox probably just wraps around, right? Oh! Both of them dying was not part of the plan. Not enough time for Fox to slow creep through. He does get one kill. That's going to distract him a little bit. Okay, but PTC is still alive. That's huge, yeah. Oh, that bought them so much time, dude. Sushi Boy's getting one kill there was huge. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a disaster. This was a round Oblivion had to win. That is unfortunate. Is the English stream back? We'll switch after in the next game. I'll check in on the next game. I would love to. I don't want to undermine the English caster, so I would love to. But I don't want to keep switching back and forth in between games, so. No, the lurk was everything. I thought the lurk was going to be over though because they got picked off here, so they couldn't buy enough time for him to catch all of them, but they play it well. Who do you recommend to watch party during the days you're casting? I don't know. I don't know anyone else from that's an English speaking streamer that's been following Pacific. Although tomorrow, I guess Toast will probably be co-streaming, right? So that'll be fun. It'll be biased, but it'll be fun. Is Neil watch partying all the games? Maybe I'll reach out to Neil as well. If he wakes up right, yeah. Times are also. Dude, what does the Fox say is a throwback? Well, I think Slig is waiting until China is over, right? So on Monday, I guess Sliggy probably. That's always Sliggy's always a good go-to.
야, 오빌리비언이 진짜 후반 1라운드를 이긴 것 때문에 결국 3점을 더 딴 거는 맞거든요. 근데 지금부터가 진짜 중요해졌습니다. 지면은 이제 그나마 자금을 조금은 묶어가지고 몇 명은 총이 나오겠지만 3명은 아예 자금이 없어요.
Yeah, I'm glad that Sliggy's like choosing to get some sleep because, dude, some days during the regular season he was like streaming all 3 time zones and I was like, can't be good for you.
그냥 갑니다 이렇게.
팀 내에서 분명히 제일 잘했던 선수인데.
I haven't watched much of the other regions Ascensions. Just highlights.
풀릴 때 지진 강타 쓰고 밀자가 될 수도 있고요.
여기야 뭐 진짜 가죠. 사냥꾼의 분노에 다 쓰자. 예, 노래 좀 바꿔줬으면 좋겠네요. 예.
현지 문제입니다, 여러분.
예.
타임아웃 노래가 계속 나오고 있어서 경기는
Yeah, the audio switch is always a little delayed.
또못 빼겠는데요.
Lots of ults on full send, so they can try to full send it, but
망상까지 그 뒤에서 와라. 뒤에서
good timing from the push through though. So they drew out so much utility here that they make the call to push through. That's a good call. Fox gets one.
위치 바꿔.
And then the wraparound again from John. Look at the mini-map.
이겨버리면
Full Sense is very good about having extra backup plans. He does only have a classic, but...
진짜 침착하네요.
좀 지독한 걸요. 예, 균열을 이거를 더블로 맞춰서 저걸 잡으려고.
야, 이러면 매치 포인트입니다.
다음 맵까지 공격을 해놨습니다.
야, 진짜.
So in terms of the format, like if you go through the pick'em on VLR, it'll show you. Basically, think of it as like a weirdly staggered bracket. But they'll face whoever's losing on like the other side's first the other matchup that's not Disguise. So like Disguise, then Riddle will still have an advantage, but where even if they lose, they'll get to wait another round.
헷갈리죠. 예, 진짜라면은 여기 뛰는 순간 우리가 지진강타 어떻게 하냐 뭐 이런 생각이 들 거라서.
네, 일단 저 미드 상단의 연막만 저렇게 쳐줘도 너무 부담이에요. 지금 시장 쪽에 함정이 계속 두 개씩 깔리는데 저기에 대한
So presence in B, nothing in A. I like that Oblivion Force, they think they have a decent read that it's a B hit, so after the one way they just push out. So now they know for sure. So now you can focus on here and here, except you have double trap set up on market, so you really should have been paying more attention to delay here. Oh, good kill from Yuta though. I was gonna say Rio was kind of stranded in no man's land, but okay, bit of a... What? Wait, how does that get a double? Out of all of the showstoppers, that one gets a double kill? Did it go above? Did it hit the back wall? How did it get them? What the hell? It's basically the Masters Reykjavik 2021 format. Yeah, kind of. Dude, that was a crazy ult. Do you know much about the Australian team? Not much. Dude, it didn't. It hit the dude, it was a wall bang. What the heck? Anyway, it's still map point. Full Sense should still be able to close out this game. It's just a matter of like they do need to respect the firepower of Oblivion Force. And I think Oblivion Force is, now that it's on defense, defense is always going to be much more systematic. But okay, but maybe not. Holy cow, it's going to end with an eco. Ah, he misses out on Sushi Boy speaking out. There's nothing he can do. They're stuck, man. GG. Feels bad, man.
일단 교전 능력, 그다음에 난전의 집중력 워낙에 좋고 네온 브리치가 나오는 이런 또 전장에서는
It's always an eco.
그리고 오늘 폭즈가 중요할 때마다 너무 잘해줬고 PTC의 브리치도 정말 존올센의 날개를 달아주는 그런 균형이었습니다.
GG's.
그 뭔가 짬이라고 해야 되나요? 거기서 차이가 많이 났습니다.
네, 작전의 수행 능력부터 준비성, 그러니까 모든 면에서 약간 퀄리티적인 차이가 좀 많이 났던 첫 번째 맵이었습니다. 이게
Who's starting on
오블리언스가 선택해서 했다는 느낌보다는 상대방이 어떻게 할지를 걱정하다 끝날 라운드가 다였고.
Oblivion Force is starting an attack again on Haven. I mean, but they did choose it, so hopefully they feel better about their Haven. No, they don't have jerseys. It's just a bunch of dudes. I mean, some of them have played on pro teams before, but Oblivion Force they're playing for the dream right now.
그렇죠. 바로 매치 갈 뻔했는데. 그러니까 맵 특성, 맵 컨셉을 잘 이해하고 있는 상황이었습니다.
진짜 어센션의 페이퍼렉스 같은 느낌이었어요.
맞습니다.
Points predictions are up for map 2 on Twitch.
리아가 그래도 좀 잘 버텨보나 했는데 막아내기에는 혼자의 힘으로는 안 됐고요. 역시나 누구 거를 탈 수는 없는 풀센스의 좀 이런.
Yeah, I don't know who the new IGL is. The IGL used to be Q, but he is gone. So not sure if Chak is IGLing or if someone else picked it up.
그다음에 제가 보기에는
The last match is Boom, yes.
뭐 이기지 못했더라도 오빌리비언이 약간은 따라잡았을 것 같긴 하거든요. 근데 이성 교전이 일단 너무 안 됐어요.
Nope, no coach, just the players.
오블리비언 포스가 10번이었네요.
더 많네요 오히려. 예.
그러니까 리아가 얼마나 잘한 거냐고요.
그렇죠. 야. 포스트 플랜트 6번이었는데 한 번밖에 득점하지 못했었던 오블리비언 포스고요.
너무 아쉬운 교전의 시작은 좋았으나 중간이나 마무리는 결국에는 풀센스가 웃는 그림들이 너무 많았습니다.
자, 이렇게 선셋에서의 경기가 마무리됐습니다. 이 직전 맵은 오블리비언 포스가 선택했던 맵이었고요. 이어지는 전장은 헤이븐입니다. 풀센스가 선택한 전장에서 경기가 진행되겠습니다. 저희는 그러면 잠시 쉬었다가 오늘의 두 번째
Maybe it's Shimi. I mean, it could be. Oh, what? We're wearing shirts and ties on the Korean broadcast? I hate it. I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Anyway. Let's go back to the English stream, see if it's been fixerinoed. Well, it's lagging behind, that's for sure.
Talked about Oblivion Force.
Oh, hey, it looks better.
Nice players, individuals, but
Let's definitely not look at the chat.
It's most likely going to be the team that wins at the end of the day, and I think
Okay.
that is in this first map.
Yeah,
Stop this so we don't have to.
You know, you look at that scoreline. Yes, there were some rounds
Okay.
where Oblivion Force were able to bring it up. a
Looks
notch,
better.
especially
We'll
in
see
the
if we
way
can
of,
stick with it.
Korea trying so hard, right?
2160 is still there though. Should I try it?
So many times, but it's just
I mean, if the bitrate's bad, it's still going to be bad, but we'll see. We'll see once we get into the game.
Of that map, John Olsen. And I actually feel like John Olsen here, like, yes, we did see a lot of.
Dude, I hate formal fits for like
But I feel
like there's a time and place for it. But like the old days of esports always doing shirt and tie and jackets, I thought it was silly.
Maybe we've only seen like 40% of Mr. Jonathan Olsen.
I think it works for certain games. I think it works for certain environments, but like
not even 100%,
like
but,
online broadcasts,
then I think John Olsen's going to be pretty scary for any other team to go up against.
it ain't it.
I think he
Is the English
got
broadcast
so much
louder in the
value with
left
the
ear?
operator as
I
well. You
thought
saw
that
him
was the case
pick up
earlier,
triple
but
operator.
maybe.
And I think that tells us a little more about how.
If Full
Oblivion
Sense
Force
wins,
play
yes, they play against
operator
this
as
guys.
well. I think there's quite a lot of issues if you'd like to get into that.
Yeah,
Listen, I think they'll go to a commercial break real quick afterwards too. So let me be right back. Enjoy their desk. Maybe I'll run some ads if I can again. And then we will continue with map 2, which is Haven. If you're on Twitch, the point predictions are up.
You know, they couldn't sustain it at the end, especially when, you know, Full Sense, they're like, okay, you're gonna do that? Well, we got, you know, so many pages in our playbook right now, born out of so many years. So, yeah, I feel like right now, about to get into Haven right after a very quick break. But we have more from Full Sense and Oblivion Force coming right up. So I feel like Ewok, we are. Haven is coming up next between Full Sense and Oblivion Force, and based on what we saw earlier, Ewok, this seems to be a map that, you know, is already written. I mean, it is a Full Sense map for sure, and as we saw with Oblivion Force, I don't think they can exactly stand up to an opponent as experienced, as aggressive as Full Sense just yet, based on what we saw over in the first map.
Yeah, I think, as you said, it's quite a staple map for Full Sense, so I'm expecting it could be a little bit difficult for Oblivion Force this one. They have lost their last 2 maps versus 1 esport of Haven, so I'm hoping to see something a little bit different. They did have the time, as we mentioned, right? So maybe they can give us something new and make this one really competitive, because at the end of the day, Sunset was only going Full Sense's way, as we saw.
Yeah, and you look at that score line as well, right? 13-6, the biggest gap that we've seen so far, and it felt that way in the rounds, right? To be honest, I feel like some of the rounds that went the way of Oblivion Force was more of maybe Full Sense just being overconfident at times, but maybe Full Sense just kind of almost toying with them in a bit. But yeah, I mean, there's so many, the odds are definitely against Oblivion Force right now. I mean, you know, Pilsky said it as well. They're coming in with a slightly different roster. They are definitely adjusting to so many things, even more than some of the other teams. So there's only so much they can do at this point. But what more can they do on Haven, especially since we're expecting John Olsen to probably come back with that Neon, as he's known to do on this map.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned earlier, Full Sense has just a really good understanding on this map. In my opinion, I think it doesn't really matter what John Olsen plays. I think just them as a team, they just really play well. And we saw on the first map on Sunset, sometimes John Olsen died early in A main, and then guess who's there? His teammates are there to pick up behind him when he's maybe not the one getting the entry, right? I mean, some of the other rounds, he just kills 3, right? So that's kind of what you want from your duelist. And of course, from your teammates, that's what you expect from your duelist, if you're the duelist player as well. You're gonna have to make some risks, and hopefully they can close out the round after. I definitely also think, you mentioned that Full Sense seemed very confident, right? I think a big sign of that confidence was the force buy after they lost the eco. And I'm not the biggest fan of the force buy after losing the pistol on the attack. Yes, they did plant a bomb, but I feel like they're just at that point, they had so much momentum, and they're most likely just the better team. There's no need to kind of gamble it for a force buy, but I can understand they were confident, they were picking up the 3 ops, right? I can respect it. Not something that I'm personally a fan of.
Yeah, I feel like against another team, like if they were up against Synfreeza Gaming, maybe they wouldn't have, maybe they wouldn't have done that. Maybe they would have exercised a little bit more caution. But I feel it's just that, they read Oblivion Force so easily. They knew that this was a team that they could push in this way. They knew that this was a team that they could easily shepherd around the map, and that's exactly what they did. And especially with John Olsen just charging in. The reason why we bring him up so much is because, you're looking at that map, he was pretty much in their faces more of 70% of the time, and then you barely even get to see everybody else bringing up the rest of the round, even though it's because they set him up so well for all of these things. He's enjoying being that frontliner as well, right? You sense it so much from the way he plays. I am eager though, going into Haven, a 3-site map, to see
I am back.
The others come in
just in time.
Oblivion Force going in with that double duelist, the ISO,
and we have changes across the board.
Oblivion Force, you think you want?
Neon ISO.
I like to see them pull out something that's maybe not as expected. Of course, some teams ran the ISO Yoru combo, and now they're running the ISO Neon combo.
Okay. It isn't quite the Yoru, but
the one thing that from the first map that it was a little bit worrying.
But so here's the difference: is that the Yoru ISO. The reason the Yoru ISO works is that the Yoru can really be the one that pushes and pulls, and then opens up good fights, and then the ISO can hold those positions that the Yoru already cleared. The difference here is obviously Neon can rotate, but the difference here is that this is just this comp is just really good for fighting, because the Neon and Breach can help open things up, and the ISO can clean up. So ISO, yeah. So I think I don't want to call it just a variant of the
they have some adjustments.
The Senprisa comp, mind you.
They just get on your face real fast with that.
That Fnatic also popularized.
Yeah, I mean, there's some times where I feel like maybe Oblivion First is walking into John Olsen a little too much. Are they going to do that here on Haven? We're gonna have to see if that double duelist comp stacks up as we toss it on over.
Because I think it's gonna have to be played very differently.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Mika, Sloss, Ewok. Yes, I mean, this is, by all means, you know, full sense. They showed us exactly how strong. Your name's Conky now.
I'm still Conky.
Exactly
I've been Conky all day, actually. That's the fantastic.
Is JYP being in the Korean broadcast real? No.
Conky, to be fair.
That
So,
shouldn't. That is not the case. He is not working this event. He did cast Valorant a couple times, but he's not working this event.
That's right. I mean, okay, full sense. They've been really strong. I mean, we're seeing how cohesive they can be. But what I'm understanding right is also the fact that there's a reason why they picked this, and that's because they are just that.
Well, that's not
How
Conky,
are
first
they
of
that
all.
good, Pilsy?
Dude, my nose is like so itchy.
I don't know how they're that good, but they.
That's Pilsky, but
on this map with this comp. They've played it twice. Made in Thailand.
I think he just has a dark screen behind him just to clean it up.
In the S2 Thailand Challengers final. On the other side of things, for Oblivion Force, rather than dominating their domestic competition on this map, they have been losing to one team.
I'm not very familiar with chess. I used to play chess casually, but so I'm not really sure what that question is. But let's talk about these two teams.
He is someone that will flex into the secondary duelist role. He usually will do it on the Jet.
So full sense playing
with Rhea playing something like a
what they've always done. John Olsen on the Neon.
Another example of that, where they're bringing out the ISO.
Well, we say always, once.
Really
Meanwhile, we got Oblivion Force.
This ISO exactly. That's one of the things that Ewok was talking about.
On the attack. So, in my opinion, this comp, it has to kind of all in, right? You break open sites with the stuns, and then ISO is there to clean up. You can still do similar things with the Yoru, where you break it up and then ISO holds it and then you rotate. Like, that's fine, but okay, he takes one with him. I think that's fine. The bitrate's still a little low on this stream, but it is better than before, so we'll stick with it.
Still got Coconut in the middle of the map. Similarly, Sushi Boy is trying to hold on to garage control. Double tap active here for Yuta, looking for a duel before it runs out. Runs straight into Sushi Boys and actually wins that duel. John Olsen in the meanwhile found Rhea though.
Oh, yeah, you guys didn't know. No, JYP is he used to be a StarCraft 2 pro, now a StarCraft 2 caster or an esports caster, and he casted Valorant a couple times, but he is not working this event, and he is not the same JYP, the K-pop JYP. Whoa, Fox. Oh my god. The nice slide, though.
Not quite able to respond in kind. John Olsen has been slippery, and he will continue to do so.
Yeah, nicely done. Gets full sense off to another great start, winning a pistol on defensive side of Haven, and I think this is going to be a map they're super confident on. They're super comfortable. The roles all work for their team. Although worth mentioning, you know, they do have some pretty flexible players as well. You got PTC who will play a little bit of everything. Sushi Boys as well. Used to flex onto the duelist. Now he's been playing the center for a little while, I think. So, you know, they're chilling in the roles that they're working with. Oblivion Force, on the other hand, I mean, they need a. I mean, that's interesting. They're going for the Force fire on the attacking side.
The Force.
Okay.
Stingers and a Bucky.
And rushing along.
Okay. I mean, you do have the ISO. Uh-oh, the bitrate's dying again.
And he's looking to wreak havoc with it, but
The ISO shield not finding the value, and that Force is going to really set him back.
Will be able to spot him out. Coconut, on the other hand, immediately refragged by Sushi Boys. Full sense, just complete and utter map dominance. Being able to push out and hold down A as well as the B site.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big strength of this comp. The combination of the Neon, the Breach, and the Omen. You've got.
I knew it. I knew the data we got from the production was wrong.
As soon as the site is taken, you can very quickly just have that instant reaction, instant retake to punish the opponent who wants to take B control or something like that. So, unfortunate. Oblivion Force spy does not work out for them. They're back down.
Well, that really bolsters this bonus.
In with the Outlaw, too. I mean, just making use of the long-range weaponry now.
Fox solo watching A main. This is a map that Full Sense was, playing a lot even in the off season last year. So
meanwhile, Oblivion Force working their way through the middle of the map. John Olsen and Leviathan ready with the reactive util and the judge, though.
And with it coming back, they're feeling pretty good about it.
I mean, this is really tricky as soon as you walk through John Olsen's...
Oh, he in fact spots that it's 3 people because he hears another gunshot and he sees another one. So
double tap popping.
And then you still have the alarm bot in garage. You still have someone watching long range on main, and that's been shut down. That's the smoke, so no more smokes. And the alarm bot's triggered, so now you know. And then he pushes out in mid, so now you know they're stuck in garage. And that's the round.
John Olsen slides in. The judge, Fox from around the sides. It's just, again, Oblivion Force not able to make any headway on this map whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, chat, listen, we'll see. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Oblivion Force.
And I'm keen to see what they're going to bring to the table. Sushi Boys, nice opener there. They had like the high-low setup between him and John Olsen.
Boom has always played very like honest comps in Split 2. I am curious. Surely they changed something up. I actually don't think the Neon's necessary, but
I mean, he feels confident enough to make it happen, and it's been working well.
Dude, John Olsen's now he's just having fun. Overheating a little bit though. Again, like those are the times when Full Sense will make those mistakes. They actually didn't make too many of those happen in Sunset, but oh, how do you lose that against the Outlaw even with your shield?
Expecting him to still be here. Really, it's going to take a little bit of time.
Really, he's going to choose that? Assumes the half armors, I guess.
All the way up into heaven. Undetected as well. It's going to be Coconut though. Spots him from the back. And now it's a 1-on-2. An Outlaw. 2 rounds for each player. The fault line ensures that that will not be happening. Oblivion Force takes up a 1-round win.
Yeah, big scrap over A.
The econ's not great though. The win actually sets them back a little bit, so we'll see.
Up the territory a little bit, but Oblivion Force after
okay, you can half armor and buy up. That works. Op comes online for John Olsen though, and the Odin for Sushi Boys.
Full Sense has had such a strong economy, so this is where
it's gonna be tough. The ISO can help kind of break through that, but
they gave them a lot of troubles on Sunset's come out. That's gonna be posted up on Garage side. They've got the Odin spam for Sushi Boys as well.
Okay, so Odin spam just set up the operator. You see this every now and then. Coconut is watching on the cam. The cam gets broken from mid. And this is all set up for John Olsen to gain space, but he doesn't catch any picks, so they don't want to overdo it. The exit's not great from the garage. You still have the turret watching C site, so you just send the Odin there. That does leave garage open. I don't know about this rotation. Yeah, you're gonna have to reconsider that. I would have liked Sushi Boys to just stay here, and then John Olsen finds a different angle for the op. And that is what they're gonna do eventually.
And you can see the effect that's happening on Full Sense's rotations. They were playing retake A previously, heavily stacked towards grass and middle, then kind of rotating back towards the A side of the map, fearing that execute timing. But Oblivion Force has just kept.
They're just gonna look for a retake on A if it happens.
They dodged the dart perfectly, so.
The real question is does ISO ult kill a contract? No. Okay, so Yucha's gonna save that. That's kind of nice.
Might be able to use that.
Uses it to see if there's a quick timing. So I like that, right? You think Full Sense might just do a quick retake on the plant on a 5v4? So he checks with his ult. Nobody's there, but you trade ult for ult. It's not too bad. Shime does go down. That's unfortunate.
Full Sense setting up for that retake now.
That peak a little too telegraphed for my liking. Oh, okay. Oh, he dodged all the util. Couldn't dodge the bullets.
Everyone, they're able to flat down the side, making use of their utility incredibly well. Just to flash Oblivion Force out of position.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they were that confident playing retake. It's clearly a setup and a protocol that's been planned well in advance. Big emphasis, as I mentioned, on how many players they had towards grass, towards middle in case a fast B or some Gary control came through, and then just playing retake A with Fox just sitting back there with the Hunter's Fury. He thins the numbers before they even kick off.
Rolling Thunder online for Oblivion Force, but the econ's not great, so you got an eco coming in. Not going to be looking to use it unless you maybe gain a man advantage on the plant.
It's why you've seen Breach have so much popularity.
Leviathan just going to hold back bunker. Lots of setup for info on B, and that frees up Sushi Boys to kind of bounce back and forth between B and C for extra backup. That works for me. Dude, early push out on A, and then they don't set up the op there. They just set up Fox, so he can drone on a timing as well to continue to push out and check. And then the ops watching B, eventually getting ready to rotate. Fox actually gets the kill onto Coconut, which is huge.
Now giving Fox a little bit more space.
Oh, he's getting so greedy. If he gets away with this,
there is from Fox, like again on the solo.
He gets away with it.
Push through the middle of the map on Sunset. Push all the way through A lobby as a solo A player. PTC's walking down mid.
Okay, so window's clear, so they push out of mid. I mean, Full Sense is... They close in on the enemy's position so well. They did this a lot on Sunset as well.
Sprays and flicks both ways.
Yeah, Full Sense. I mean, John Olsen overheats every now and then, even on Sunset, but overall there's good coverage, and they're playing very, very just textbook map control. Very, very textbook map control.
Played at champs. I love seeing them play with this confidence. I want to see them just, no matter who they play. I know this is, most people would say, especially playing with a substitute player at the last minute, an easier matchup. For Full Sense, I want to see the same thing.
See if the Rolling Thunder makes a difference this round. They kind of need it. You have to force it.
Wow, immediately using the bulk cover. Yes.
He gets through the Nano Swarm, but Sushi Boys is still ready for it because the Rolling Thunder is pushing behind them anyway. Overall, a good call from Oblivion Force, though, right? Draw their attention here, secure Cubby so you know that they're not there. Rolling Thunder into the site, and then you pinch onto the site. Overall, a good call. They back out. They know that Fox is here. Fox just needs to draw attention. Have an opportunity for his teammates to close in. It's an op, though, so I don't know. They have money, but they have to consider what kind of snowballing they want to give Oblivion Force if they go for this and fail. So Fox has to be the one to open up first. Neon will be the last one in. Fox dies. I guess they're just going to try for it because they have enough creds. Well, he's actually getting a lot of value. He's getting good picks.
Not a lot of time. Not a lot of cover. We're just going to back up just to save that off. I mean, this is what we're talking about. Full Sense, it can be confident.
Just to have Leviathan versus Leviathan? That would be funny.
Some of these rounds as well.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like that was an instant punish on Sushi Boys.
I mean, Fox and Sushi Boys versus Talon would be kind of fun too.
In the previous round, playing close C long. This time he gets punished pretty heavily for that. They scale out Garage, and they actually, I think, wrapped through window. And it's one of the advantages of obviously playing the Neon on this map is you can mix in these rounds where maybe you make it look like a B hit or B pressure, and you smoke off that C-side link. You can use that to kind of wrap through Gary and split C through spawn side. And just have that multiple...
Okay, again, the setup for the op in Garage. I don't know if Oblivion Force actually suspects that the op is peeking out off of the Odin, but either way, they're not taking chances, which is good. And then they have the cam to see if they push out all the way. Good track through the wall from PTC. You kind of need to push out. You need more space. Oh, they made the call to go through. Yuta decides not to because of the util, but Rhea's already out there. That is unfortunate. And now the lockdown will get full value. Can't push out on this. I mean, you're gonna stay for this? Okay. Uh-oh. Saw one. Okay, that's a big kill. They both get spotted, but it's a huge kill. He's just gonna stick it. Leviathan is drawing so... Just gonna get the kills.
Because teammates low HP and Full Sense having the confidence again just to back each other up. They are up 6-2.
Punishing that Neon as well. You could see Rhea, man, disadvantage situation with the lurk taken out of the equation. Really wanted to push through spawn side.
The battle of the boys, Jip Boys versus Sushi Boys.
Maybe even disrupt the lockdown going down. Basically just donates his life, and you can see Full Sense, you know, in that 5-on-3 situation from here, it's just way too easy for him. Lockdown included. They've even got the set nano. for A long there.
And that's what experience brings you, just having.
And now the switch up, 4-man stack on A to push out. You got the Rolling Thunder for a retake onto C. So the idea here being that if you push out here, and as long as you don't give up Garage for free, you can Rolling Thunder onto the site. You can even have someone watching the flank to pressure them. So you're just giving up C site for free. It's a good setup. Sushi Boys just eats a shot. And then they don't greet it. They get one pick. Early on, you're not hearing the turret continue to go off. It hasn't been cleared, so you know that there's a chance of a rotate, so they just back off. Good calls from Full Sense. Oh, he gets out for free.
Start to feel that way, Filski. That's the thing about him, and especially when Full Sense is playing it. I mean, they have that experience. William Force doesn't quite have the map control sometimes, and Full Sense just funnels them into their death.
Oh, whoa, John Olsen, whoa.
Teammate firing off of their own as well. Now, Full Sense starting to wonder how they might be able to retake this. A player in from A main and a player in from A link spawn side.
I'm gonna need to get another cup of coffee.
They've been marked. The dark covers have expired. Unfortunately, Full Sense spotted out as well. So, Oblivion Force able to pick up a third win.
Yeah, despite being able to play
The Sushi Boys coffee pasta. Yeah, I always forget what it is.
They're able to still make that work.
Oblivion Force is playing with a sub, yes.
Maybe there's a tiny bit of also some slight
is the only thing holding Disguise back their reliance on double duelists? No, I wouldn't say that's the only thing, but
will take that every day of the week. Got that kill contract still available.
I do think that they
this retake definitely was not nearly
have a bit of a reliance on. I think also Vera's opping is going to be a crucial part. I think they work off of. I think basically they work off of we outfrag you, and that's the pressure we're going to put on you. So what happens if you can't get the frags? You know what I mean? What happens if you're not winning the fights that you take every time? How else? Like, we haven't really seen much else of like just pure map pressure that's not reliant on frags and fragging power. So it could be a case of they just didn't need it, right? But we'll see.
Not really too many other options. Drone gonna spot out Coconut as well and push him further.
There it is. It's in Twitch.
To be fair, you're not too surprised to see the Cypher there.
So funny.
On this A main line though is John Olsen limiting their options of coming back to A.
Very fast reactions. A little bit scuffed on the relay bolt, but doesn't matter.
He wants even more. The last guy alive. I dare you to peek me through your side of the spots him out. There's the shot. A bit of a wall bang. Full Sense up to the 7.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder what it looks like if they match someone who matches them in fragging power. What else does Disguised have, right? What's the next plan for Disguised to make sure they always have an advantage? And we'll have to wait and see.
That means they chose to start attack. I'm assuming.
Hello, TMG.
Which look in this case on Haven.
Thinking man's gambling.
You can
don't gamble, kids.
You can. Oh, sorry, it's the other way around. I'm getting myself confused.
The audio does feel a little bit desynced, but we'll live with it.
Able to start out on defense and continue
the quality's a little bit more stable than before, so we'll stick with English cast. Oh, this is good info. Oh, dude, Coconut needed to kind of catch that kill right away. Sushi Boys is here to back him up. He's filled it up. Dude, he actually gets saved by that ISO reset, man. Oh, man.
Sushi Boys Phantom to spray him down. Even if he wasn't able to, his teammates had the side surrounded. So 8-3, Full Sense looking to make this match.
Styron is very good though. They're very good. They have layers of firepower. I just want to see more like macro and strategic play.
Scoreline they're staring down the barrel of. Not too many ults to work with in the last round of the half, and look, some of the set plays that got them some success previously.
Dude, he gets saved by the ISO ult. That's crazy.
Boys worth his weight in gold. Able to win the first tool on the player entering into the site and win inside the kill contract while the rest of Full Sense is flooding into the site. Now it looks like a quicker set play towards A, but they've already lost Coconut in A lobby.
All right. At the very least, though, the rest of the squad has managed to make their way into the B site. Been sliding and spraying.
Nice try. I mean, he gets the anti-flash, but that's about all he gets.
John Olsen tracks onto Rhea. The rolling thunder just to send him that extra support. An artillery strike.
Nice and quick round.
Fox, able to shoot them down infantry
Fox and Sushi Boys were both part of Talon, which used to be Xersha, which used to be X10.
Flawless to boot.
It just looks way too easy for him. And you can see why Haven is such a strong map for them. Like
Simprisa looked pretty good. They had a slow start, but they looked pretty darn solid. I would say SPG looked very solid. And I thought they would be favored against Riddle, but I think they're definitely favored against Riddle tomorrow.
And for the most part, outside of some weird timings or some weird rounds, where what do you do against that? Outside of some weird timings or some weird rounds, where maybe Full Sense a little.
Revenant is not out. They have a lower bracket.
A little bit too overconfident. Every round felt super clean, and look, Oblivion Force are on the ropes here, looking like they're going to be.
Revenant will be playing the loser of Rapid Lo-Fi and JFT.
Pull their socks up.
PTC has always been part of Full Sense, but they played at Champions because they won LCQ 2020. 2021?
Against Full Sense, especially on the defense. You know, Haven's such a
2021.
It's a three-side map, and you're gonna want to have players individually, you know, marking certain positions down, and that's when OF are able to.
I guess apparently VLR is like bracket updating is cooked right now, so.
Hope for them, but it doesn't.
Oh, he was also in Made in Thailand as well. Yeah, you're right.
As we head on into the second half, they're gonna be the ones having to spread themselves thin across the map. So. It's not looking too pretty, if I'm being honest, for OF.
Yeah, 100%. I think as well, you know, they're playing this double duelist comp. They got to be aggressive, especially on a map like Haven.
I was used to it.
Probably.
Oh, potatoes.
Is
Patty Pan retired? I don't know if he said he was retired, but I think he's continuing to just take that break for his arm.
You're not playing, you know, double in it where you can go and find the information. They don't have a Sova, they don't have a Sky, anything like that. They're playing the Flash in it. They've got to be active with this double duelist and re-clear lines, find some good push timings while Coconut's playing on the other side of the map.
I guess that's what they're going for. I mean, if they are stacking up on...
All right, second half. See if Oblivion Force can bring it back. They'll need the pistol if they want to. So they're relying a lot on winning these A main fights, which Full Sense is not going to give it to them.
Does connect onto some of the Full Sense players at times, so
a lot of pressure on Coconut again. Dude, Rhea only has 2 kills as well. That's unfortunate.
Into C site. Only Coconut, who has kind of evaded it completely. So calls have been made. Flanks coming through.
Yeah, so open plan. I'm surprised he even pulls the cam there. You could have left it in for the retake, but look at this massive...
Yeah, dude, Cyphers do that a lot. I see that happen a lot, even in pro games, where, like, they'll use the cam to just confirm if you're really in the site, and I'm like, you could just use it right before the retake to see what the positions are. I don't know. Am I, like, but enough players do it that I keep doubting myself on whether that's the right play or not, but...
It's going to be Fox and Sushi Boys just spraying down C long, getting those kills. Full Sense up to double digits with that pistol win. This is going to be a big buy for Full Sense.
If Korea continues to do well in Valorant, do you think that means there's an LCK for Valorant? That I don't think so. I think it'll always be Pacific.
You have that reactive dark cover and multiple players just running through a smoke on the flank. Not able to find that timing where you want to try to pick that player on site unawares and get yourself a free kill with a massive...
Well, I think you have to give it up to 11 and just hope for the run back now if you're Oblivion Force.
Unfortunately, and
aggressive cam, nothing there. You already have... Whoa, what happened to my... What happened to my pen here? You already have main cleared, so you know that it's a garage or B play. I think they sensed it was a garage play, so that's why Coconut was pushing out, but firepower not there.
Here comes Fox. In through with a sheriff of his own. I mean, why not? It's not a really expensive weapon. He's going to try to stay alive as well. Luring them into that bulldog of Sushi Boys. Baring his fangs. That's the 3rd kill. Looking for the last. John Olsen collects 11-3. At this point, you're basically repeatedly playing up against match point.
Yeah,
Patty Pound changing his name to Patty was his downfall. It wasn't good. It wasn't good for him, that's for sure.
You know, there's been a few question marks. some weird circumstances in Thailand Challenger of the split 2 loss, but they had obviously the Ascension qualifier back-to-back. But before that, and
yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a smooth 2-0 2-0 today to get into NAOS versus Boom, which I expect to be a 2-1 no matter who wins. All right, here we go. This is what this comp is built for. It's to push out. You got the DK, you got the fault line, and you got 0 kills, and now Rhea is stuck. Okay, gets out. But they had to use so much. This is used, it's on cooldown. This is used.
Just a little bit of an exchange of utility.
Oh, sorry, wrong team. Here we go. I was thinking something was wrong. This was used, this was used. This was used.
So full sense. Looking to extend, looking to place current players on lurk. Sushi Boys able to take down Uta. Onto a second as well. Just a sliver is all he needs. Taking down Chime. Chak rethinks his decision. Peeks back out. Takes down Sushi Boys.
It's a rough one, chat. Feels bad. It's a feels bad, man, for Oblivion Force.
Smokes have been planted, and the spike along with it as well.
Yeah, Sushi Boys just cutting down through the middle of the map. Can't even get any value out of the retake Sci-Fi, and this is already looking like an impossible retake. Although PTC stunned up with a bucky.
Okay.
They had an inkling.
Just hopped over. There's the fault line. He hears Rhea trying to hop away, but having picked up the Vandal, that's gonna be easy pickings. Full sense up to match point. We were wondering how they were gonna look. They looked darn good on Haven, to say the least. Maybe a little bit tested on Sunset, but this says a lot as to how Full Sense could perform throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and Sushi Boys. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not gonna get too hyped on Full Sense yet until they win another match. This is a match they should have won.
Perfect stuff on the Killjoy, especially after how that round started. A lot of
like 100%
would be super indecisive in that situation after a weird exchange of util at C long, but Full Sense working them out perfectly with the Killjoy lurk and heading back into the A site for free.
And back up against the ropes. I mean, at this point, Oblivion Force, it feels
good chase through from Oblivion Force. Like they have to commit to their pushouts on the defense. They get punished for it, but they have to. Like your comp is built on winning fights and then keeping that space with the ISO. Yeah, Disguise will be a very good test if Full Sense closes it out here today, which I think they will.
His team into C, smokes up. You got alarm bots, nanoswarms, everything placed up just to deny Oblivion Force any space.
Oh yeah, he cuts off the lurk as well. Dude, Fox is looking good today.
Firing off shots from spawn, but it's not quite gonna happen. Full Sense, they have full send it, and they will proceed forward.
Unfortunate for Oblivion Force, but Full Sense winning. No big surprise there, IMO.
They're looking scary. Not only are they looking sharp, and those were two very dominant scorelines on 2 maps, but the thing that really scares me for the rest of the competition that I'm seeing from Full Sense is the individual initiative and experience that you're seeing from them. Like you have Fox making solo pushes, finding timings, PTCs walking down mid on inits and things.
Now
like
we
that.
get to the main dish today. NAOS versus Boom. What do I think the odds are? I would favor Boom ever so slightly. I'm gonna favor Boom like 55-45.
That really gives them kind of a dangerous edge that a lot of teams aren't.
Maybe 60-40, but not more than that. I really think either team could win. I don't know if it's quite 50-50, but we'll see though. We'll see what the comps look like, because like someone said earlier, Boom plays very honest comps, which can get very readable. But Boom is really good at setting up firefights, so I don't know. Whereas NAOS, I think, just overall plays like pretty just standard macro. So we'll see. Oblivion Force is not out yet. That is true. Oblivion Force will be playing in the lower bracket. They will face off whoever loses between NAOS and Boom, so it's going to be a tough road ahead no matter what, but anything could happen. Revenant is also not out. They're waiting for the losing team of Rapid Lo-Fi and JFT, so there's another shot there as well. Tomorrow's game should be really good. I really wish I could have watched party tomorrow's, but I am casting in Korean, which is also going to be fun, but like tomorrow's would have been sick to watch party. Yeah, I think both teams. I think both teams are fairly reasonable to prep against. So it's the NAOS and Boom game. I think really comes down to who prepped better in the off time, like to bring out something new. We'll have to see though. We're not done yet, chat. I'm gonna go make some coffee, but they're gonna go back to the desk. They're gonna wrap up this match, and then they'll have a break before we go to the next game. So NAOS versus Boom coming up. Map draft hasn't happened yet, so we'll just have to wait and see. Hang out and chat. I'll be back before the game starts. I'll probably run some ads. Thank you for all the support so far today, and we'll be back in a little bit.
That's right. You guys just stay there. It's not over just yet, but for Full Sense and Oblivion Force, that was quite a fast series, I would say. I think Mudeng is very, very happy indeed, by the way, because Full Sense, again, not even breaking into a sweat. You saw, for the team when we saw them after the match, they're smiling, they're chilling, they're not even worried at this point just yet.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit like you said, maybe a walk in the park for them. Of course, it's very difficult scenario that Oblivion Force has been put in. I don't want to be too harsh on them. I think there's a couple of things that they can learn from this, maybe some good experience, at least this first series for them to play here. But their tournament is not over, right? They played against a team in Full Sense that is looking really strong. They can really rely on each other. And yeah, it's a tough opponent to go up against, but I hope these guys can learn something from this first series and then just bring it as a learning experience into their next series. Because I think there's so many things on the Full Sense side that they did so well. The understanding of especially how to play Haven was really good, and I think on the Oblivion Force side, the way how they played their comp, I have some question marks around the A lobby area. When you're not playing a Sova, it's just so difficult to kind of deal with that A lobby area when you're pressuring Garage first, and you can't really go back to A because you have no drone. So what is your solution? You need to make a little bit more question marks. I would love to have seen a little bit more fakes from them as well. I think there's a lot of things they can improve on.
Right. They seem to be a little bit passive at the moment, right? And that just, for Full Sense, it just showed them that, hey, if they push in, Oblivion Force is actually going to back off and give them that space. So, and for Full Sense, it just sets the tone for all of the other teams that are going to be going up against them, especially with an MVP like Sushi Boys. On that Killjoy, classic pick, by the way. It is so good to see him pop off once again. But for Full Sense, this is the pace that they play at, and it's probably not even their final form yet. This is probably just how they run at the starting point, right? There's still so much left for them. Again, you have a team that basically has champions players ready, and they're just, waiting to claim that spot at Pacific. Any final thoughts here, Ewok?
I hope to see a Full Sense that's busy warming up, and they just get better from here. Because this is a good first performance. Now, no complacency. We need to keep on. Remember, the goal is we need to win this tournament. That's what I want to see from them.
Yeah, there's still that big question mark, right? Full confidence, of course, for Full Sense, but can they win it all? Still a big question mark indeed. But we are not done just yet. We still have one more match coming up, and it is going to be a big one. I mean, part of what makes Ascension so fun is you get to see all of these teams come back this year. We're going to be seeing just that in our third match of the day. I would say going into this match, just really quickly, I'd say it's, of course, a good choice for Full Sense. I'd still say for Oblivion Force, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. As you mentioned, Ewok, it's not over for them just yet. There's still a lot of improvement to be done, especially since they're dealing with all of these adjustments too, right? So who knows? Maybe they can still pull it together. Maybe they just, as we saw with a lot of teams, just need to shake some nerves off. And who knows? When we see them again, they'll probably surprise us once more. So yeah, but again, going into our next match, it's going to be exciting and a lot of fun to talk about. So that's going to be coming up real soon. But Ewok, I think here for Full Sense, there's a lot to work on as well, right? This wasn't entirely clean for Full Sense, and that's what makes them very dangerous.
Yeah, I think it's not completely clean, but as our casters mentioned, that there's a couple of rounds where they may be a little bit sloppy, a little bit overconfident, right? So I think some of the rounds, it could have been closed out by them a little bit easier if they really wanted to.
Right. Well, we'll see how that evolves as we see them on their tournament journey. But for now, we're going to be going into a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be NAOS Esports versus Boom Esports.
All right. I really should have muted the stream. I hope this music doesn't get my streams demonetized again. That would stink. Although maybe I should just cut them up and upload them separately as VODs. Anyway, chat, we got rice cakes. We got coffee. We're ready to go. NAOS versus Boom. Who we got, chat? Who's rooting for NAOS? Who's rooting for Boom? I don't know if I'm rooting for either one. I'm predicting Boom, but we'll see. I don't know why. Honestly, like when I went through their VODs, I felt like I would put... Initially, I was like, okay, NAOS and Boom are probably like tied in terms of my expectations. But by the end, I was like, something about Boom's trading and tactics just seemed a bit stronger. Yeah, best of luck on your work, Addison. You can do it. Until the match starts, maybe we'll do some dailies. I've been checking out another gacha game called Sword of Convalaria. This is probably the most hype of the 4 opening matches. Out of the opening matches? Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think Revenant and Saprissa Gaming probably had some hype behind it just because I think there was a lot of hope for Revenant, and then like Saprissa Gaming had a lot of hype behind it. But in terms of like the match probably most likely to be a banger, this was up there for sure. I'm excited for this one. I think this one should be a 2-1, no matter who wins. Bum. I love me some rice cakes. Bum. I just hope it's not a boring match. No, I agree. You want to take a look at the rice cakes? These are it's called Injolmi. Here, it's got like bean powder all over it, so I don't want to get bean powder all over my desk, but let me see if I can do this without I can't put my hand behind it to focus because then it's just all gonna drip down onto my desk. But they're little cubes. It's just, there's nothing inside of them, but it's just bean powder all over them. Nice little savory taste. Injolmi. Injeolmi. Injolmi.
everybody's been waiting for. Boom Esports versus NAOS Esports, an Ascension rematch. And Ewok,
Is it technically a pancake?
Returning teams that we have
Not really.
Yeah, this map is this whole series is going to be huge. I think both of these teams have some history, as you mentioned, and both of them would probably feel like they have a good shot at winning the tournament, right? So they're meeting really early, and one of the two is going to go to the lower bracket, which is going to be really scary for some of the other teams going to be there, of course. But it's going to be really important for them if you want to win this tournament. Going down so early to the lower bracket, of course, cannot be easy, right? That's a long route all the way if you want to do it from the lower bracket. So it's best to put your best foot forward right now and go and try and take this series if you really want to win Ascension.
That is absolutely right. And this is a matchup that could easily be our grand finals, actually. Imagine that, on stage in Jakarta, especially with Boom Esports having
Yeah, it's got like bean powder on it.
Last time these teams matched up here on Ascension, it was pretty spicy. I mean, you had Gary of Boom hyping up the crowd and being
spicy
there for his team, right? But now he doesn't have to be that because you have the home crowd. You have all of Jakarta cheering for Boom Esports. So how important of a role do you think that's going to play? I mean, especially since we have seen so many teams really work out the crowd this year.
Yeah, Boom's been great with the LAN atmosphere. Playing the finals of their challengers, they look great when they can get to play on stage with the fans behind them and everything. So I do think that's a big advantage.
Dude, this sort of Cavallari game has so many extra unique mechanics. It's so confusing.
If you have that crowd really loud in your ear, it maybe picks up in your teammates' microphones a little bit. Like, that is something you need to get used to. That is how esports works. It's always going to be loud. There's going to be some things that makes you a little bit uncomfortable, and you need to get used to it, right? If you want to beat Boom, then you're gonna have to get used to taking a little bit of the heat from the fans, probably.
That's right, and it's funny you bring that up because I feel like Boom.
You
saw the finals of the Indonesia and just how massive a crowd there was and how loud it was too, right? I feel like you have so many players as well in Boom Esports just really come online when they are offline, right? Ironic to say that, but it's funny we talk about Boom a lot because going over to NAOS, Ewok, this is a return of someone that you're all too familiar with, Eman, who was previously on RRQ.
Eman, that's true. He was on RRQ.
Was Eman always the type to fall into leadership roles?
So
the IGL now.
With us, it wasn't really the discussion that we had. Of course, Eman was swapping in and out with 2GE as well. So it wasn't necessarily discussion we were having in terms of potentially going to the IGL. But he is a player that has a strong idea how he likes to play, and how I see NAOS now is he's doing this job that the team needs, and maybe sometimes his individual performance suffers a little bit from it because I know he's such a sharp.
Their volume's low. Well, I have them a bit low too.
So I don't want people to be like worried.
Or I'll bring them up just so we can listen to it since there's nothing on the screen
right now,
to be talking about here.
Other teammates maybe have a little bit better stat, but he's doing an extremely important role and job for this team, and I think him doing it is just great.
Take a closer look at NAOS Esports and this current roster.
Video time?
Hello, my name is Federico and my in-game name is Papi Chulo.
Papi Chulo!
I'm from Team NAOS from the Philippines.
But next he now moves in. Papi Chulo good with the pistol. Yeah, man.
What I think about my team in one word is resilience. Simply because we don't give up on whatever hardships we're taking, and yeah, we're just fighting.
Another look at the international stage for Papi Chulo.
For me, I think what makes our team special is our team bonding. We have the core of Mojo.
A lot of flashing on the screen.
Nexi and Eman, so it's easier for us to mingle with Eman and Nexi. The difference of our gameplay in the Philippines compared to other regions is we're a mix of both aggressive and passive. So we kind of able to balance that and adjust on what the game needs to be done. I think one of our key players right now is Chobra. If he can't be stopped, there's no stopping us. If we just give him the right support, I think we can take it all. This year's Ascension is a lot more competitive than last year, but I know that we can take it to the top. The message that I want to say to the other teams is, now's the time.
Love the slogan. Dude, Poppy Chulo's clutches are, it's great.
Well, now we know who the culprit is. It was Eman because he had that can of spray paint in his hand. So now we know who's responsible for the graffiti. But it's fitting that, you know, we put focus into him because he was basically... Like,
I mean, Ja, Mosier, both of them, I think,
large part of, like, this kind of,
a lot
like,
of potential to pop off.
This 2024 version of NAOS that we're seeing, especially since he's at the helm, right? And now it's a true test also for him because I know he's very, very driven to be able to get back to Tier 1, be able to continue his journey as well, and finally show everybody what he's made of. Finally, his time in the spotlight.
Yeah, I think this team overall has a lot of good players, a lot of stars on the team. I think it's good that we put some focus on him because these leaders, the IGL role is so important for any team to function well. Yeah, you can
home
have
court buff. I mean,
true,
but no crowd yet.
Is so important.
So we'll see.
These players need to kind of get molded. You need to get guided by someone who is the IGL, and at the moment that IGL is Eman.
And also, you know, as well as, you know, a different kind of pace, right? Somebody who can kind of direct and be able to, you know, kind of lead the team, especially when it comes to going up against such a heavy, storied opponent that you have in Boom Esports, right? There is that heat that comes in, and not to mention Boom Esports, they pack quite a punch as well. So it's going to be a true test for him and this new NAOS that we're seeing, and it's part of what makes it so exciting. We're going to discuss a little bit later as well that there is a little bit of I guess compared to 2023, a bit of a roster shuffle in the sense that, like, you know, roles have been switched around and we do have some new players too. But of course, going all over to Boom Esports, right? You have that going on too. So it's funny how both of these teams kind of like are on the same journey, and they're kind of like dealing with different versions of themselves. Same, but different in a way, Ewok.
Yeah, I think this team is another team that...
Do you think Full Sense is going to keep a full tie team and not change like Talon? Like if they were to get into Pacific? I mean, probably, right? Unless they have a massive coaching change. I mean, listen, not traveling is a big advantage.
I'm from Boom Esports, and we are the representative from Indonesia.
SPG.
If I can describe my team in one word, I'll say hungry beasts, because we are all hungry to win, and we are all like born to be champions. We have a huge amount of experience. Me and Fikri is one of the older players, and then we have 3 other younger generations. Like Rizky sama Fikri kan, like they all like they managed to play in the bigger stage before. So the thing is, like, I feel like we share a huge amount of experience, and in each individual of us we can basically frag and clutch anytime we want. I think what differentiates us is basically Indonesia region has 2 different playstyle. We usually can mix the playstyle. Example, we can go aggressive, we can go rank style, and we can even play structured. And yeah, because of that, like, I feel Indonesian is a very consistent region where like everybody can play different kind of playstyle. You guys have to worry about our team because we've been practicing very hard since almost every single day, and we've been preparing for this day. It means a lot for every team out there, especially for us as well. And I don't think so.
Curious to see how Famous is going to do this tournament.
Like top 3 again in the last year of Ascension, so there's a lot of meaning towards us, and especially for me and Fikri, because we are not young anymore. We're gonna play with a lot of emotional feelings, and yeah, we're gonna take every round seriously.
SPG is from Singapore, I believe. He is not from Indonesia, but the rest of the team is Indonesian, I think.
here to lose, and I feel like that means even more for.
So I guess he officially did change his name to Famous Sin. I don't know what's going on there, but anyway.
A lot of changes on both sides, and it's
Also, Zespiu's friggin' hair is sick.
In that short video that we saw, right? Because he is personally one of my players to watch out for, because the way this guy plays is insane, and he definitely brings a lot of firepower to an already explosive team here, Ewok.
Yeah, I think he's been great. He took a little bit of a while to adjust to this new team, I feel like. But once he's found his footing, I think he's been instrumental to this team and their success. And this guy on screen, also an ex-player of mine, I'm extremely biased, a good friend of mine. I think
You are.
Hero's development and his improvement throughout this whole year has been amazing.
How old is he? Let's look it up.
He's a player that
I don't think he's that old. I think he just means that he's like they can't just keep grinding through like amateur tournaments anymore. I think that's probably what he means.
good, and now of course he's IGLing this team as well.
You mentioned, right?
Zespiu is 25, turning 25 this year.
That comes into your head when you think of that role, but they are definitely delivering. I mean, like, look at what they were able to do in such a short
Famous
period of time. Not only
in
transform themselves, but their team as well.
Famous
right?
is
You mentioned
26.
that Shiro was like probably for you the most improved
So
player so
they're not
far
old,
here
but
from
like
challengers going into
if you
the
think about what tier 2 sometimes can feel like, you know, if you don't have a stable salary, etc. Ooh, right into the draft. Let's freaking go.
Transition. There's been changes, and they've come out on the other side as this leader figure in the team now, and really asserting their dominance.
Abyss
in the team and
ban.
their team reach these levels.
NAOS.
It's just absolutely amazing to see.
Even ban.
Going into sunset
Boom.
first, and then
Sunset.
potentially we have
NAOS.
so it's
BME
not exactly like
defense. Lotus being picked this time instead of floated. Love to see that.
What are you thinking here, Ewok? Because I feel like this is going to be a close series regardless of
Bind ban by
I tend to
NAOS.
agree. I think these
Icebox
maps,
ban by
definitely
Boom.
could
And
go
then
really
Ascent.
close.
Ooh, dude, if we go all three, this is a good one.
Excited to see these teams go toe to toe against each other, and I think these.
All right, if you're on Twitch,
I think
we will get your points rolling in right from the get-go.
And of course, we see no Abyss, so no surprise there even.
I kind of would have wanted to see this. I don't know. I've just been in general enjoying, Abyss plays so far. For very obvious, very folly reasons in that sense. But yeah, so we are, we're seeing maps that like challenge the teams in different ways, right? I have a feeling
Okay.
that the first
No
sunset,
changes.
we are
No
getting
changes
that
on
move
either
from
side.
NAOS.
Okay.
This was a big discussion, right?
This,
The duelist
I mean, on the Sunset one, I think this is probably the one that Boom didn't really need to change much, but we'll see how it goes. The Neon on the side of NAOS, Mosier. Mosier, I think they play this very well.
As we saw a lot of Neon impact already, right? I think there will be no difference. He's really good on the Neon, and for Ja, I think the transition to, for now, at least full-time Sentinel is fit.
But the thing is comp-wise, like, unless NAOS finds a really good timing to just completely catch Boom off guard, Boom has a comp that can really hit back hard after the Neon tries to take space, so...
Most importantly, I'm so interested, as we mentioned, how these two IGL minds are going to go at each other, because both of them kind of learning on the job, have had good success so far, but this is a big challenge for both of them.
Yeah, it's kind of like full circle for these two, right? Because we have them at the very, very start of their journey. We saw them adjust and need to be able to perform individually as well as needing to lift up their team. And now they get to bring their team all the way here to Ascension. And it's so fitting that they get this opening matchup because, we get that rematch, we get that spicy rematch, and we get, of course, a little bit of that good old Philippines versus Indonesian rivalry that we see so often. So I believe we do have predictions underway for this series. So you are close in a way to both teams, I would say, Ewok. So what do you think? How is the series going to go? Because I feel like this is the series. We had a couple earlier that was like, clearly this is like SPG. Clearly this is like full sets. This one, however, this is a little difficult.
Yeah, I think this one could come down to a coin toss. Really, I think it's going to come down.
And Boom love to fight like that. Exactly. No, I agree. That's where Boom shines. It's basically like bait out utility and then boom, like clap back, or you have a mini set play, you have a mini tactic. That's what I'm going to be looking at. NAOS overall, I think, is just a good understanding of maps and stuff, but it's very straightforward.
One of the teams start a little bit slower.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It is. The desk is Filipino, and I mean, Ewok's not Indonesian, but he represents Indonesia with RRQ. So I didn't even think about that. Little analyst rivalry here.
2-1, and I'll go for Boom.
Oh, you'll go for Boom. Well, I knew this was happening. Obviously, I have to go with.
She's been waiting for that moment.
For this one. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? And I stand alone in this case.
My prediction for this one is Boom. My prediction is Boom 2-1.
I think it doesn't,
all the way to the third map.
How closely it is, right? It's kind of like 49-51 kind of percent, because this could swing any which way, whereas you had very clear favorites and underdogs for the previous matchups. This one, as we mentioned, we're expecting this to actually go all the way to Ascent E1.
Oh, wow. Mika's the only one that chose NAOS, though, really.
I would love to see it go.
I feel like
this is what the viewers.
But I imagine this is one of those cases where a lot of us are thinking like it's a close one, but you lean towards Boom. You know what I mean?
We want to see both teams playing at their best and going at each other. And I think there's going to be some small things where some of the teams will have to adjust. I think Boom do come in really strong, and it being an Indo, of course, as we mentioned, it's a big factor, right? But now, of course, on a win streak as well, they've been really solid in stage 2. Someone, as we mentioned before, is getting a loss today.
That's right, and there is that history as well, right? That matchup between them at last Ascension was very.
Oh
very
man, what do we think? What do we think?
And I think that it's going to be the same coming into this. This rivalry that I'm really enjoying.
I don't know where my other stress balls went. I have my paint shells, and I have my guiding light, but I have a blade storm and.
Just imagine the head-to-head that he
the nanostorm's right here. It's like in my face. I don't know where the blade storm went.
Both of these players have insane clutch rates. They have insane clutch potential, and those are just just some of the head-to-heads that we can look.
Have you considered that now's the time?
This match, because you have
but
players
now
who easily just
is now a couple seconds ago.
At any one time.
Yeah, so maybe the time has passed. If now is the time now. The time has passed now.
It might come down to this.
I don't know.
Maybe Shiro, he likes to clutch himself.
Yeah, this match winning is very big because it spirals you forward on the brackets for sure.
Really close rounds.
Don't give me those tomatoes.
As we both said, we don't think it's going to be one-sided, right? So these clutch scenarios are going to be so important. It's going to be about who's winning pistols. That's always huge if you're playing this MR12, right? So it's so difficult.
Razor wire stress ball.
So we're gonna have to see clutches and pistol wins if you want to win this series.
All that momentum as well, right? Who gets that early momentum? Who gets to snowball earlier? It's so important in cases like this, and it's so important in this.
Is this a banger match? This should be a banger match. On paper, this should be a banger match. This should be the tightest. This should be the most banger match out of all the matches today.
Because that's about to start very soon. NAOS and Boom Esports. Long time coming here, so just a little bit longer, and we'll get to dive into this.
Oh, looks like we have to wait a little bit.
But yeah, no matter, we'll be right back, and
no,
into sunset. So we will see you in.
Dizzy stress ball would be kind of nice. I thought that Mosh they were selling at Champs was and Masters was a stress ball, but it's not. It's just like a goo. Which is unfortunate. All right, in the meantime, chat, so I bought Baldur's Gate 3 on sale. Is this something you guys would want to watch me stream? I've never really played like a CRPG. I don't know if there's so many different categorizations of RPGs, but while we're waiting, is that something that our regulars would be interested in? I've heard so many good things about it. but yeah, is that fun to watch people stream? I don't know. Like I guess so. All right, maybe. It's an RNGesus game. Oh, I do love my RNGesus. I do love my RNG. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, is it fun to watch someone stream it? Or do I have to get, like, really into the role playing? I'm not very good at the whole, like, actually role playing. But if the game, but I've, like, seen clips of it, and, like, the writing seems good, and it seems like you can just do funky things, which kind of just naturally guide you into role playing, so. Yeah? Okay. I mean, if not, obviously we have our go-to, like, multiplayer games. We have our go-to gacha games we can stream in the off-season. But I want to pick out, like, one or two, like heftier games, like JRPGs and CRPGs and stuff, and play through it in the off-season. Because, obviously, during the season, there's, like, no time for that. So even if it's, like, short stream sessions, just something we can keep up with, like, on the regular during the off-season. Just have some fun. It's fun to watch when people do it solo. The co-op is not that fun to watch. Oh, there's co-op in it as well. Like, you can actually do, like, an actual, like, a tabletop. I see. I see. It just has an amazing story and so many choices. Okay. I want to see the English broadcast talent form of Premier Team and qualify to challengers. Well, spoiler alert, we're not qualified to challengers. Although, no, we wouldn't qualify to challengers. We could probably get, it depends on the lineup you get, but we could probably go okay. We could probably go okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously right now I'm like grinding Deadlock, but you know, there's going to be times soon enough. I think Deadlock will also be like one where I'm like, I'll still be playing it and I'll probably make videos on it once Ascension is over, but like on stream, I just want to chill. But obviously, I mean, the gacha games will have updates as well. Maybe we'll just do that. Is it true that in 2025 there are less tournaments? No. That is not true. Pokey Rogue. Right. I still haven't looked into that.
You are watching VCT Ascension, and we are about to get into our final series of the day. It's going to be Boom Esports versus NAOS Esports. Myself, Mika Fabs, and Ewok on the desk with me. And we've been saying how Ewok is possibly looking at these players individually as well for maybe some.
Do you think Valve will make a tournament system for Deadlock? Very, very eventually. I mean, Valve is generally very hands-off. They like to be very distant. It's the same with CS. It's the same with Dota, right? So, I mean, Dota was the most hands-on they were for a while, but even that was pretty hands-off. So, I think they'll just kind of leave it open and see where it goes. But Deadlock's still very early in development. Like, I'm glad people are running community tournaments on like their own invitationals, and like that's cool. But like the game's still in development. Things are changing like nonstop. Like we've had like hotfixes every single day for that game. So, I don't try to look at it from an esports lens yet. That's how you kill a game. Like you don't want to be doing that.
That's going to be really interesting.
Is Oblivion Force versus Full Sense is over? Yes, Full Sense 1-2-0.
Straight into it. We're going to head into Sunset and toss it on.
Here we go. Game time. Game time. Game time. Game time. Game time. Game time.
Hey, and we are back. Awesome. Okay, it's going to be a really exciting one. And there's one more reason for that. I mean, yes, it is kind of that top seed spot into playoffs. And that might have been one of the reasons why Boom had to face tough opponents. And the same story could repeat right now in this group stage because it's a double elimination bracket. A lot is at stake. A lot of impact could be had from this one match, Pilski. And I mean, it all comes down to this, that we start off on Sunset with these agent compositions.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. These two teams, the only two...
Did OF ever have a chance of winning a map at least?
Team cores that have actually played at Ascension. The rest of the
not really.
Regions are all new players to Ascension, although some of the players on those teams might have been to Ascensions in various regions before, even in our last matchup.
I mean, so I would say the game in its current state is not a great viewing experience, but
these are the most players. These are some of the favorites for sure.
Think that can change. Like for one, like the UI is obviously not finalized, the designs are not finalized, the effects are not finalized. But I would say it's still gonna be hard, and I think that's up to casters and observers and production to figure out how to best portray it. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the thing is if it's fun enough and people enjoy it enough, there will be enough of a player base to watch it. You know what I mean? And then as long as it's not too messy. Like I thought Overwatch was really hard to watch, but enough people watched it for the longest time. So I think that just depends. But what I will say is I think it's like way too early to look at that game and be like it's going to succeed or fail as an esport, because we don't even know if it's going to. I mean, I think it will succeed as a game, but it's just too early. You know what I mean?
What you're gonna hear, I guess, or judges and shotguns, but that's basically it. And at the same time, although it's the same core, they've kind of gone through their own transformations.
All right, here we go. Boom on the defense, now it's on the attack. Famous in with a nice start. Double tap with the Sheriff from long range. No initiators for NAOS, so now you still have the relay bolt, so it's not too bad, but no info, so you're just going to have to take contact.
Shut out of A's, SBU still's got the line over there, so full A control for him.
And the positions are really good. You have one way on A main, you have a double... You know, you've got two sides covered here on mid. Double flash as well. Oh, a little mistimed there. Could have been a really good peek, but you bait out the relay bolt, which is big.
Moment now. Still trying to push their way through.
So since you took B main, you're actually willing to let them get into Boba if you need to. You just want to make sure you don't get picked off 1v1. But since they're not coming in yet, it's Berserk's coming in this way because you set up their forward trap. Now that's been broken. You know they're looking at B because of that. So it's just a great fault line from Shiro. And now you know where he was on B main. Easy peasy, smoked off. You can have SPG watching mid.
The boys on Boom Esports right now, and a big crossfire behind a dark cover is very difficult, even for someone as clutch as Papi Chulo.
Yeah, it's just way too much on the other side of this thing.
What are you gonna do?
He's got no choice. Just swings, and Zespi domes him in the skull with the Sheriff too. Like that's precise accuracy. Boom picks up the pistol. I mean, it's pretty amazing how this all happens, and it's the calling, I think, and also just how the players are able to play out that really strikes me, and that's something that I want to keep my eye on.
Yeah, I mean, this reminds me of playing Famous in VCT APAC. Dude was just one-tapping everyone. Already in this matchup, he started out one-tapping everyone, right? From the pistol round, just fighting top mid with a Sheriff on raise. So
okay, 5 rifles.
That you can look forward to if in NAOS, that's going to be a scary.
Big investment from Boom.
Definitely can be a bit of an X-factor player, a little bit up and down in terms of...
Never mind, they're not gonna do that, and it's a no, it's a yo. It's okay. It's only like our second one, and they've been pretty quick today, so like we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay, chat.
And sometimes what we're seeing, especially for Famous, is the fact that he's able to go on the offensive that way.
It's gonna be okay.
He has as well. I mean, you've got Shiro, who used to play, you know, other roles, maybe a bit of.
Don't get worried. It's not our first. It's not our first rodeo.
But he only recently started IGLing, and that's the main thing for him. I mean, having that confidence, you know, struggling a little bit initially, but then now having that decision making, being a lot more assertive, decisive with what he wants to do on the map, especially having that win against Alter Ego, is such a huge boost to their confidence into how they want to play. And now coming into Ascension 2024, I mean, they want to ascend to greatness. They want to climb this mountain and to perform in front of their home crowd. And
no cams though.
Doing this, you know, sticking with the same roles as well.
Wait to see what the actual
they might just feel quite comfortable with what they want to do. I mean, Famous was playing Ascension last year as well, also on the Duelist, and he is just
they're playing two different tracks of music.
Interesting to see how it goes in this tournament as well. Both of these teams making it to the top 4 last time in Ascension, so I would say they're the favorites to be making it all the way to the final, and as mentioned on the desk, this could even be a grand final prelude, which, if it is the case, look, it's a far-fetched allegation at this point in the tournament. We're very, very far away from there. We haven't even really seen teams like Riddle, who have been seeded around ahead, things like that. You know, need to see a couple more teams and the form they're in, but definitely
Preset versus Boom finals.
And obviously Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and
this pause is going longer than before.
So a lot of these players,
hopefully it's not too bad. I mean, hopefully it's not like a very detrimental thing.
Does make it through the Pacific. I mean, plenty of people got their eyes on a lot of these players.
No, it's not. We don't worry yet. We don't worry yet.
So could be a little bit of
we worry if it like crosses 15 minutes. That's when we actually worry.
If it is the case that you're going to see these teams make the run through the grand final, a game like this is
we're
an
okay.
Prospect, and as Ewok mentioned, the Sunset Peak is definitely that as well, because you're talking about prep coming into a tournament. You're talking about a map that both of these teams have lost recently against their biggest competition in their regions, but also you're talking about thinking of a game that has less stakes. You know, you're not eliminated from the tournament. You're not playing for Ascension. It's the
players moving.
It's weird in terms of seeding that two teams this strong.
Shiro's not moving though.
Each other already, but you kind of think in the back of your mind, if
and most of NAOS is not moving.
We end up in an Ascension kind of situation. We end up in a elimination kind of format.
Oh, dude, I used to love those like the nasal strips. I used to wear them all the time. I used to wear them all the time. I haven't had as much problem with my sinuses once I grew up, but
that's one of those things that you got to think about. I mean, it really does
now's not the time.
That they're kind of just like fated to cross swords at tournaments, you know, between these two teams. Although realistically,
see, I told you. We didn't need to worry. I told you, chat. Okay, here we go. So it's a 4-man buy, but it's 4 rifles, no SMGs.
It's what we just had, and already kicking things off in high gear. You got that shock dart, eliminate the trip, and now slowly sneaking through. Famous, though.
Oh, he is a little stuck. Oh, what? Dude, how? Oh, is he even with pistols, man? How is he allowed?
That's one more player down. The last one, they already know.
And they can recover the weapon too. Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
Classic. He swings, gets the one shot onto NC Session, dinks Zespiu, but
okay, I only lose one weapon.
Fights him in the back, so boom, 2-0.
He's already looking very sharp. I don't know what happened to Berserks there. He was sitting on his cam in market and got classicked in the side of the head, I think. I don't think he was really ready for those timings.
Is it delayed? I think it's slightly off, but
done by NAOS there. Very nice stuff on the classic.
It might be my stream as well.
Breaking some armor. That's what you want to be seeing from them. As for Boom, into this first gun round, couple of rifles and some sheriffs on offer. So keen to see what they come up with.
Well, the replays don't have any audio anymore.
Weaponry advantage early on here.
So, starting things off already. I mean, this is NAOS' map pick. Surely they're able to come back and turn things around. I mean, both teams definitely going for comfort map picks for each of themselves. But on the other hand, I mean, I think
so. Just 2 sheriffs.
Really big point is the fact that Famous picking up that triple kill from the previous round. He's now 2 points away from his showstopper, and that could have huge impact against NAOS.
Yeah, the Japanese stream we heard was way ahead.
Work their way back through middle off the back of the camp. Papi Chulo still with eyes outside of the A site. Berserks is not a place to single trip this whole round. He's just been sitting, keeping the trips in the back pocket. Not sure the purpose of that, but at least for the time being, NAOS, they've taken B main, denied info over there. They've taken mid control. Now they're working their way towards A, retaking it with a drone.
I actually like that Berserks hasn't put his trips down. Because here's the thing is that this is the first buy round, so you imagine NAOS is going to be cautious with how they check for trips. And then second of all, you're on your bonus. So if you don't need to, you might as well not spend the econ. I'm fine with that. Now he places them because they know where they're coming in from, just for a delay. The first one gets broken, which is unfortunate, but
through. The dark cover, the dizzy, it's all been eliminated. Boom are dug.
This one should get. Oh, what the? Oh, they didn't hear it when they were that close? Oh no! Oh no! NAOS was way too grouped up.
I mean, NAOS did their due diligence in that round. They set everything up. They took BME. They took the whole map, you know, and then they worked their way into it.
No, Shiro's IGLing is what I thought.
The backside of side spawn.
I think coming into this, Shiro's IGLing.
They made that retake look way too easy. They didn't even have trips down on Berserks. He put them down.
I don't think it's SBU.
One of them over on stairs side, you can see had massive impact. But insane shots on the Sheriff there from Berserks. That is huge impact winning the bonus.
Everyone's seeing a different IGL. Earlier, we heard the desk say that Shiro was IGLing.
Especially
Yeah.
last minute trip. I mean, I think he could be just trying to.
They actually just take turns on every round.
Yeah.
Like the third round, it's actually SBU IGLing, but then the fourth round, it's NC Slasher.
Go for those shock dart lineups. So that
Give me 1 second.
Outside B main. At the same time, now onto the Sheriffs, slowly making their way up mid.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something worth mentioning. You've got a compositional difference in the duelist and initiator roles between these teams, so shock's something you have to keep in mind.
This position is goated. Oh, they were, dude. See, so this is the difference, right? I think NAOS has decent like understandings of maps, but what's happening right now is boom, they draw aggro and then they know when to peek, and then they still have a backup person to trade. Whereas NAOS had like all three people watching market. And yes, that's NAOS not doing very well on that, but it's also boom being very well prepared on like when to swing.
Confident, they're looking very comfortable on their opponent's map pick. Although worth mentioning, you know, these are teams that are well defined at this point. They've played multiple seasons with a similar lineup. In fact, you know, the core of these teams going back years, so it's going to be hard as opposed to some other teams where they might be in a weaker region that they have.
Look at this. As soon as he gets contact, the Gecko comes over, and then once the Gecko gets a kill, the Breach comes over. It's very, very, very step by step. Wow, this is a play. That is a play from SPG. What in the world?
Getting a little bit concerned. Now, though, switching things up.
And trying to get ahead of the one way is what that was, but like it was ballsy.
Boom, though, looking to investigate. They've got those
A
utilities.
little bit mistimed. NC Slasher has been getting just like half a second ahead of the flash points a couple of times now. See, you see what I mean right there? What happens is NC Slasher draws out aggro, throws the dizzy, right? And so they know he's close, so they're trying to target him. He jumps out, and as he's jumping out, SPG is there to, you know, trade on whoever is trying to target him. So it's another angle that NAOS just wasn't prepared for. And those are the things that Boom is good at. In fact, I would almost say that that's basically the crux of Boom's Valorant. Like that's just how they play Valorant. If you can beat them on that, I actually don't think Boom has that much other strengths, but it's a very big strength.
They've managed to lure that out, but 3 on 5 and even spotted and whittled down by NC Slasher. It's just too.
But this is something that, like, in a timeout, NAOS can clean this up. So I don't think it's over. I just think NAOS needs to wake up.
Spikes down. 4 targets in front of him. 20 seconds left to go. This is gonna be a save.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even building up some ult-all points for the Neon ult, but now it's got nothing done in that round, unfortunately, Quack. They went for that A control. They got
exactly. They're very good tactically. They're very good in each scenario about how to set up. Like they're very good with the, you know, they're trading, they're covering for each other. They're like a little SWAT team on every part of the map. They might not have the deepest strategic pool in terms of overall maps and round to round, but this is why I was pretty high on him. But again, I don't think it's over for NAOS. I just think NAOS needs to. I think they need to call a timeout and clean it up, and it looks like they are going to call the timeout.
He's got his work cut out for him. We'll say that. And I don't know if there might be a timeout being called soon. They might need it. I see the timer being paused, so perhaps there's something. But on the other hand, I mean, truly, just Boom Esports being so cognizant of what's happening on.
Oh, it was a tech pause, but maybe it's a tech into attack.
They immediately
the tech to tack.
Players around elbow, and they position through
the tech to tack tech,
like you mentioned, and at the same time being able to anticipate a potential rotate or lurk. They
Hopefully
investigated mid.
hopefully
They
it goes into I think NAOS could use a timeout, although I guess it's an eco round, so well no, they might just have armor, right?
Yeah, and I think, like, you know, we talk about Ascension being this tournament where sometimes you'll run into a team you're not familiar with, or you don't know their style. I don't really think that's going to be the case for these two teams at all. They're well and truly familiar with one another.
No, not tech to tac to tech. The tech to tac tech.
Based on a set of utility, whether that be from scrimming with each other, or just a history with each other, or getting deep in the tape and you know, preparing well for the match, as Ewok said.
Whatever it might be. I mean, yeah, it could be prep. It could be, you know, past experiences, but it's something
No tac yet. But hopefully attack now.
Affect you too much. I mean, you really have to adapt as you play along. This is your map pick, NAOS, and they really need to make every round count. I mean, 5-0 now. Yes, we had like a 7-0 comeback from SPG from the first series of the day. But is that really going to happen again? Second time. Is Lightning going to strike in the same place twice? I don't really think so. And it's just so tough. I mean, when you are the ones who pick this map pick, I mean, they did pretty darn well in their own region, having played this like 7 times, only lost twice, or 6 times, only lost twice in split 2. They must be feeling pretty confident. But when Boom challenges them like this, when Famous comes in with a showstopper round 4, I mean, you're feeling challenged. So it's a lot of pressure right now.
At the same time, though, you mentioned NAOS' record on this map.
Looks like an audio thing, maybe.
Rivals in the Challengers Philippines. They lost it to Sol. They lost it to Oasis, which are honestly, as far as I'm concerned, and was looking at the Oasis lineup on paper, as well as the fact that Sol is split 1 over them. Like, this is what I was talking about, especially with strong regions like Philippines or Indonesia or you know, Thailand, for example. There are teams in those regions where chuck them in this tournament, like chuck Zol.
Oh, SPU audio issue, looks like.
Better than some of the minor regions, as far as I'm concerned, and the regional strength is definitely there. So,
taking to tackle attack.
The argument I'm trying to make is you're picking a map that, you know, you have definitely taken some L's against some decent teams on domestically in your region, against maybe the strongest team in the tournament. And then you see this kind of scoreline come out. It's a bit of a question mark. At the same time, though, like I said, with teams this well established that have had, you know, this much chemistry, had a core for a long time, it's going to start to get hard to, like, pick a map and be like, oh, this is a really weak map for them. I reckon we're going to win this map if we pick it. You know, it doesn't really get like that. Much more, as Ewok said, starts to come
They took a tech pause to deny a bathroom break.
Doing your prep, maybe compositional changes.
No, man.
I've heard talked about in interviews with some of the teams that have even qualified for this tournament, like Revenant, for example, who said they changed the comp heading into the finals against True Rippers, and it worked out really well. So those are more sort of the kind of angles that you're looking for, rather than hard wins in terms of map picks against teams this good.
Yeah, it really would feel...
Maybe a coaching audio as well?
Really
I think they did call attack, though. I think...
And how they adapt mid-round as well.
I think NAOS did call attack.
It's that much more impressive that Boom are performing this well. They're not shying away from it.
Why is it a 5-0?
They might have lost.
I mean, I don't think NAOS is a favorite. I think they have a shot. I think Boom is favored. It was crazy. People thought I was just like straight glazing Boom, but I really think so. I really think Boom is a favorite contender.
For sure. There's so many more legs.
So much going on. Yes.
So many more legs.
Dude, that is wild, Amayurumi. That is wild.
This is not something I'm that surprised about, so to speak. I think the thing is,
thankfully I don't know that TikTok, and I have no interest in finding out. So
from mum and dad's, like you just, you know, you packed up your gear at the boot camp, slung it over your shoulder, and you were at the LAN, most likely. So like that makes things a little easier sometimes. Although, to be fair, I have seen Australian teams walk over very close to their house to an Australian event and get 16-0'd, but that was in a different game. So
yeah, it could be something on both teams.
Lots of different things.
Always happens.
For lots of different reasons. But as long as you've done enough prep, I mean, that's the whole thing. Like what Ewok is talking about. It just matters so much to be able to have that much information at your disposal and making the right decisions, the right calls to make it happen. Of course, they're just sorting through some tech issues, it seems, for the time being. So bear with us as this goes through. But at the same time, I mean, just talking about the transformation that these teams
Is tomorrow going to be full sense versus disguised?
just last year, right? Having taken
Yes, right? I think tomorrow is SPG Riddle, full sense disguised, and JFT
So the main core remains
JFT Rapid Lo-Fi. Not necessarily in that order, but
right? Zesbu being picked up from Singapore, for example. This guy used to be a duelist, but now he's on the controller. And we see him in that, you know, team preview where he's talking so confidently about how they are the hungry beasts. They're not here to lose. They're not coming back home empty-handed. I mean, they are playing in their home ground.
Yeah, I think, you know, for Zesbu, it's someone that I'm familiar with even before Valorant came out. Some of these players from the Indonesian region have got tenure that extends even before this game came out.
There we go. There is the timeout.
Yes, and they say things like, well, we're grown up now. And it's something that I love to see because...
I know. Tomorrow's a big day. CN Grand Finals to see who actually makes it in. And then you've got friggin' Riddle playing. You got Disguise playing. Tomorrow's a big one.
And these are opportunities they wouldn't have had otherwise. So... I think, like, for Zesbu...
Yeah, the one that Universe did, that one? I watched a little bit of it. They were talking, but I mean, they were talking big about JFT, but... I mean...
Are they finally ready to
I don't know.
step up to, you know, the world stage in terms of playing in the best league in Asia and playing at international events? And some of them have already...
Wait, did they eventually put them top 3? That's insane.
Not only China...
Dude, putting them in top 3 is insane. I mean, I think they could be a dark horse pick.
Very, very clear that Asia is a powerhouse, and that means that these teams at Asia Ascension, you know, if you're winning the Asia Ascension, you're definitely putting yourself up there as one of the...
Well, the problem is that the Chinese League and Pacific can't, like, it's almost impossible to not overlap because we're in the same time zone.
I think all these players can make it happen. It's just who's going to be the one to do it. And it all starts now with this round after NAOS' timeout. They don't quite have the weaponry. They have a couple of ultimates.
I imagine this timeout they were really just talking about covering for each other, right? Obviously, this is an eco round. You do have Rolling Thunder.
Between Poppy Chula and Zesbu is something like we could be looking at as well.
It's a good pinch. Good tripwires, though. Don't think these are going to get cleared with util. This one's further back as well. Alright, that one clears it. He was too busy fighting the trip there. Can't capitalize on it as a kill trip. NAOS might have a shot here. They pick up a Vandal. They wanted to see if they could get a pick. They don't, so they're going to go for the plant. Is anybody watching behind? No. Oh, nice. Dude. Nice double. Whoa, what? No. Oh, my. Oh, my God.
Just swings that back from behind. The numbers are too overwhelming. Boom. Continue forward with their dominance.
Oh, man.
Only barely scraping it together. I mean, that was the heart buy coming through from NAOS.
Holy.
Again, winning one of these clutch rounds that he's known for and bringing impact in the server. And I think NAOS I'm hoping that a round like that on the half buy is going to start to give them a little bit
just because it was Poppy Chula, I was so scared. The moment he got that kill off the stun, I was like, I don't know, man.
Hopefully the momentum run away from us. And I want to see NAOS, now that they're on the guns, start to make a bit of resurgence, especially with these big impact ults.
I mean, much cleaner from NAOS, though. See what they can do here. They gotta fish for this Cypher util. Ow! I just jammed my toe! Ow! On the wheel of my chair.
Cam and Trip's not dealt with. Here's the second wave.
Yeah, only the deep trip has been cleared. So this kill trip, so right now Berserk's is just set up for a kill on the kill trip. You got people watching market, you got Breach here to slow things down on the wraparound.
They've still left Papi Chulo behind the A main one way. What will NAOS do in the mid round now?
Perhaps it's just baiting out the...
If NAOS wants... Yeah, what NAOS needs to do is if they want to keep targeting B, is they need to deny this one way. So finally they're doing it, but it's already after you've lost the Neon. So it doesn't have as much impact. But you need to push them back on A so that you can then have a bit more freedom in mid and pull people away from market.
Maybe it doesn't quite connect, but they know there's presence towards mid.
I was thinking we were going to get.
Yeah, NAOS kind of needs this round if they want a stabilization. Otherwise, it's going to be a real clawback. So he's still set up for the kill trip. That's one tag. He can actually get 2 here. Oh, okay, he's just gonna wait. The tripwire gets broken too. That stun actually denies him that opportunity. Okay, 5v4, and you have Rolling Thunder. NAOS can get this round. They need to kind of commit to getting it though. They're gonna just send the Rolling Thunder with no follow-up.
Try to push them back. Emin doing a good job. But how long can they really fend them off? That's beautiful.
I mean, it bought them some time. Okay. Okay. I mean, I don't know about the full send without any follow-up, but if it forces Boom to rush in, so it kind of has the same impact. I just think it's less guaranteed.
Players that I've coached in the past go, oh, bro, you can hold angles on land so easy, you can't do it online. Like, that's the kind of thing where like Famous is just sitting on that line. And just like one tapping. Yeah,
I wish there was either you go, but I don't think they should have gone aggressive because they were lower in numbers. So I think just the first contact you get, you just full send it and then you swing off of it. Probably would have been better. But I think basically what NAOS wanted there was they just didn't want Boom to ever get the priority. And I get that. I think that's a good call because even if you're focused on ulting this off a reaction, then maybe you get 1v1'd out here and it's not good. So like, I'm okay with it.
Now's again similar pacing, not in a rush to do anything.
It just wouldn't have been my preference, but I kind of get the logic if we want to try to understand it. Either way, you've got more ults on the way for now, so it's not all hope is lost. They're finally putting way more pressure on A, but they're playing so slow. They're playing so cautious.
These are the kind of weird rounds that makes you realize just how deep it goes between two teams like this. A lot of respect being shown. Both teams feeling each other out. You had the mid re-clear from Boom. There's the drone up onto the line from NAOS after progression smoking A main. Boom throwing up a one-way of their own, but really have been sitting in pretty similar positions this whole round, but this is where the A split comes in.
Now you've lost the timing. Don't have the pinch onto A. Oh, they break through though. Because SPU just dies. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay, Jaw needs to find a good timing. Don't go for the kills unless they peek out, and they do. He gets both. Huge round from Jaw.
A triple as he had one earlier from before, and with that, it's just no way Boom's going to try to attempt this retake any further. The operator is going to have to save it.
If he can. Jaw was on hot pursuit for a second, but instead going to head back towards main. And that's again another...
They're not sure if he came in through it.
Looking for Jaw previously with the showstopper.
Jaw thought about chasing, I think, but if it's just him, I think they assumed they would just give him an ult point anyway, so they want to deny that. You can give your gun over to Emin.
Lurking tendencies of Jaw, they're very much looking for him in the early stages of the game. So the fact that he comes up with a 2K there, that's the end of things for Boom, and 2 in a row for NAOS is very promising now.
They're reading each other, but yes, Jaw's performance, I mean, those were some impactful frags. Had he not gotten them, this round could have gone towards Boom. But that's the thing. I mean, NAOS has gone through a transformation of their own. Jaw used to play the duelist. He used to be a jet with an operator. I remember from last year's Ascension. And sometimes, playing those passive angles, he wasn't quite successful. But now...
Okay, now you still have Neon ult. So you go for the Judge, stabilize that Econ. It's just a fast hit. Where are the shock darts? Somebody's got to clear that entrance. There you go.
Next, he's going to have to clear a lot of it with the Alistron, trying to break some of these trips, trying to buy some of these rotations over. Meanwhile, on the mini-map, Jaw's approaching down mid.
It's a complete disengage. There was 4 players there for Boom, so now's not feeling like they want to run through a brick wall. As you mentioned, they've got the Cypher Lurk active.
So Jaw's just working to see if they can draw them out.
Keeping an eye on the mid walk, and in the meanwhile, now's trying to keep the rotations honest. Working their way back towards the A side.
No more ultimate. Feels a bit. It feels a bit bad that they never even cleared this one either. So.
An eye on as well. Nexi Still over here towards B.
If I'm NAOS, I send the recon and I send a shock dart. There you go. Draws attention over to B because now that's empty. So somebody has to watch that. So at the bare minimum, you know that somebody's watching B main from here or here.
Pings across the minimap from before. I believe Shiro's marking elbow and calling out to Zespew that they could be pushed up A main. So definitely trying to watch out for NAOS.
NAOS is already in.
Where they just might be with that. And NAOS tries to push out.
Big counter fault line.
Catch out the entry fragger. Mojo goes down. Rolling thunder.
Sure, just rolling thunders.
Into the two players inside of A main. How are they going to
Wingman just to keep them at bay. They're trying to deny the entry. Oh, the mosh kept them tied up long enough.
With an off shot, just to close things out. Boom Esports coming back into the game.
Oh, now they had the right read. Like they even broke the trip on B late into the round.
Did they clear it? I thought they cleared it. I thought he had both up and they cleared the other one. No, I might have been mistaken.
The Neon sent out onto the site solo, punished by breach util instantly.
NAOS is playing very.
Couldn't even get through elbow, and when they did, they run straight into a rolling thunder.
I feel like they're playing as if they're overthinking it.
That is just not going to work. Boom picked that apart very easily. And they're going to go up 7-2 as a result.
Yeah, a little bit hurt. I mean, perhaps in moments of hesitation or something, but it's Boom once again reading the situation so darn well. And at the same time, they often fall back to...
This time it's aggressive op, and then you've got deep trip here. You got a trip here to watch.
Anticipating some of NAOS's movements.
Slight changes each time. Oh, that's a huge pick.
They might not expect, and this just might be it.
Do they still expect the Cypher here, though? Do they expect... Well, now they know for sure.
Berserk spots them through market, but the numbers just aren't here. He's going to try to hold some of these off angles from Boba. They might try to
Too far away to utilize his trip. He still has his cam. So if they can clear market... Oh, no.
But look at how he plays around the boxes. Just one shot into the back of Shiro's head. A bit of a refract from Berserks. Not too bad. A little bit more space for Boom. But are they going to be able to suss out the remaining positions? Zespew, Paranoia out, in towards B main. But still, just trying to fire on through before they really get the defuse. Gecko, the Wingman, it's sticking all the way through. Jaw, he was looking at mid before, but no way is he going to be able to come back.
You don't like the B main op? I'm not a big fan either, but...
Yeah, some really clean couple of rounds there from Boom. You saw it over on that A side.
NAOS is crumbling, man. NAOS is pick.
As clean as it was in the early, streak of 5 rounds, despite the fact that Papi Chulo has a really nice off angle, and NAOS got into that site pretty easily, pretty cleanly, got themselves that very clean after plant. It felt like that was way too easy for Boom on the retake. Like, you see it. You see the spam meta with the progression smoke. There was none of that for NAOS.
Yeah, really.
Dude, he gets past it, but it's too far ahead from the team, even on an eco. Oh my gosh.
And it just all lines up perfectly for Zespew. The thresh on the other side, and he just managed to burst them down.
But this is the stuff they're good at, you know what I mean? This is the stuff they're good at. They're good at drawing aggro and then hitting the other side. And NAOS is playing right into it. Like NAOS could be playing this better, but they're making it even easier. They're making it even easier. Holy.
Just really easy last couple of rounds for him. And this has just been the domination that we did not expect in this matchup at all. We were building it up for, very tight, coin flippy kind of matchup. That's not what it's felt like in this half.
Yeah, certainly not. Boom has been doing such a phenomenal job at controlling the map, keeping their rotations honest, like you mentioned, Bilski, and also just...
I don't think NAOS is like the undeniable favorites, but they were always one of the favorites to win Challengers Philippines. It wasn't like it was a complete upset and a surprise. But they're not like the undeniable. Like, of course NAOS is going.
A little bit into B main, and then backing out.
Yeah, you're right. They've been very tentative. Look at this, though. Zespew feeling confident after that last round, playing inside the attacker's progression smoke. Not wanting to give them that extra space to play with. And
it's already 50 seconds, and NAOS has no control of the map. They thankfully get by the one way. That's about all they have, though. They don't have this control. They don't actually have this control, right? They still need to basically clear everything to make an entry, and the stun is so good. And then even if SPU had gotten caught, you had a NC Slasher there ready, waiting for the trade.
Shiro managed to take him down despite getting hit by that relay
Boom's
ball.
playing quite clean, and NAOS is just... They are waiting and waiting. And then they're overthinking it, and then they're playing scared.
From Boom Esports.
This is rather disappointing. Just gonna be honest.
Just that entire half felt like controlled that A space so well. Knew when to play aggressive, knew when to fall back, multi-fragging on the Omen from lots of different positions, whether he's getting
10-2 half. SPU 17-4, man.
Half from Boom. I mean, definitely did not expect this kind of a scoreline coming into this matchup. And I'll agree with, and pick up on something you said. Now, it felt like that whole half very tentative from them. A couple of faster set plays, I'll give them credit for that, especially taking B main and even getting into some kind of post plant scenarios. But a lot of that half felt tentative, felt like they were second guessing themselves or wanting to work the map and better inform.
It's not over yet, Chad. It ain't over yet. And it's a best of 3. And it's not over yet.
Boom just rolled them on the retake.
Surely not like this.
That is possibly why they're feeling that pressure as well.
Overall, hey, we've been getting through the games though. Like I know the broadcast itself hasn't been clean, but we haven't had massive tech pauses, so that's good. But it's not over yet.
Boom's already prepared for it, setting up for those retake plays. I mean, how do you play a team against? How do you play against a team like that? And it's just so darn tough, especially on their map pick. And you might think some of this happens because Boom.
All right, now let's go. See what they can show us.
If this is any indication as to how the rest of this series, or maybe even the rest of this tournament, might go, I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself, but Boom, they're starting things off right. They're taking a map win against their opponent's map pick, and you want to see more of that.
You're getting ahead of yourself a little bit. Got to give NAOS the benefit of the doubt.
Yep.
And look, whether they can win this map or not, even winning some rounds and putting some defense together is definitely going to help them momentum-wise if they're going to be competitive across the whole series. And I don't think anyone will be surprised to see this go to 3 maps, even at the current scoreline.
They were waiting for a potential push out with the Breach and Neon over here, so they had the trip and they were waiting far back, and the recon as well. None of that comes through, so they know that it has to be a heavier B presence. The door was closed. Now you have this trip to watch for a push out. Very quick decisions from Boom.
Of B main though, that could be.
Now you know that they've pushed out a B main because the trip is gone.
They are trying to route their way through to top instead now, though. So, although there was a little bit of an exchange, Shiro falling.
Berserks is going to wait. Dude, look at the angle that Berserks is holding. He doesn't get spotted initially. Just waiting and watching for the cross.
We also still have Berserks on.
He just lets them through. As long as they have the info that people are coming through from the flank, and then he can always reflank. Nobody there close, so you know that they've pushed up. Huge kill from NC Slasher. Buys time for Berserks to come through. Good ante. SPU just... Berserks kind of overthought this. They're not expecting this position, though. Oof. Poppy Chulo was expecting it, actually.
Just in the nick of time, the spike defused for NAOS to come back in the second half.
Yeah, just one step at a time for NAOS. Spike plan, maybe. I mean, I was going to say, yeah, maybe thinking about a bit of investment.
I mean, very good on NAOS to just pull the trigger towards the end. Because otherwise, Berserks was going to come in and just sweep the floor with them.
Slasher buying Famous and Outlaw here, so I don't know if that means that's going to be a force buy or they're just going for a hero Outlaw. Either way, I'm very keen to see what he can do with it, and even if he does some significant
wow,
damage,
a hero outlaw round 2. We've seen it every now and then, but
walking towards B main, bit of orb control, maybe
surprisingly, NAOS actually goes for triple full armor and SMGs.
Although he doesn't have one,
so it's a good heads-up play.
Be pretty early towards a thrash, which it seems like they're going for here.
Break the trip, draw out the cyber cage.
Might be a little bit odd, but
they have no info on if they would push out of A or not, so Boom just kind of has to commit to this.
So far has been to leave, sites relatively open, especially One's being anchored by
Nice shot.
Nexi is here for a bit of additional support, and he does spot out a lot of these players. Outlaw rounds fired, though, into its jaw. 10 HP, and he has to back away. And there's that spike plant that you were talking about. One point away from the thrash now.
Yeah, retake's coming in for now.
NC Slasher spotted. Famousin came back in off of the drone. Oh! Oh no!
Potential opportunity to pull out the thrash, but there's too much heat, so he just stays tucked away. Teammates able to cover along with those classics. Papi Chulo, he has done it before, but there's too much at stake. Too many footsteps, not enough time, not enough rounds in the Spectre magazine.
Damn, the swing out timing as well.
Around the corner of that Dark Harbor that takes him out. Boom Esports 11-3.
Man, that Outlaw purchase, worth its weight in gold, tagging up a bunch of players, making them much more vulnerable to the classics, and, you know, even connecting onto some unarmored players.
Brutal. Dude, it all starts with that right click there from NC Slasher.
And Slasher as well. Huge plays on the site there. Famous has saturated himself up on top of the box over the smoke as well. That felt cursed for NAOS, as has the rest of this game.
Yeah, you got your Thrash online.
With a hero outlaw for
I mean, I almost think you actually just use it here to secure map point, right? It's a pistol. They're not going to be able to break it that easily. It guarantees you the round.
This is,
and then you'll have another round come up at some point with Rolling Thunder and
honestly,
and Showstopper. I mean, unless you get like early picks.
He is 2 points away from that Hunter's Fury, so potentially with these Sheriffs, they might just be able to do something. But boom, they are in the attack. They get to play around the map. That Boombot is just a bit of a tell, and NAOS are starting to get a little bit antsy.
Yeah,
NAOS has no info.
The map, but the whole firing squad's here.
They have to push up.
God. Classics. The first shot, a second shot. Although a good couple
I mean,
of
you
tags,
could now just go A as full 5. You could rotate either way, and then so even with the numbers lead, they actually use the Thrash. I like it even more. I like it even more. So you know there was one guy on site. They just have to remember that, and they do.
Trying to support his teammates, but the shots, the aftershock, NC Slasher,
Guarantee the map point. I'm down with that. You love to see it. No greeting. Dude, 12-3. Holy.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, Boom speedrunning this series. I can't blame them, though, because if they win super fast, they're probably home for dinner. You know, chilling at the table with their family, so that's fair enough at this point. I mean, I don't even know what to say for NAOS here. This is, yeah, they're just getting dominated on their map pick. Maybe a bit of a misread on the map pool.
He's ahead of it. Oh, it's just NAOS just isn't fighting as cleanly. It's not even about map reads. Like that part doesn't even matter right now. It's just stuff like that where you're sending Mosier to be the guy who draws the aggro, but no one is there to. They don't have backup plans in consideration. Like if the enemy utility messes up our plan, how else do we make sure that we're fighting as a team? And they just get disconnected.
But unfortunately, we will not
Damn.
any smoke crimes today. 13-3 will be the score.
Very well played from Boom.
Now it's his map pick.
Yeah, but there was a lot of crimes committed there, and yeah, I have to say NAOS got absolutely smoked. Like, there's no other way to put it.
Ooh.
Insane game for Zesbu. Insane game for Famous. They're all a Boom. The structure was on point. They really just could not have played that better, and I think for NAOS, I'd like to think that that's a bit of an outlier. You know, this is a team that definitely
I hope so.
Top 4 for Ascension again, but you know, worth mentioning, they have had some struggles in their own region in terms of losing to Zol. You know, they've had a lot of competition from Oasis as well, who, to be fair, did bomb out of one of the stages. So it's hard to say how much, you know, you put into that, but at least here against Boom, who should be one of their biggest rivals, just did not show up.
Just fair enough. I mean, it just is what happens. Boom, they have been.
At what stage do we see crowds? The last 3 days. So the top 4. So starting with the upper finals and lower semis, and then lower final, and then grand final.
Brilliance from some of the players on NAOS' side. I mean, Ja onto the Sentinel. Remember, he had that little sidestep double kill. That was amazing. So having some slight improvements. Papi Chulo still close to the clutch. Close. Not quite really clutching out just yet. But it's not over for them. We still have one more map to
We shall see. We shall see if Boom can keep it up. I think Boom looks exactly like I expected them to. NAOS looks a lot weaker than I expected them to. I still thought Boom would come out on top, but we shall see. Mika.
Guys, I think Mika is having a little bit of a breakdown at the moment.
Well, I have to say, Ewop, it's it was pretty tough to watch, especially since we know
That was a tough one to watch, to be honest.
We know what both of these teams are capable of, and it suddenly looked like a mashup that was very unfair, almost to say, right?
Yeah, I think
NAOS was overthinking things. I think they were overthinking things. I think they were playing scared, and at that point, I don't think it's even the calls and the strats that were good or bad.
I'd like them just to see them kind of put this map in the back pocket and just say, all right, it happened. We kind of got, as the caster said, they kind of got smoked.
215, 315 for Mojra and Emin. That is rough.
Getting those entry kills, even though Boom, I feel like at times there were some things that NAOS could work with. They were giving them some space, but then they end up losing the retake, and it just didn't look smooth for NAOS, unfortunately. Everything that Boom was doing was working out perfectly for them. I think the way how they executed everything, it looked.
Don't you think Sunset should be reworked? I mean, a little bit, and I think it will be.
I feel like similar to.
But I think for now, there's been enough of an evolution that it's not straight just Bunsen anymore. So like I'm fine with them not rushing it. But yeah, I think it will get changed. I think it will get changed. I just don't think it's as egregious as some other ones we've had.
For NAOS, because going up against these players, you do expect more. But when you have a player like Zesbu over here, who we were hyping him up earlier, and we know that when he's on this kind of environment.
Okay. Wait, is it confirmed that Sunset's getting changed? I forget. Sometimes I read things. Sometimes it's leaks. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's rumors. I forget. Dude, 6.0 KDA is actually crazy, even with assists. 6.0 is actually insane. Zesbu popped off. Vice apparently is not available this tournament. I know it's open to play in China, but apparently it's not allowed this tournament, so I wasn't aware.
Is MC Slasher. He's one of the players I worked with before as well, and I think he had really good impact, and that chemistry he has with
okay, I'm gonna let them wrap up on the desk here. There's gonna be a quick break. The predictions are up on Twitch chat real quick for you if you want to vote on map 2, which is going to be Lotus. We haven't seen Lotus today, so that's good. That's exciting. A little bit of freshness. We're gonna run some ads. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then when we come back, hopefully NAOS wakes up and gives us a good best of 3.
Okay, Ewok, it's a new map. That first map maybe never happened. We're into map 1. No, I'm joking. This is the second map of NAOS Esports and Boom Esports. As we saw earlier, Sunset really not going the way of NAOS, even though it was their map pick. Now we're heading over to Lotus, which is Boom's map pick. And, you know, looking at the record, you can see exactly why. They seem to be very, very comfortable on this map. I mean, NAOS does have some experience on it as well. I mean, it's kind of okay-ish for them, I guess. But, I mean, looking at, again, Boom's track record, you can see exactly why they picked this map.
Yeah, no surprise for them going for the Lotus. They've been playing the default comp, the Viper Fade. It's been in the meta for quite a long time, and they've been really consistent with it. So I'm not surprised that they go for this map. As you said, NAOS, they're not awful on this map by no means. There's been some chop and changes for them. They did play the Breach and Fade. I'm curious to see if we might see another change from them. Of course, them losing out recently on that map, but before that there was 2 wins for them. So it's not like they don't play this map at all. I hope to see a little bit more of a competitive map for the next one, because Sunset, I feel like, was pretty much summed up by that Thrifty round where Boom won with the Force by like the hero outlaw, right? Like them contacting behind the outlaw, and the moment they got the spike down on B, I think that was the reaction of a lot of NAOS fans, unfortunately. That kind of summed up the map, unfortunately, for them, right?
No,
we're hoping to see more from Mojer. We're hoping to see more from them.
Absolutely. I mean, bias aside, when I bring this jersey out, like, my bias is on, but like, bias aside, you know, you're absolutely right. Boom was just so prepared.
If Vice isn't playable, which I think we were playing on the Vice release patch, but not without Vice.
They just had to focus on like the duels that were presented to them, and they won every single time.
All right.
I'm not sure.
NAOS, will they wake up?
Just like, you know, first jitters, especially since Boom are playing.
Oh, did I not change it? Do I still have it on the second match because it ended so fast? On Twitch? Yeah, on YouTube I just have it all in one, but on Twitch. Thank you.
What would you tell players? You mentioned earlier.
Good call.
Just brush it off. How does a team usually rally back, especially after a map like that can be very tilting?
So in Valorant, I feel like it's not that of a rare occurrence where the first map is just a complete blowout. I'll use this as an example. We had this against Genji when we played them.
You walk. Reliving his nightmares.
It was our map pick. I think we lost 13-3, 13-2 or something. Similar fashion to this. We weren't shooting back. But then we had a really stern talk. I very rarely get a little bit more agitated or in the faces of players, but there's a time where the coach needs to step in and tell them this is not good enough. Like this, there's a reason why you guys are here, and we need to show what everyone's expecting from us, what we expect from ourselves. And I'm hoping that's happening in this NAOS camp right now, because that was not good enough, and they know they're so much better than this. And go out on this next map.
Okay, so we haven't seen NAOS play this, like the pure meta comp. They've played variations a little bit here and there a bit, but
yeah, I feel like, you know, we should have like, you know, blasted you to the players or something.
Wait, why is the map command not working?
During a coach Ewok, like, you know, timeout or like regrouping in between maps, then hey, I love it. But thank you for that, because like that gives us a little bit of insight as to how the teams can regroup, right? We're seeing a mirror match as well as we head into Lotus. So
that's crazy.
Really exciting to see if NAOS can make a comeback.
There we go.
Or if this is once again a 2-0 in favor of Boom Esports. So Pilsky and Quack, take it away.
Oh my gosh, I feel so invigorated just because of what Ewok says. It's like he's really like a coach, like a live coach. And of course, because, well, we don't forget her, although she's a little bit sad. Hopefully, yeah, NAOS will be able to come back, and maybe they just might be able to do it. On this Lotus map, it is a bit of a mirror matchup, so could happen.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree with Ewok's sentiment. I also think that there's got to be a little bit more.
Now's the time for a comeback. We shall see.
Mentality to what just happened to them. So Lotus will be an interesting one. I'm keeping an eye as well on the fact that Jar's off the Cypher and onto the Killjoy. I think that's the only really compositional change you're seeing for either one of these teams. Last time, you know, very, very close game for the boys on NAOS against Sol in their home region. But Lotus is a map that both of these teams have played, and Boom's on a pretty sick win streak on this map as well.
It's like 12-14 for NAOS, right? Like, that's how close it got.
Yeah, for sure. But over on Boom's side of things, I mean, they have been dominating in their region. Their closest to them was their two biggest rivals in Arc Team and Alter Ego that have only been able to take 7 rounds on them. And their attack has been super dominant on this map. Like, all of their attack sides have been really, really good. And that's super important picking a map like Lotus, because you're probably starting out attack side. Although a fair few teams don't.
All right, let's see. Now it's on the defense.
Plenty of teams quite happy to kick things off and get themselves into the game, I suppose.
Yeah, we've seen that happen in a lot of other leagues and regions before, but I guess one of the main things is definitely still the fact that now is playing in from
They heard the orb, so they know they have the numbers advantage. Boom.
Now starting things off, a lot of contact.
Okay, this time NAOS recovers though. Good recovery. Good recovery from Emin. Long range support on that. You saw the spike drop as well.
Good stuff, just evening up the numbers.
Oh wait, did they not see it? Was it?
Between both sides.
Their movement's telling me they didn't see it. Unless Josh is trying to get ahead of it. Looks like he's just trying to get ahead of it because it's despite the door, he's still sticking around here. And they'll just.
And I'm going to see what Boom come up with here. Now's a very clear treat. And they're definitely going to get curious about what's going on in A main, but at least for now...
They're re-clearing that. So you want to just make sure that the nanoswarms aren't wasted. If it becomes B, it's B. But this is a heads up from NAOS. Much better map movement. A little too far ahead without a plan. Oh no! Oh no! I honestly think NAOS could have just either held here or then wrapped around here, trying to cross through here. I think they just worked with the assumption that it was C, which is not good. I mean, he has to push out.
Timmy gets plopped down, but there are 2 players left. Where could they be?
Too much to clear.
Not quite. Spots up a turret. There are those 2 players. And it's going to be Boom once again picking up the pistol.
Unfortunate.
Beautiful little high-low to close it out. Between NC Slasher and Berserks. 100%ing the round. Exactly like you'd want them to. And Boom continuing on in winning ways on that attacking side pistol. Famous just looking so sharp right now. It's unreal. Even just spamming away through the paranoia. Still finding value. And that was ridiculous from NC Slasher as well. 2 very clean taps and finishing things off with the Sheriff going to be making his way early on towards a pretty quick nightfall.
Yeah, really, the shot against Papa Jewel, that's the one that got me. But you're right.
Mine's from the turret.
Once again, would mean so much similar stories to what we saw.
4-man buy again.
On that previous map,
And just Sheriff for Shura.
Has to work cut out for him again.
Just clearing out util, and then they're just going to overpower him.
To find these anti-strats or reads against Boom.
So Famous's goal is just to create longer angles, and then everyone else checks close. Dude, I'm telling you, like, the timings on this is it's very classic, it's very textbook. It's not anything to write home about at the highest level, but like Famous pushing this as they're spamming this, it's just like that's how you should be playing Valorant. Like, Boom is very good at that stuff. I'm telling you. It's not just that they're like, oh, well, their opponents are just like dilly-dallying. Like, they're very good at that stuff. I think they have weaknesses elsewhere, but those moments are the moments that you need to pay a lot of attention if you're going to try to fight Boom. Like, I know that it was an eco and such, but still the timing's very clean from Boom. You have to give respect to it.
Heavy setup towards the C orb as well.
Yeah, they didn't plant. You're right. That was weird.
NAOS goes in to investigate a little. They don't
happens every now and then. You're like busy celebrating on land.
So some of the rotations come through.
And I didn't talk much about the rumors of Sadak joining KC. I mean, I've been following headlines, but I'm not gonna put too much thought into roster mania until after Ascension, until we see like actual stuff. Pacific will do some speculation, but really, with no blast packs, he just walks in. I mean, this is them just saying, okay, it's your buy round. We're gonna pressure you, and we're gonna try to take this round. We're gonna force you to use everything you got and lose weapons. So SPU drawing a little attention onto Heaven on the platform.
So for now, at the very least, they know that someone's right.
Jameson's been pushed out. He wants to get back into position. He knows he's there. Oh boy. Oh boy. So this was a time when NAOS did it better, right? They were drawing out enough time so that they could pinch onto him.
Just continues to swing though and stop down to zero now. A couple more shots. He takes
No.
down Emin. One-on-one against Papichulo. He's got the advantage.
Oh, he knows he hasn't stuck it. He just needs to peek right on the half. He wins no matter what.
Bait out that peak, but it's not quite happening because Shiro comes in with a quad kill to give Boom the bonus round.
Yeah, and
Oh man,
thinking about getting
so
the
clutch,
showstopper on
so
line,
clutch.
getting yourself a free kill, getting yourself a free sight. I mean, they got a free sight, but they shouldn't have been worried.
Do you think a lot of teams will wait for Ascension? I don't think they'll wait. I think they'll, if there's other people, because here's the thing is that you're giving other teams a chance to wait as well. So I think some teams will prioritize getting ahead of other teams for roster changes. But I think there's enough talent in the Ascension pool in any region that you're willing to wait a little bit for one or two. So basically, it's Boom and another team in the finals. I mean, NAOS isn't looking as good as I hoped. I still favored Boom, but I didn't expect NAOS to basically, like, I didn't expect NAOS to basically lose every fair fight. You know what I mean? Oh my god. And now backup's here. 7 HP. They're just gonna push them back, man. Meanwhile, they've gotten the kill on C. Oh man. And Shiro gets out.
Shiro down to 7 HP, still alive, still backing out. And he's just lurking, watching for some of these.
Boom will do whatever it takes to win each fight, man.
You've got a feel for NAOS. They're doing everything they can.
Boom lives and dies by the philosophy of, like, if we stay ahead in numbers, we win. Right? Use your ult to secure another kill to make sure Shiro lives. Like, doesn't matter.
With the Sheriff, I mean, you got to reserve your expectations. Unfortunately, that's a very nice shot, though.
Find you.
We could get a couple more of those. Not quite gonna happen because this position.
Now it's just died to see its Chobra.
Not a bad shot from Nexi. It's still the
yeah, this is rough.
The open out already, so see some spam through the A wall, maybe some spam in the C side after plants on the attacker's side. Starting to get close to some impact.
Boom plays what? Boom plays the winner of Riddle versus SPG, right? If Boom wins today. Oh boy, dude, the top side of this bracket just gets better and better each day.
Because it's getting increasingly.
I think I can. Oh no, I think I'm Korean casting that day too. Jeez. Yeah, full sense Riddle, Simprisa, and Boom I think are the strong bets for sure. But I would group Riddle alongside the likes of NAOS, but we'll see what they look like tomorrow. I'm not that sold on Riddle yet. I think they're good. I just don't think they're like amazing, but like yeah, I would rather put disguised Riddle and NAOS in the same tier. I know NAOS isn't looking good right now, but prior to this match, the bugs are back.
Trying to go deep and break up the KJ util, but doesn't actually hit any of it.
I don't. I'm trying to make sure it doesn't bother you guys too much audio-wise, but because I don't think it's on my end.
Shiro having stuck all the way upstairs. That is the pick of the round. Instantly, Viper's Pit up. They have the sight. Berserk's even getting a frag up against M, and that is
30 seconds
not something you want to have for NAOS.
We'll just lower the audio for now.
I mean, Berserk's trying to get isolated, but the longer he lives, the less time there is to complete this retake. Quack and Boom is set up inside.
I'll keep an ear out for when it gets fixed.
On the table, heaters on. If they're absolutely chilling right now.
I mean, I do think stylistically, Boom has an advantage as well, right? Because now it's weird because, like, obviously a lot of the Filipino teams used to play very aggressive too, but now has been playing very like, hey, we pressured this, you react, we pressure that, you react, and then we find an opening and then we go in and stuff like that. Whereas Boom's just like, oh, you pressured this, oh, you want to fight? Oh, we'll give you a fight. And then Boom just like fights them. And now it's just like, well, that wasn't the gentleman's agreement. And that is kind of the stylistic difference here, but how good did Full Sense look? I mean, I would say Full Sense looked very clean, but I would also say that they weren't really they weren't very challenged to see how much better they can look, I think. Granted, Boom isn't exactly getting challenged either, but I think Boom is continuing to play the same strengths that they have, whereas Full Sense, I think, just played just very, very standard stuff. John Olsen popping off a little bit.
So much space over on that C side of the map. They clear front B with the Boom bot, with the Prowler. Shout out to Stackman by the way.
Yeah, like now, if NAOS wants to play the map, they have to like 4D chess Boom. You know what I mean? Like they have to gain an advantage through their map play, but they're just playing very slow. And like I know in my video I said it was standard, but today what I would say, I think in their own region it was just fairly standard. But I think today what's happening is they're playing with the assumption of what the opponent would react with, and that makes them think they have like more time and they're overthinking things. But that's just not the case, especially not with Boom.
And you know, it'll be interesting to see if some of that will help NAOS at this event. To be honest, though, what they need right now is definitely not creativity. What they need right now is to iron out the fundamentals and just pick their level up a little bit, because they're just kind of getting outplayed in terms of the duels and in terms of the macro as well by Boom in this series so far.
Yeah, specifically the macros, that's what I'm kind of curious about, because so far, Boom, they've been going off the approach, they're getting so much information as to how NAOS might set themselves up. And it's because of that they're kind of able to maneuver and kind of funnel them into corners and stuff.
Similarly, the Full Sense earlier, you saw it in that last round where Boom,
Oblivion Force is literally your holiday. No, but I'm sure they want to win. I feel bad. I wish they could have at least played with their full 5.
The individuals are making really good plays, and you saw it in that last round. Like, you've got macro-wise, what is Boom doing? They're taking front B. They're feeling out the setup.
Dude, that PC, man. That PC's cursed.
From the defense, but in terms of
wait, what's the shirt?
Berserks is clearing out all of C now.
I didn't get a close look at it.
Wrapping together with the players over on door side front B, and then Shiro is the player that you're not even considering that is walking up A for free. He hasn't heard any utility. He's probably been shouldering a little bit. He's putting up his wall. He's creeping behind the wall, taking a little timing here. Oh, there's nothing on ruins. Now I can see if I can, creep up a little further. And before you know it, old mate's at stairs shooting your player playing retake in the side of the head, and the round's over.
And it just happens, several times that way.
I mean, it's just tech. It's just IT.
Maybe a little bit in some of these rounds where they're, fighting back against Boom, getting a couple of kills here and there, but otherwise, it's these flawless victories or a lot of space being afforded to Boom Esports, and that's not what you want to have, especially starting off a map around like this. And again, just to reiterate, this is a double elimination bracket. Now it's facing off against Boom. The loser of this drops down, and that's one tournament live expended. You don't want to have that in such a high-stakes tournament like Ascension.
You definitely don't want to have it if you get stomped a little bit.
Yeah, I guess the room is kind of small. They'll be playing on stage in the last 3 days.
Not an elimination series in a close fashion to some team that you respect. They're really good. You could tell yourself, oh,
all right, chat. I want to do some dailies on my tablet.
Against weaker opposition, and you say, well, we're one of the best teams at this tournament. We can beat these guys for sure. If you get stomped by Boom, do you doubt yourself? Do you start to think, are we really that good? Or did we have a complete misread on that series? Was it just not my day? I was feeling a little tired, didn't get some good sleep. Like, that's where you really start questioning yourself a little bit. And only, the best players with strong mental, the best For anyone who's curious, by the way, we have a bit of a tech issue. Restarting a PC should only be a few more minutes. But in the meantime, I'm enjoying the Quackski podcast.
Welcome to the Quackski podcast.
Rossi. Poor Rossi.
A lot of insights being afforded to us by Coach Pilsky here. I mean, that's a really good point, actually.
Oh, timeout. Now it's timeout.
I wish I was, but
They needed it.
You do have some experience.
I have great experience coaching teams who lose, so you know, I don't know if I can help NAOS out very much right now.
Whatever it is, I mean, they're the ones in the server. They might need an Ewok. They've got, you know, Amix, and they have also got Stackmandu, and they will be trying to figure things out, right? But at the same time, sometimes it's a bit of that mental reset. It's a bit of that, you know, just predicament of trying or struggling.
Okay.
But at the same time, you're just thinking about all these different factors, you know, and you start to second guess yourself, and that's why Boom is confidently taking up so much space. And they've got the Odin now. Famous is just doing so many things, just blast packing into sites. And like you mentioned before, too, Shiro with this toxic screen really conditions NAOS into playing a certain way on their defense. Yeah. It's something that they have
I think if NAOS can make sure that they set up in a way where Boom can't ever get two different angles on them, like that could be good too. But also, like, if in this mirror matchup, you can take priority on defense on A Rubble and still be okay. So I'd rather see them go aggressive there rather than, like, waiting to think that they can punish Boom for using utility.
how impactful this matchup is.
Plenty of strong opponents to make their way through first, but this would be a bit of a statement win that would make people...
I think if they rush two sides, I was thinking about it. I was thinking about them pressuring both here and here, or like here and here. But I think that they would just lose out. But I think you can get priority on Rubble if it's a mirror comp. So I think doing that and then holding this, and then I would have rather put this alarm bot out front at that point, right? And see at which point Boom tries to clear it. Because, like, it's setups like this that I don't think really work out. The nanoswarms are good. I would say the nanoswarms are good. I guess if you're really just using this as an alarm for the nanoswarms. I don't like that they're bunched up though. One paint shell is going to clear all of that. Okay, paint shells, they actually go hard in the paint across the toxic screen. The observers missed that. That's unfortunate. The nanoswarms? Okay, they did do damage. Okay. The Nightfall pushes these guys, but they actually just get pushed into the site, so it's a 4v2 on site.
We've seen him close to the clutch before. He loves to play around his smokes. One just got refreshed. But every player's positioned so far across each other. Hunt, Larva revealed, instantly snapped first.
It's doable. But again, double angle.
No mercy to now. 6-0 for Boom.
Yeah, keeping things simple.
I mean, Boom's good at fights. You gotta be able to keep up in frags at the very least, or you have to play 4D chess, right? But in a mirror comp, playing 4D chess here on defense, I think is a little rough. Like if it was attack, sure, you could just go round and round around the map, but
just ready to react to the door pressure and the nightfall that's coming through with the pinch from Waterfall and spawn side, and they just deal with that so easily. You know, they're ready for everything.
Despite having a sensibility to go up.
Okay, this time good aggression on C. The nades are gonna get you though. Now Mosier's stranded.
The utility coming through now. Famous and C Slasher just walking up. I mean, the confidence on this team, it's brimming. Odin on the other side as well. And look at where Shiro is. Famous marking the back.
He's just walking around the map. Famous on a cheeky off angle. He's going to get himself a showstopper, whether he gets a kill or not, and that's something to be happy about.
The information. That's one last
damn, dude. Team Ace on that one. This was supposed to be a banger. I thought it was supposed to be a banger. Dude, this is getting... Dude, NAOS is looking way worse than I thought. I mean, Boom is looking just as good as I thought, but NAOS is looking a lot worse than I thought.
Yeah, this is where the comeback starts.
I mean, it's gotta be. They finally have some ults to play with. You got a pit, showstopper, and a lockdown. So if you can't put this gun round together, I'm sorry, Quack, but it's just not happening today, mate. You know. Keen to see what they come up with. Pit could definitely change the dynamic of a round like this.
7-1.
Instant A main control.
The score line. Can it happen? Boom's gonna just rush B, dude. So now they know that NAOS has been pushing out A and C, so they just hard rush B, especially with the potential of these ultimates. Draws out the lockdown, and now you have your own lockdown for C site. Shiro does go in and die. Bit of a rush here from Boom. Yeah, this was a bit haphazard, but this is now with a good reaction, right? They stop them. They put down the instant Killjoy ultimate to slow things down. And Boom's a little panicked away from the Killjoy ultimate.
Around the site marking that spike. He has a full 50 seconds. What can he do, Pilsky?
Yeah, he's got his showstopper off that kill. One off of paint shells as well.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess the 7-1's happening.
High and low from them, as well as a smoke onto spawn side. That's going to be pretty difficult to contest with for sure.
But surely can't just walk through. That high-low setup could be blown up by the showstopper, perhaps, but without the blast back, he could be an easy target.
Oh no! Oh no! It's doable.
Tossed into the side. Mojo just tucks himself away underneath, does not get hurt whatsoever. Hops on over, 10 seconds left. Tries to clear out the corners. But if anything, Mojo still...
I was a little worried. I was a little worried. All right, 7-1. If they can get 4, it's not too bad.
From his Sentinel play, a nice little multi-frag when they come and hit his side over towards C, where previously it's kind of crumbled a little bit more, and you know, you saw him, he basically shut down 2 sites. Lockdown says, sorry, you guys are not going B, and then he rotates through Waterfall side and finds himself a 3K, so you really...
So this time, Boom, they have their showstopper. I think they might just send the showstopper here to shut down the rubble push from A. Okay, no showstopper. That's Boom. In what world do you just walk out half-assed onto platform and onto root, onto the tree, and then die? That was a bad choice from Boom. I mean, forget how the actual fight played out. It's just that's a bad setup. But it is good that NAOS is still sticking with it, because so often we see teams get scared and then they're like, okay, let's just play passively, and it's like, well, now you're just giving them the map for free. And I think maybe Boom thought that's what would happen. I thought maybe Boom thought NAOS would shy away from the fight, which is why they just kind of lackadaisically pushed out. But
so I think Jar has not been checked on this flank, and he might have a great timing.
he just recalled that turret.
So slowly creeping through now.
Oh, the timing as well. I think NC Slasher just checked and turned around.
And Berserk's knows he's gonna have to be paranoid about his back. Tries to waltz his way into the site, and then just right around the top. We're still very cautious of anyone who could be around the site. Spends 1 nanoswarm.
He's got full kit. He's got the lockdown as well, so can really kind of place his senti set up around this site and try to win the
Me too. Now let's fight together.
To say the least.
There you go.
But carefully jiggling through the corners. It's just not quite happening. Job being able to hold down that ankle. Now puts themselves up to 2 rounds up against.
Okay. It's not all hope is lost.
That round is a perfect example of how loaders can sometimes be a bit of a case of scissors, paper, rock, or rock, paper, scissors, whichever way you put it. You had the fast C hit from Boom that got shut down by Jar, and they've, not really been working the A side of the map very much. A lot of the time it's just Shiro on the lurk over there.
I mean, one of the Obs PC has been dying the whole day. Maybe more than one. But hey, if the game can go on, we go on.
Pulling the trigger on that again, playing 3 towards A, and that worked out beautifully against Boom, who really
So now it just continues to stick with this default heavy fight on Rubble, take that control, then you rotate over. I'm fine with that. The nanoswarms just to make sure that there's no quick pinch on C. I'm fine with that. Prowler. Okay, this is just very textbook, very fanatic textbook. Take this, Prowler this, check that, go here. Leaving C entirely open and only holding for waterfall is a bit... Oh my gosh, you almost lined up there. Yeah, he gets a lot of info. I think that's the important part.
That means they could have rotated off of rubble. NAOS still trying to hold their ground, especially around...
NAOS is still going to push up, especially since the Killjoy is dead, so they're trying to abuse the fact that they can catch them on the flank on either direction. They see him moving this way, so you know that it's going to be a C hit. It's a good read.
Boom now contacting into this C site, trying to get as much base as they can, and Famous with the rocket in hand.
Yo, Chipska, thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome.
He is creeping forward though. Spots on player.
Ooh, good movement off the showstopper to survive. 3v3, 3v2 now for NAOS.
Takes a little while with that animation, so not quite able to fire back. It's all down.
Oh, I don't think they quite saw him.
Clutch players, both him and Poppy Chulo, but now spotted out by that haunt. Has to play around the angles. Goes and plays ring around the Rosie for a while. The spike has been gotten.
Okay, half is done. He needs to know that. Oh no, they changed positions.
The halfway stick, and now just defused the spike, getting themselves a third round win. Zetsby fighting for his life, but it's not quite happening.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see on Sunset, Quack. They're finally stringing some rounds together. This time a little bit more.
It's not over.
They've got 3. I think on Sunset they got 2 in a row before Boom started to respond. And the thing I'm liking from NAOS is they're getting active. You know, they're dominating rubble. They're getting active in the middle.
They are fighting back.
Sick of letting Boom just run their game plan, do whatever they want around the map. They're starting to really assert themselves. And
Yeah, you're forcing errors out of them, right? If you just try to fight Boom fair and then say, okay, you do what you want to do, we'll do what we want to do, Boom's going to win. But you get them out of tempo a little bit, and that's important. I don't think you expect this, though. The Nightfall on Rubble is kind of big. The counter Nightfall is good, though, so he was prepared. The reaction's fast from Nexi. You do have to give up Rubble, but basically... And then they go for the fast rotate. I don't mind that either. I think the Killjoy sticking around here so the alarm bot stays active would be good. This alarm bot's not active yet. He needs to get back in range.
After all said and done, they haven't taken any A space. NAOS is convinced that they have as their own toxic screen goes down and they throw out a Prowler. They're confused because Boomers walk back towards the C side of the map, and you're seeing NAOS just kind of panic rotating. They have no idea what's going on as they've retaken Rubble.
Oh, they're even using that bit just to block off any potential offenses from Boom.
40 seconds. So NAOS knows that the most likely thing is B site.
Alongside his utility, the C's, just to try to slow down Boom if they are approaching. He doesn't hear any footsteps yet, though. They're just jiggling. And just jiggling. The haunt sent out. Has to avoid that lockdown. The site has been granted to Boom.
Yeah, Boom setting up a net. Now starting to...
As long as you can make sure that they don't get control of all 3 areas, the retake should be good. Oh, but this is...
winning those duels is huge, Quack.
That's that proactiveness that you're talking about. They pushed into
Okay, you know that they're all near Baby Door. I guess you're not quite certain about Heaven. That's the one issue.
The back sides, the door, it was hurt. Although it's linear angles or Boom right now, they've got the spike. They've got the advantage. Another player down. It's all left to Nexi. Tries to play around it. Taps the spike, baiting for more peaks.
Not enough time, though. He has to stick the half.
That sticks it to at least halfway, but Shiro quick on the peek out. A simple shot through the engine block, and it's gonna be Boom back in control.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, you did a fully stat-based pick'ems? That's sick. Who'd you have coming out on top through the stats?
But they recognize you can't play an afterplant from one position.
That is a neat idea.
Gotta go and take link control and just a simple 2-man contact in there, and you can see the whole
Boom?
team.
I'm not surprised. I think Boom's in a very good place to be favorites. I mean, it's much better in Tier 1, yeah, sure, but I think Boom's still in a very good place. So Boom's switching things up. They're trying to get ahead of the util and fighting. So that's the next adjustment, which is usually how it goes. So now the next adjustment is the defense setting up fights right in front of Rubble. There is no Vice allowed in this tournament. That's what we've been told. I thought it was available, but I think they're on the Vice patch. You just can't pick Vice.
Especially that push out from door, I think. Papi Chulo doing what he's good at. Only has Sheriff though, so still trying to be very cautious. NC Slasher. 26 rounds left in that belt. He's just firing it off fully.
Yeah, CN is using Vice, but apparently in Pacific it's not allowed. Okay, 4-8. Totally doable. Totally doable for NAOS. Oh, was it Elevated who did that? Okay.
A scoreline you'd be happy with, but better than what we saw on Sunset. Very good resilience on the weaker.
It doesn't. No, not that patch. This is the patch where Vice was released. It is not the Astra patch.
Has to be said, you know, I was looking at his numbers in the final of Challengers Philippines. He had an insane series, and he's someone I was really excited to be laying eyes on here in this Ascension tournament. But this has just not been his day against Boom today, and that's worrying if that's going to be a trend that continues, because NAOS definitely needs him, and he's someone that, you know, has a bit more of a flexible agent pool as well, can go over onto the Neon if necessary, and those kind of players I think are going to define a tournament. We've already like this. We've already seen it in EMEA, for example. Someone like Comeback on the Duelist or Kayak.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Astra patch, honestly. I'm a big Astra enjoyer, so.
Yeah, we're seeing so much of this, and that's kind of what
China won champs, so they get to play Vice early.
We're seeing it before, not just in, you know, other regions, but last year's Ascension 2023 as well with Bleed Scary. I mean, a lot of these things can happen, and sometimes
Boom looks very strong, yes.
Odds, but when you have a player that adapts to situations and finds these star plays, that's what you really need. And sometimes, I mean, NAOS is able to lead the charge. Sometimes Boom comes back in with dominance, so anything could still happen with the second half, but it starts off with that pistol.
I think NAOS can bring this back. Let's go to a map 3. Have you played ranked on the new patch? A little bit. I've only mostly played Vice though. I haven't tried. I played one game of Astra, I think, but I haven't played Chamber yet.
At least a bit more of a recoverable scoreline for them moving into the attacker's side. It is a mirror matchup here, so need to see.
Oh yeah, today's Friday. I didn't even think about that. Since I have to go to work tomorrow, it doesn't really feel like a Friday.
To kind of re-clear some of these lanes, and then the info denial of the Viper. We'll see if they can use it as well as Boom did, because Chiro was super.
You have important exams coming up. Best of luck. NAOS now on the attack.
Well, for now at least, Boom are pushing up.
The setups are better for Boom so far already, right? The Poison Cloud to delay, so you don't have to waste your Alarm Bot and Nanoswarm early. You already have Rubble Control. They're pushing out. In fact, I don't know if this Toxic Screen was put up a second time, but if it wasn't, it's easy pickings for Boom to take the space. So now they know like 100% because this turret hasn't been activated. And then now the Omen Smoke, like this is how you textbook play Lotus, is that you constantly refresh smokes on C, and then you still have an Alarm Bot on Nanoswarm. You basically make it impossible to try to get into C for free.
One way gets refreshed, and now it's heading back to front B.
Famous in needs to not overheat here, not overextend. Oh, dude, how did that Prowler tag him? That's crazy. But either way, so now they know that there's someone heaven, so they want to try to get in here. And it actually works out for Boom. Uh-oh. Yep. It works out for Boom because it makes it seem like B is heavier guarded. So NAOS wants to go to C, and then it's actually just a ton of people there.
Trying to tag him through. 10 seconds left in this round. It's just not in the cards for NAOS at the start of the second half.
Yeah, that was just cursed. I could see what NAOS was trying to go for. Like, you know, they took the C mount control. They tried to push them off the A info line, which they claimed.
4-11-4. Dude, Mosier's having a bad day.
Trying to keep the defensive side rotations honest, but
Mosier is having a bad day. Emmons recovered a little bit with the Viper, but
threw a Viper orb into an alarm bot, which made 2 people vulnerable, and NC Slasher was playing inside their own progression orb while they're all vulnerable or tagged up by the Viper Orb, just spamming them all down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just these
Early spam to get orb control and rubble control. Again, very, very straightforward stuff.
It's just working out wonderfully.
Now Poison Cloud. The Nanoswarm may be a little early, but he didn't have sightlines, so that does get used at the same timing as the Poison Cloud, so that's unfortunate. But now so to accommodate for that, they reposition, and then the Fade comes in to help, right, on C. So C's well guarded again. A's been pushed out for info. They still know that it's not a full rotate just yet at the minute mark. You got a Nanoswarm to help delay on B if you run into trouble.
They know exactly where NAOS can and can't be.
It just looks like the same kind of process for NAOS from Sunset. You know, going in, kind of taking their time.
Here we go.
Heading back.
Now you know they're here. It's a crossfire.
Huge choke point. Shiro and Famous just shredding them up as they try to push through. It's not happening. The spike down on the ground. Papi Chulo with nothing but a classic to his name.
Well, this round goes over. So 10-4. So now it's kind of has to win the next round, the bye round.
Not able to make anything happen. Guns on the ground. Spike on the ground. As soon as they pick it up, that's going to be a shot through. Shiro finding that third kill. 15 HP, swings out, bites the bullet. Boom Esports reaches double digits.
In such a clean fashion as well. All of the guns up. Another dominant scoreline. That's Boom right now. Just max chilling.
One stinger, but 4 rifles. No Vandals or Phantoms.
And now's, I mean, that if that's the office, to be fair.
That's Boom's bye right now.
Whatever job that is. He's not
this is the last game for today. Yes, that is correct.
Me and you, Quack, we're doing the hard yards today. Day 1 of the tournament. But, you know, I'm still enjoying it nonetheless. Here's the full A main control. Now's all the way out. So, look, they've been given that space by Boom, who will put up their...
Okay, so this time they don't fight for it, right? They want to fight closer range if it comes into A. So since they're not fighting Rebel, Boom, they go for early clear to push out of B, and they're doing jump peaks on C. That way they can stack on A, and if eventually NAOS comes to A, they're set up with good positions and stuff that favors some of their weaponry.
The Killjoy jiggling C, and until you push the players off those lines, Boom has so much info on you.
Yeah, they're still marking those spots. I mean, every single lane has at least a single player from Boom marking, watching it. Even as Famous rotates over onto B.
Yeah, the rotate out, but you still see nothing. So now you send the Prowler to check for C. This gives you confirmation that it's not a C setup, right? It's been quiet for so long, and there's no forces on C. So it's either B or A. You don't see them coming in through the door. There's no reaction on it. So you suspect an A to B, which is why the raise comes over to Heaven.
Instead, smoking off the stairs now. Pink shells coming in. You've got NC Slasher up around Waterfall side. He's thinking about pushing through, but the spike's gone down.
Yeah, Berserk's applying pressure to the door as well to try and add another dimension to this retake. It's going to be a bloodbath on B. Quack.
Oh, NT. NT from Boom. Good hold from NAOS.
Having already set up those post-plant positions, it's just
don't line up. Okay. Woo.
Now coming through and then pushing out from the link again, something that Boom wasn't quite expecting. Despite the spike being planted, it's just going to be NAOS pushing out against Boom to collect on that 5th round win.
It's good stuff from NAOS.
I mean, listen, Night Journey, I thought this was supposed to be a much closer game.
And even in the late round, after applying pressure to front B, they're really doing a good job trying to mask their intentions. It's something that they did do.
We do have a game on our hands, 5-10.
That round is the perfect example of when it does, being able to pivot to B.
Odin online, though.
But again, Rebel control, the name of the game for both of these teams right off the bat.
That was the bonus, so see how this goes. A little too far ahead, and nobody there to really follow up in time off of the haunt. Zespiu's trapped, but okay.
Raises dead, and NC Slasher still very much alive. Emmons gonna try to fire out through, and he does manage to collect on the Zespiu, so that's another controller down, but now it still has yet to set foot onto a site.
Yeah, wall's gone up and denied them any further space there. Berserk's trying to get active on the other side of the map, just spotting out that C long info line.
You just drag it out here up to the door. Jaw clears out the turret.
As NAOS have cut sound.
A to B potential.
Close towards A here have got no info, and they're all split up around the map, which is a great situation for NAOS. They can definitely take advantage and try to take these 2-on-1 duels.
A little bit worried about the door, though. Just a single shot fired through this angle, and Shira's looking for that wall bang. Hence his crosshair placement.
I like that. So the only concern I would have had for an A to B is you never really quite had clearance. Just because you're holding here, it wouldn't have mattered. So I like that NAOS is rotating back to A, except the Odin is holding there. Ooh, nice swing off of his own smoke from Papi Chulo, though. And coverage from Jaw. Now they're getting back in the game.
Spotted out by Jaw instead. Now it's coming back into the game.
Another good round from Jaw, another good multi-frag. He's already won a handful of rounds for NAOS on the Senti defense, and even in the mid to late round they're activating with a multi-frag. He's really trying to drag NAOS into this series wherever possible, because some of the other boys having a rougher time of it. A main fight went well for NAOS, and just cutting the sound, limiting the info of Boom so that they could try to find a timing, and that's where Papi Chulo as well as Jaw in the mid to late round looking.
The round started. Get back in the game.
Yeah, we saw that a little bit in the previous round too when they were playing around B Link. So could this be the start of the NAOS comeback? Boom certainly hopes not.
Well, Quack said it now, so it's not happening. Sorry, boys and girls.
But NAOS are not pushing out. They haven't really done that yet.
It's an eco, so Boom's going to take it slow. They're going to push out. I think they're looking for a pinch here.
Their economy, it's already looking decent, as well as close this scoreline deficit. Proud of the front side of B to minimize the risk, and Mojo takes full advantage of that. You want to see him get a bit of an anti-eco bash on.
Okay, but you hear Yuto still coming out on Rubble. You saw them on B. I think C's worth a shout here for now, so yeah. With the information you have? Unless Boom just goes for another Gamble stag onto C just on a timing here.
Move past it.
Jaw used to be the duelist. Jaw used to be the duelist, and Mojo actually used to be the sentinel, but they've swapped.
But Boom have taken out that turret.
Yeah, cleared out all of front B. But NAOS decision making is solid. The door's going to get open, so they have to worry about front B, but the rifle diff.
Shiro trying for a last minute kill on the door, but not going to happen.
Not really a fight that Boom would want to take. Again, what other approach do they have? Famous just trying to wallbang through. Eats a bullet instead through. 2 players left, and they are thinking of splitting up or watching exits.
Well, this is looking very, very good for NAOS. And if they close out this anti-eco here, I mean, Zesbu is looking for a little bit more damage. If he gets his Omen ult, it's not the biggest deal. Sure, I wouldn't mind another ult for if possible. Zesbu is spotted out, dealt with pretty easily. One more for Mojo.
Yeah, Mojo's one away from Showstopper. I don't know if...
Try and get that Showstopper, but they're all exiting over on C side, and Shiro's not going to give it to him. He's actually just going to go down to the spike. But this is where I'm looking at this. Like, let's be honest, Quacks.
Okay, so it's not... Boom's not that done yet. They still have a little ways to go to close out this match.
The ults that they have online, the economy they've got behind them, this is very doable.
Very much so. In fact, you have to start to believe in them.
I mean, I think Lotus is the one that's most likely to have boring comps. Lotus and maybe Ascent.
And sometimes maybe they just take a little while to warm up. I mean, some of these players...
Some of our earlier matches, we had some fun.
Undergone that transformation.
We had the Euro on Icebox. It didn't do well, but we did have it.
And that could kickstart something new. Finding that confidence, being able to frag out. Famous looking to shut them down with his own operator.
Rubble control taken once again here for Boom. Now he's not interested in contesting. One way's been
so again, it's just the textbook stuff of pushing out, rotating, and relocating. You do have Nightfall and Showstopper. Okay, Nightfall comes in through B.
That's going to be an opening shot out from Rubble, but at the same time, now it's pushing all the way into the B site. Famous in with a Showstopper of his own, takes down Nexi. Just a bit of an exchange. But Boom with a bit of numbers advantage. Both Omens having TP.
Okay, now it's planted.
Spike will go down though. So if
Ooh,
anything,
big kill. Now you can punch. Now you can pinch back in from NC Slasher. Oh, he gets taken out. Oh, that was a little short. Man, that showstopper not connecting onto Berserks. That's rough.
It's gonna be Boom Esports now, finding a round back against NAOS. They are up to 11.
You got a feel for NAOS. That was a very, very tight round. Really could have gone either way. Odin and Op retained here for Boom, and Orb given over to the Killjoy. Boom really threatening the end of the game here, but honestly, their money a little on the shaky side. Let's be real, they only retain 2 weapons, and NAOS have got plenty of cash to reinvest, try to reset that economy, and keep this game within winnable distance.
And that's how you play the long game. I mean, NAOS has to keep this up.
Yeah, NAOS needs to win this round to bring it back. Obviously, if Boom wins here, not only is it match point, but then their econ's back as well. So
Boom, once again, going to be taking this.
they do have that op. So the Odin to set up the op. Or is the op going to push up? Looks like it. Prowler as well. So hard pushing them away from A.
Side of the map as well. Both the Viper as well as the Killjoy set up over there. I'd assume with the Orb as well. Lurk smoke coming through from NAOS. May look to try to break some KJ util and tickle the door a little. And indeed they have. They've cleared the...
Oh, almost gets collat.
Nano, but Famous is deep on that A line.
Okay, you heard the op. You gotta consider at least getting some other util away from C. It looks like they already took care of Bunch for now.
You've got Shiro, you've got Berserks, and they are just waiting for this. Oh, they've been waiting for this. They're about to make a name for themselves here. Now says no, they don't want any of this. They're backing out, sending the spike to yet another site.
I mean, they've got space out A at least.
Might need to call up Mosher 3.
That's something they've got to be concerned about, but Emma's made his way out of A main. Progression smoke to the front side, but that's an issue. Zesbu can now just play right next to that. That's going to potentially help him hold.
Yeah.
He's trying to hold around it.
They're trying to put pressure on A with the tree door. And you can swing here, and Jaw's going to look for a wraparound. Oh, okay, that's a big pick onto Famous Zin, but Jaw dies, which is unfortunate. So now you have to push out. You have to hold Heaven, and you have to push out.
Just hiding around. He heard that shrouded step onto the other side. Papi Chulo just waited for a bit of
Oh, can't get through the Slasher.
a double kill, making a name for himself with this Odin. Emin trying to fight back, but spotted out once again. Boom Esports having the numbers, having the strats, having the calls, and they come in to reach match point.
Beautiful.
It's a tough one.
Play from Boom, constantly changing up what side of the map strong.
I mean, I think NAOS woke up a little bit, but it's just too late. Now they still have to adapt to what BME's already doing.
NAOS blindsided, a free pick for Famous. You see it right here. And from that point in the round, they were just able to kind of deal with every single thing that NAOS were throwing at them. Playing very passively, punishing the lurk over towards...
I mean, I want to say it's a bit of an underperformance, but I think it's also a bit of a stylistic matchup.
Out of deficit, whether it's info and Boom...
It's hard to read. I think Boom's playing just as well as I thought they would. I think NAOS is performing a lot worse than I thought they would, but I don't know what part of that is like them just being worse today and it's just a one-off, or how much of it is a stylistic difference. Because if it's a stylistic difference, if they ever match up again, they would lose again, I think. So
Especially for a matchup like this, up in the quarterfinals again. Now
this is just Jaw with friends. I mean, Nexi has 14. Evan's got 13.
But so far, I mean, it's only been minor successes, you know, a couple of rounds here and there, especially on the third round of the second half. But they need so much more. They need to push this into overtime just to ensure that they won't get knocked down into the lower brackets. Boom, though, on the other
See what they change on the timeout.
Vengeance, having been taken down by now.
You are one away from lockdown, so I think you prioritize. I think you definitely prioritize this. See if Boom you know, responds to it, respects it, whatever it is. If there's no reaction, I think you try to clear out whatever nano swarms, and then you make a decision, right? If it seems like it's kind of a free site, then you go in. But if not, you can still re-explore A as long as the toxic screen is still up and the Viper's alive. No timers for the timeouts. At least not today. I don't know if it's like a tech issue thing or if they just didn't have it prepared, but... Dude, I never knew there was water on that wall. Like behind mound? That's crazy. Right here? Dude, the pinch in from... So here's... So NAOS going here early was fine, and then them wanting to re-explore this is fine, but they needed to hold on to here. The moment you give this area, boom just pushes out.
Not expecting 3 players over the lobby. Thought those duels might go better for them.
And now you're ready on B site. I mean, where else are you gonna go? Oh, here we go.
Nancy Slasher's just playing the darndest angle with the Odin. He's waiting for it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difference here. I agree. I think in this match, NAOS was a bit outclassed. Oh man. Spreadsheet has 100% pick 'em and 50% map pick rate. Oh, okay. I mean, listen, I think Boom showcased the strengths that I expected them to have. Their tactics are very good. It's very clean. Their tactics are very clean. But NAOS looked rough. I mean, NAOS looked a little lost. You know what I mean? Like, it almost feels like I don't know how to read into this because it feels like NAOS just didn't showcase what they were even good at all. Home ground, yes, it also, like, right, you didn't have to travel, like, you know, all the food and whatnot. It does make a difference. I mean, I would say still a big win from Boom. I think NAOS definitely underperformed. We'll see how NAOS does in the lower bracket, because I hope they don't go out like this. I hope they show back up.
Needs to be a bit of a redemption arc for NAOS, unfortunately.
But we shall see.
Very quiet today, that at least regionally within challenges and even at Ascension last year were super strong, were super good players to keep an eye out. So
Mosier had a terrible day. He had what, 2 kills in the first map?
Work their way into this tournament though, Quack. Definitely some easier teams to be taking on down in the lower bracket, and we know that the quality that NAOS can potentially play with. So let's see if they can grind their way back into that good form, and you know, we'll see how Boom goes.
So NAOS would play against...
I'd be scared to play him, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a couple
Oblivion
of
Force.
definitely secure that playoff spot, and of course facing some tougher teams as well. So we'll see when that happens. But meanwhile, I'm wondering how, you know, Ewok feels about his.
NAOS plays Oblivion. The bracket flips on the lower bracket.
So we'll toss it back over to the desk, the panelists, Mika and Ewok.
It's okay, Mika.
Do you think the very early tech post? No, I mean, I'm sure it affected them, but
it's a sad day to be a NAOS fan, right? But I think
yeah, I think NAOS should win against Oblivion.
NAOS can take from this, and they can really improve, right? They need to go and sit down and see what is it that went wrong today. We can break down a little bit what we think, what we saw.
Yeah, there were a lot of things I think that, you know, they definitely have to go back to the drawing.
But then they wouldn't play but they don't play SPG after, do they?
On entry and attack, right?
If SPG loses, which is crazy. SPG is beating Riddle, just so you guys know. Like, spoiler alert, SPG is beating Riddle, but
Maybe just a little bit, but it's kind of sad because I know that this isn't the NAOS that we expected. We thought that this was going all the way, and we thought that the score would be.
that was my grand finals, was SPG versus Boom.
This was the one that I didn't expect would be.
Well, let me bring up the pick'ems here.
100% agree.
Oh yeah, no. Okay, so it only flips the first time. Which actually it should not, but well, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah.
What I associate with Boom is sometimes not overcomplicating it too
I
much,
guess.
but really relying on that chemistry they've built over the years with certain players playing together for a long time, them being familiar with each other and actually just enjoying playing with each other. That's where that
I don't know.
individual chemistry with your teammates
It gets weird because it's a 10-man bracket, but yeah. So if NAOS beats Oblivion Force, it's either Riddle or SPG. I guess I do have NAOS going out against Riddle. So at the end of the day, I guess they hit the wall pretty early no matter what.
And they, have it do like such great success. Like for example, Paper Rex being one of those teams, right? You just enjoy.
I mean, that was a very lackluster game from NAOS, to be very honest. It was a very boring game from NAOS. It almost felt like we were watching like Zeta Division and DFM. Like just slow, expecting the opponent to respect everything you do, not making decisions. It's rough. It's rough. I had Riddle beating NAOS, yes. Yeah, all 2-0 today as well. It's a quick 3-match day. 7 hours, 3 matches. I'd say it's a success. You know what? All things considered, I'd say it's a successful day one broadcast, chat. as weird as it feels to say that. Yeah, Revenant will be playing the losing team from JFT and Rapid Lo-Fi. Which I think it should be Rapid Lo-Fi, but we'll see. Boom looks good though. I mean, now it's underperformed, but Boom still looks good. Like, I actually would have expected Boom to, and same thing with Full Sense. I think both of them had their, well, Full Sense, their opponents were weak. I would say now it's underperformed. But in both matches, what impressed me was neither Full Sense nor Boom like kept overheating and giving away and throwing away rounds. I think there was like 1 or 2 rounds from each of those matches, but not too much. So that's a good sign for both Full Sense and Boom.
I would love to implore them to go and look at what's happening at Rubble. So many times I would see Boom getting that Rubble control.
A sad day for the Filipino fans, 100%. 100%. I mean, I had Boom as favorites over NAOS, but like, I didn't expect NAOS to get bodied like this.
Boom is taking it almost for free in so many of the rounds on their defense side, and that just means more util for them to retake. They just have an easier time on the defense half because of that. I think that's
so Boom gets to go ahead and watch their next opponent as well, and that is a slight advantage for the seeding, right? Is that you always get to take the full day to watch your next opponent's matchup. So we shall see.
But there was just something like very wrong fundamentally, I guess, for this performance. But as you mentioned,
yeah, today was a little lackluster. I was pretty hyped for the tournament. Today didn't quite live up to the hype. I think Revenant versus SPG kind of lived up to the hype. I think it landed right on my expectations, more or less.
Yeah, we're going to see definitely a lot more from Boom, and very, very excited for that. So, Ewok, I guess that brings us to the end.
Will the main cast in the main venue be English or Indonesian? I think it'll be Indonesian. Last year it was Thai within the stadium.
Thank you very much. It's been so easy to.
Dude, they gotta change the Revenant logo to the dark one, to the black one. The white one doesn't show up in the lower bracket.
Trying to get comfortable with everything, but I'm really been enjoying it. So thank you so much to the whole team, kind of making me comfortable. And
So tomorrow, damn, these two tomorrow. I mean, this one could be fun as well, actually. But these two, whew, boy.
We see SPG and we see Boom all coming out on top.
Oh boy.
To the next stage in their bracket, and the other teams, they might have a little bit of a harder time in this Ascension if they want to go all the way.
Oh yeah, now there are cards on the table.
Okay, so Boom plays again on Sunday, which that I can watch party. Whoever comes up between Riddle and Simprisa, so that's good.
Stage, including, you see that team over there on the lower row, Ewok fighting Full Sense. They're probably not that big of a deal. Like, they probably don't have a massive watch party, but I'd be interested to see them.
Yeah,
The top bracket's definitely more stacked, 100%.
Just because of their playstyle also, right? They do
I mean, I think the top bracket's 100% harder, like for any of the teams that are in it, but That doesn't mean that the lower bracket doesn't have strong teams. I think Disguise and Full Sense are both pretty strong. Full Sense being the favorites in that side, I would say. Where's GFT from? Oceania, Australia.
Potentially, what did you say? How much power percentage did you say? Are we seeing them at? Are we going to see them at 60, 70, 80% tomorrow?
Maybe
This is going to be a hard one for DSG.
Oh yeah, it's like I feel like Full Sense. It's like.
I mean, tomorrow I think probably might. Oh well, never mind. JFT.
But yeah, this guy.
Sinprisa.
That's gonna be a fun one too, and especially since you have Juicy, right?
Probably Full Sense.
Defending champion here on the Ascension stage. Like, we're gonna get into all that, of course, tomorrow. So don't miss it. If you enjoyed the matches that you see today, if you enjoy the talent that you see over here,
You want the crew broadcast to have the fake ties tomorrow?
on the panel, and we will be leaving you with today's highlights. So on behalf of the production and the rest of the casters as well.
Okay. A little bit. I agree. A little bit of a quieter day one. I was hoping a bit more of a banner, but tomorrow hopefully will be a good eye test on like what to expect for the rest of the bracket. I mean, obviously the initial matches are. There's a good chance that they're going to be a little bit more one-sided. Yeah, I think Riddle Sinprisa will be fire. I think that'll be fire no matter what, I think. We won't watch all the highlights. This is a weird soundtrack to use for highlights as well. Yeah, you know, a little bit of a lackluster day, but yeah, hopefully they fix the bitrate and stuff. Hopefully the broadcast side of stuff gets fixed. But anyway, just as a heads up before everyone leaves, so tomorrow there is no co-stream because I am on the Korean broadcast. So you can find me on the Korean broadcast if you want. But if not, there should be a couple other people. Sounds like Neil might be trying to watch party if he can wake up. Sliggy's not going to until the later days, I think. But just obviously Toast will be co-streaming tomorrow, at least the Disguise match, I'm sure. So if you just want some fun, if you want to watch with emotion, you can watch that match there. So definitely check those out. Neil has confirmed, as long as he wakes up. I mean, that's with time zones, that's always a tough one. But yeah, so yeah, maybe go check out Neil's watch party. But then I will be back on Sunday. So please come back. I know Neil's great, but please come back. I don't want to be lonely. So that's the heads up. The Riddle match will have tons of Japanese co-streamers. Yeah. I guess Riddle will have Vodka co-streaming too, I guess, right? Has he been co-streaming all their matches? I don't know, actually. Yeah, that would be cool too, though. Dude, I hope we do get a Riddle versus Disguised match. And then it's just like Vodka versus Toast. That would be sick. That'd be hype. That would be so hype. Oh, I'd be so down for that. I would be down for that. And then just down the road, Monday, I have to be on the Korean broadcast again. So just 2 days that I can't watch party, but the rest of it will be here. Next week, I'll reach out to a couple people. Maybe we can do a couple co streams. See how that goes. But thanks so much for tuning in today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. The games were, other than the first game, it was fairly straightforward. I mean, even the first game ended up being a little bit one-sided, but it was fairly straightforward. So there wasn't too much to deep dive into. But obviously, as the games go on, I think we'll see more players and teams develop. So I think that should be good. We'll have some fun with that, and that'll be it. I really appreciate all the subs today. Really appreciate that, both on Twitch and then obviously all the new follows and subs on both channels as well. Unfortunately, sorry I can't be here tomorrow, but I will be back on Sunday. So that's the day that Boom plays again against the winners of Riddle versus SPG. And that should be another fun day. Thank you very much. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day / night. And I will see you all next time.